About this book. A new cozy mystery series from USA Today bestselling author Dale Mayer. Follow gardener and amateur sleuth Doreen Montgomery and her amusing and mostly lovable cat, dog and parrot as they catch murderers and solve crimes in lovely Kelowna, British Columbia. Riches to rags. Chaos calms. Crime quiets. But does it really? After getting involved in 2 murder cases in the short time she's lived in picturesque Kelowna, divorcee and gardener Doreen Montgomery has developed a reputation almost as notorious as her Nan's. The only way to stop people from speculating is to live a life of unrelieved boredom until the media and the neighbors forget about her. And Doreen aims to do just that with a tour of Kelowna's famed Carnation gardens. Plants, more plants, and nothing whatsoever that anyone could object to. But when she sees a fight between a beautiful young woman and her boyfriend, she can't help but be concerned. Concerned enough that she follows the couple out of the parking lot and through town. And when gunshots interrupt the placid afternoon, it's too late to worry about how her nemesis, Corporal Mac Moreau, will feel about her getting involved in yet another of his cases. With bodies turning up in the Carnations and a connection to a cold case of a missing child from long ago, Doreen has her hands full, not least with trying to keep her involvement in the investigations a secret from her Nan, Mac Moreau, and especially the media. But someone's keeping up with Doreen's doings, and that someone can't afford for her to find the answers to the questions she's asking. Sign up to be notified of all Dale's releases here. Chapter 1. In the Mission, Kelowna, BC. Wednesday, 1 day later, from her last case. Doreen sat curled on the couch. All she had wanted was 3 days. 3 days of peace and quiet. Was that in the cards? She doubted it. As much as she desperately wanted to be out of the limelight and rejoice in the peace and quiet of living in her Nan's house, she had a bad feeling in her gut. Her brood was sedate, even Goliath asleep on the other end of the couch with Muggs, all her furry or feathered babies obviously understanding how Doreen really needed that from them at this time. Thaddeus rubbed his beak along her cheek, then closed his eyes, happy to just sit on her shoulder. Unfortunately, she found no peace or quiet outside her home, not yet today, but it was early morning, and not for the last 2 days for sure. The reporters were still at her door, even at this hour. The newspaper journalists were still writing articles about how Doreen had helped solve the decades-old cold case of Betty Miles's death, and Nan and her cronies were still enjoying being the center of attention by giving numerous interviews, supposedly on Doreen's behalf. Doreen had told Nan how that was totally fine, just happy that Nan had found something other than her illegal betting activities to bring excitement to her life. Indeed, Nan glowed with it. But as for Doreen, she wanted to be left alone. At that thought, her phone chimed. She glanced at her cell and groaned. But she hit the talk button anyway. You better have a good reason for bothering me, Mac. She slid farther down on the couch until her head rested on the armrest. Thaddeus shifted his position, but refused to give up his spot on her shoulder. I figured for sure that by now you'd be all pepped up, raring to go, he said. She could detect the worry in his voice and had to smile. I am, and yet I'm not. Have you any idea how deep the lineup of reporters is outside my front door? I know this is a small town, but it seems like the news hit the wires all the way across the country. You're a celebrity, he said, laughing. His voice softened. But no, that's not an easy position to be in. I didn't murder anybody, she exclaimed, sitting up straight to peek through the curtains. Why are they haunting me? Thaddeus squawked, shot her a disgusted look when she disturbed his nap on her shoulder, hopped up to the back of the couch, then he wandered over a few steps and proceeded to close his eyes again. It's like everybody thinks I'm the one who's done something wrong, she said, reaching out to pet Muggs, then stroke her fingers across Goliath's back. Remember the last time? He asked. This too will blow over. Sure, but every time I find a new body, she said in exasperation. They look at me as if I had something to do with it. Not that you had something to do with the making of the dead bodies, he corrected, his light humor sliding through his voice, but that your arrival precipitated all this. Or maybe you have some sort of psychic ability. You don't, do you? His voice held a curious note to it. She chuckled at his tone. I think by now both you and I would know if I did. Well, you need something to cheer you up. What have you got for me? She stood, walking over to peer through the round window on the front door. Instantly, camera flashes went off. She stepped back and walked toward the kitchen. Have you got a nice puzzle for me to work on? You mean like another case? It would get me out of the dumps. Her tone turned crafty. You know how I like a good puzzle. You could pick up some jigsaw puzzles, he exclaimed. That's a much safer hobby. Murderous puzzles are much more fun. She chuckled, knowing he'd hate her answer. And much more dangerous, he snapped. You could have been killed last time. She shrugged. You live and you die. At least I'd be doing something I wanted to do. Solving cold cases? She grinned, hearing the hesitation in his voice. You have another cold case you're looking into, don't you? Silence. For the first time since she had awakened before dawn today, her boredom and sense of a dark cloud hanging over her almost lifted. It's not my fault this town is a den of iniquity, she stated. Just think of all the nastiness hidden here for so long. She could feel that same sense of excitement surging through her when delving into Mac's cold cases. Are you going to tell me the details? No, he said, no hesitation in his voice this time. And why not? She waited. If he wanted to play a waiting game, that was no problem. She could play that game too. Finally, he said, it's not really a priority. Maybe not to you, she said. Cold cases are a priority to the families. I didn't say a death was involved. That would be even better, she said. Then I wouldn't trip over any more bodies, at least not right away. I'd be totally okay if you wouldn't trip over any more anytime, he said. Suits me, she said. I'm okay to not find dead bodies ever again. Besides, it's not a cold case I wanted to talk to you about. I'll think about that first. Damn. She let out a heavy sigh. So what is it then? I was talking to the city council. They want to redo the big sign with the garden as you enter the city limits. You know the Welcome to Kelowna sign, surrounded by flower beds? Yeah, mostly begonias, I think, she said. At least one of the rings around the sign are begonias. Ah, he said. I'd be happy not to see any more of those anytime soon. She nodded. They're nice to look after, and they don't grow too crazy outside, so they don't need a ton of maintenance. They're easy for large gardens and make great borders or plots. At the word plot, she winced. He chuckled. I can see that having you around will be a constant reminder of dead things and everything associated with them. Maybe. And what about the city council? What were you talking to them about? Her mind zinged to her ever-dwindling pile of money, and she was deeply concerned about it. Hope it's important. And if it involves money for me, the answer is yes. He chuckled. You don't even know what it could entail. Doesn't matter, she said. I'm about out of the money I found in Nan's pockets before donating and trying to resell some of her unwanted clothes. Which means I'll be diving into that little bit of savings I have. And the gardening you did at my mom's place? That'll be a regular thing, if you're okay with that. I am absolutely okay with that, she said. What you pay me will put food on my table. Speaking of food, he said. Did you turn on the new stove? She pivoted and walked out of the kitchen. What stove? He sighed. The stove you paid $100 to replace. A lot of people went to a lot of trouble to make sure you had something safe to cook on. There's the trick, she said, the word cook. I'll tell you what. How about this Sunday, I bring over the fixings for something simple for breakfast or lunch, and I'll show you how to cook it. Simple would be like eggs, she said, and I highly doubt you want eggs for lunch, do you? Not an issue for me. I love eggs anytime, he said. Don't you know how to cook eggs? She pulled the cell from her ear so she could glare at the blank screen. Okay, he said. Stop glaring at me. She gasped. How did you know I was glaring at you? I could hear it in the heavy silence of the phone's speaker, he said dryly. And eggs are easy. How about we do omelets? They are a little more substantial than plain eggs. Her mind filled with the soft, fluffy omelets her chef used to make for her. With spinach and caviar and Gruyere? Mac replied with that heavy silence again. Oh. Okay, so what do your omelets normally contain? She asked. Well, spinach is one possible ingredient, he said, but anything I have on hand. Like bacon, ham, leftover meat. You can put veggies in it if you want. His tone said he really didn't see the point. Meat and eggs are a perfect combo. Plus cheese. Well, ham and cheese omelets are good too, she said. Can we add mushrooms? Sure, he said. We can sauté a few mushrooms. So, are you up for a cooking lesson? Yes, she said slowly. But she needed to ask him something, and it was kind of embarrassing. Speak up, he said in that long drawn-out sighing way of his. As if he knew she was making a big deal out of nothing, but needed to get it out first. Am I paying you for it? She asked in a rush. He laughed. No, you're not paying me for a cooking lesson. Not with money, not with gardening work, not with bartering or any other method. She beamed. In that case, I'm looking forward to cooking lesson number 1 coming up. Omelets it is. I'll bring the ingredients. You'll write down everything I do, okay? Okay. And on Tuesday you'll repeat the menu on your own, he said. You'll take a picture and send the final results to me, so I can see how you did. She chuckled. Probably better if you come back and watch me make it the second time, and then you can taste the results. Done, he said. She frowned suspiciously, wondering if he hadn't planned on that in the first place. So you need to bring ingredients for 2 meals, she said swiftly. He howled with laughter. You know what? You might not know how to cook, but you sure know how to negotiate a deal. And on that note, he hung up. She grinned to herself until she realized he hadn't told her all about the city's welcome garden, or about the cold case. She called him back, but he didn't answer. Then she sent him a text. What about the city? He sent her a map and a handout with his return text. They're looking for suggestions about what to put in these 2 beds. She walked to her laptop, turned it on, and transferred the image and the PDF on her phone to her computer. There was the sign, Welcome to Kelowna. She could see the mature plantings around it. And the indicated beds were on each side of the sign. Suggestions for what? Types of flowers, why those flowers, money as in a guesstimate for the cost. I haven't a clue on the money, she typed. And even if I do tell them what I would do, what's that got to do with anything? They're looking for bids. The winning bid gets to do the job and to make the money. She perked up when she heard that. Then she opened the PDF and read the 1-page document. Okay, but it says to submit this by midnight tomorrow night. Yeah, he replied. That's why I called you earlier this morning. So get at it. Chapter 2. Getting at it was complicated. Doreen was in the 3rd local greenhouse, checking out the prices of perennials, Muggs walking patiently at her side. She had all kinds of ideas from lipstick plants to carnations. She thought carnations would be gorgeous. But to get the color she wanted at a wholesale price, that would be the trick. So far, nobody she had talked to was interested in giving her a bulk buy deal. She knew somewhere in the Okanagan region she could set up something like that, but she hadn't done very well tracking that down. She wondered if she could put in a bid for doing the work and have the city pay for the cost of the flowers on their own. Surely the city gardeners had access to plants she couldn't even comprehend, and at bulk pricing. It made sense to her, but she didn't know if that was the proper procedure or, if not, if the city would go for it. Still, she could try. But at the moment, she was running out of ideas of where and what she could put together. She loved the idea of roses, but they took work. Carnations, not the long-stemmed ones though, she could do in layers. Longer in the center, and then shorter as they went out to the edge. That might look pretty cool. With ideas buzzing in her head, she wandered through the greenhouse, writing down notes. When somebody called out her name, she turned without thinking, and a camera flash went off in her face. She growled. "Stop doing that. You're a celebrity in town." The man chuckled as he turned and walked away. She sighed and slipped out the side entrance back to her vehicle, mugs at her side. There she sat in her car for a long moment. Somehow she hadn't associated getting out of the house as also being her first step into the public eye, after the latest news had broken on Betty Miles. Doreen had been so focused on escaping the house that she had forgotten what she'd be escaping into. But her exit had worked out better than she had thought. She'd forced the media crowd to part to let her drive away, and she wouldn't return until she was darn good and ready. As she sat in her car, she watched an old couple arguing nearby, standing at another parked vehicle. They looked so comfortable, as if the calm complaints had been told many times over. When they finally got into a vehicle and drove away, she wanted to laugh and to cry. A loud engine had her turning to watch as a young woman drove up in a fancy scarlet Mini Cooper. Although what was mini about the new model, she didn't get. It looked bigger than her Honda. She watched as the woman got out, perfectly coiffed top to bottom. Doreen recognized all the work that went into that look, yet she had absolutely no interest in looking like that again. She studied her currently close-cropped fingernails. They were clean, but her hands showed the ravages of gardening. No weekly manicures or special fingernail soaks to keep her hands perfect anymore. Just healthy outdoor work in Mother Nature's glory. But still, Doreen needed to pick up some good hand cream. As she glanced back at the gardening shop, she wondered if they'd have a working hand cream, like for professional gardeners. She was well past using fancy hand lotions for her skin now. But the gardeners at her former home had small green pots of stuff they used daily. A drugstore might be a better option for that, and cheaper. Then she thought about making yet another stop, and decided she'd check here anyway. She hopped back out of the car, held Mug's leash, and beelined to the far corner containing the walls of shelves for everything associated with gardening. Sure enough, the hand creams were on a triangle-shaped display. As she studied the different choices, she could hear somebody speaking in the background. A man said, "After what you've done, you'll now do as I tell you to." His tone was ugly. Doreen stiffened. Muggs shifted at her heel, tugging at his leash to sniff the flowers an aisle away. She looked around cautiously to her left but didn't see anyone. She peered to her right around the stand of hand cream and saw two people around another corner. The man was large, 6 feet, maybe 6'2", glaring down at the stunning blonde Doreen had seen getting out of her car earlier. But instead of being daunted, the blonde had shoved her face into his, and in a hard voice she said, "Well, with me or without me backing your decision, you'll end up planted in the daisies." "Not me." The blonde turned in a huff and strode away. Doreen tried to get out of her way, but the blonde deliberately knocked Doreen sideways. The air rushed out of Doreen's chest with an oomph. Muggs barked loudly, edging closer to the blonde. The blonde turned, looked at Doreen and said roughly, "Mind your own damn business. And keep that chubby pooch away from me." I didn't say a word, Doreen replied. Then, unable to help herself, she snapped, and he's not chubby. Just then, the man came around the corner, towered over Doreen, and sniggered. No, he's fat. And you won't say a word, will you? She glared up at him. You can go murder and plant all the people you want. Just keep me out of it. And stop insulting my dog. He laughed. Wow. You've got a hell of an imagination, don't you? But she could see the worry in his eyes. He walked away, but not before she grabbed her phone and took a picture of his profile as he turned a corner. It was probably a shitty photo, but maybe somebody could figure out who he was if need be. With her cream in her hand, she headed to the long line at the front counter. She watched the blonde ahead of her step out of the line as if she couldn't be bothered to wait, and in a hurried stride headed for the front doors. Doreen put down the hand cream on the counter, raced outside, and with her phone took a picture of the woman. As she walked to her car, Doreen snapped another picture of the Mini. She was getting damn good at using her cell phone at her hip to take images on the sly. She was pretty sure Mac wouldn't be happy with her doing this. Neither would the people she'd taken pictures of. But it seemed like everybody else snapped cameras in her face. So what the hell? She wondered if it was safe for her to follow the woman. But that was an idiotic move. She had witnessed a minor tiff between two people who'd uttered empty threats. Nothing to do with Doreen. And hardly a life-threatening situation. She should just mind her own business. Until she watched the big bully hop into a huge black truck and drive off aggressively behind the Mini. Doreen chewed on her bottom lip indecisively, not liking the menacing growl of the truck's engine. Those humongous trucks always seemed to be driven by asshats. At that term she grinned. Swearing wasn't something she was terribly comfortable with, but the words slipped out more and more. And unfortunately Thaddeus heard and repeated most of them. She wanted to utilize forms she could say comfortably that would give the same meaning without lowering her standards. The internet was full of alternate swear words, but she didn't want anything that just everybody used. Of course, asshats was a popular one. Still, she kind of liked it. She hopped into her car and drove out, following the truck and the Mini Cooper. She didn't know why exactly. Was she that bored? It had been 3 days since she'd solved the cold case of poor Betty Miles, who'd been dismembered 30 years ago by her best friend, Hannah Thoreau. 3 days, that was it. What was she, some kind of a dead body junkie? Still, the argument between the two people had seemed like a viable threat, now that she thought about it some more, in light of the demanding man now following the woman. Not that the woman had seemed threatened by the man's words. She'd given as good as she got. While following those two, Doreen realized she was heading in the direction of the Welcome to Kelowna sign. She perked up at having a viable excuse to give Mac for going in this direction. She really did want to take a look at the 2 beds the city was considering updating. Doreen should have done that in the first place because, without knowing the size of each, she would have no idea how to budget for her time or for the number of plants needed. It took another 5 minutes to reach that area. Both vehicles continued ahead of her. She frowned as they turned off and went around the corner and past the sign. She pulled in a small strip mall close by, so she could park and walk to the sign the rest of the way up the road. As she hopped out, she studied the direction the other vehicles had taken. It looked like a dead-end street. Maybe when she was done here, she'd take a look there. In the meantime, she grabbed her notepad, and with Muggs at her side, she strolled over to look at the big garden, about 50 feet across, with the Welcome to Kelowna sign in the middle. She took several photos of the 2 smaller garden beds the city was looking for options on. The heart-shaped beds were pretty and could use something extremely unique. Her creative artistry piqued, she had almost too many choices to consider. As she wrote down more notes, she checked out the dryness of the soil, the type of mulch used, and saw how the city's gardeners had used a cutting tool to create a shallow trench at the garden's edge to keep the grass from encroaching. Which was smart, because public area maintenance requirements in a city this size were massive and expensive. Even though the city likely employed an army of gardeners, there was always too much to do, and not enough man-hours to do it. Muggs lay down in the grass, happy to be on a field trip. He rolled over and snuffled along the ground, enjoying himself. She chuckled. I should have brought the others with us. They'd love it here. Of course, the cat and the bird were much harder to control. She returned her attention to the gardens. Her mind buzzed with various plant options. She wondered if they could keep rubber plants here because they were huge statements that could be in the center of each of those heart-shaped beds. Not just one rubber plant, but maybe 4 or 5 of them. She'd seen many big planters on the city's sidewalks and in the malls using the same idea. It would tie together the inner city landscaping with the outer city designs. Come on, Muggs. Let's go. After letting Muggs into the car, she hopped back into her vehicle. Rather than going home, she proceeded where the 2 vehicles had gone. Just a quick trip to make sure everything was okay. She went around the corner to find the truck parked a few houses down on the left. With her phone, she took a picture of it, getting the license plate number. The truck appeared out of place compared to the rundown house it was parked at, which in her mind looked like a crack house. One of the typical druggie houses seen in a big city that others avoided. They were usually pretty easy to avoid, because they were generally clustered with more houses of the same in a particular neighborhood. Yet the houses on either side here looked more upscale. This particular derelict house was hardly a place she expected the blonde to go. Doreen was in the Rutland area of Kelowna, and Nan lived in the Mission area. Rutland was a poorer area, not low class by any means, and the city was certainly doing a lot to revitalize the area. It had the lowest priced real estate in town too. Great for enticing developers. As she drove slowly past the truck, she could see the bright red Mini Cooper parked beside it. That looked really incongruous with a decrepit house. Maybe those 2 were developers? Maybe they had bought the house and planned to level it and rebuild. She shrugged, wondering what their deal was, but knowing it wasn't her business. She drove ahead to a cul-de-sac at the end of the road. She pulled around in the circle and slowly drove past the house again. She had absolutely no excuse for doing what she did next, nothing that would pass muster with Mac. But she didn't even think twice about it. She pulled up to a nearby house and parked. In a pretense of taking Muggs for a walk, she got out on the sidewalk and headed away from the house, crossed the road and strolled on the sidewalk opposite the house in question. She was being nosy, and she knew it. But she and Muggs were just taking an innocent walk. Not like she was on private property, with no trespassing signs posted. No harm done. Spit. Spit. She froze, wondering where to look, wondering if she could have mistaken that sound, but it came again. Spit, spit. Followed by a cry. That all came from the house. Muggs, let's go. She raced to her car, hopped in, and drove back to the garden store, where she called Mac from the safety of her car in the parking lot. What? I think I heard gunshots, she said without preamble. What the hell? Where? She winced as she told him about the couple's argument and taking pictures of them and their vehicles, and then following them. You did what? He roared. Okay. I know I shouldn't have followed them, she said, but it doesn't change the fact I think I heard gunshots. It's also quite possible you heard something other than gunshots, he said. Like a car backfiring. Yes, maybe, she said. Maybe. But maybe not. He groaned. Fine. What's the address? I don't know the house number, she said. But it's on Hawthorne Street, the 3rd house in from the corner, on the left side if you're coming from the Kelowna sign. Oh, that's what you were doing there. I had to see how big the beds were. How else could I give a decent bid? She hoped he would believe that was her main reason for going there in the first place. I'll take a look, he said. But you go home. Will you do that? I will. Did you bring any of the animals with you? Just Muggs. She reached over to pet the basset hound's head. Muggs let out a corresponding woof into the interior of her car. At least you've got him, although I don't know that he'll be much protection against an attack. As you well know, she snapped, he's great protection when needed. Maybe, he said. But maybe not. I think you guys are a comedy of errors. Okay, that's possible, she said defiantly, a trifle hurt. But it works. We're all family. And on that note, she hung up. She reached over and gave Muggs a big cuddle. Let's go home. Back to the rest of the family. Was there ever a better word? Nope. And she couldn't think of a better place she wanted to be right now. Chapter 3. The reporters still lolled around her driveway. They all stood at attention and snapped pictures, their flashes lighting up her front yard as she drove in. A couple were determined to stand their ground, but she continued to drive forward steadily. They would either get out of the way in time or get mowed down. She was hardly in the mood to discuss this with them. As she drove into her driveway, she pulled in front of the garage and parked. Too bad, she hadn't had a chance to empty the garage, so it was usable. It would give her a chance to get away from prying eyes. While Doreen had been sorting through some of Nan's stuff in the house, the garage was a whole different story. With Muggs in tow, she walked toward the front door. What she should have done when she was out was grab some food. She was damn near out of crackers and cheese and peanut butter, and everything prepackaged. Since Mac had told her that ramen noodles were supposed to be cooked, she'd begun microwaving them with water. A constant source of poor nutrition. She had to chuckle at it all. From the front stoop, she could see Thaddeus, the great big goof, looking out the window. She had closed the curtains before she'd left because of the reporters. In fact, the curtains had been closed for days now. But the parrot had worked his head between the folds so he could look outside. Pulling his head back from the curtains, he was blocked from her sight. She knew he'd be perched on the sofa cushions waiting for her to enter. She could hear him inside squawking, "She's home. She's home." Doreen opened the door and cried out, "Yes, Thaddeus. I'm home." Muggs gave a woof as he went in and jumped onto the couch, almost on top of the cat, as if to tell off Goliath, the monster cat sprawled on the center cushion, for being there. Goliath's hiss and one swipe of his claws were followed by one last bark, and Goliath ran off. Then Muggs lay down on the couch with a disinterested glare, and closed his eyes. Doreen groaned, closed the front door with a shake of her head, and walked into the kitchen to put on the tea kettle. She dropped her notepad on the counter and said out loud, hoping Mac's ears were burning, "You're welcome, Mac. Somebody might have just died. But that's all right. Don't be worried about me or them." She wasn't being fair, of course, because Mac was worried about her safety when following the couple. Maybe they'd had a lover's tiff, but regardless of the nature of their argument, it was none of Doreen's business. The fact of the matter was, she was bored. They'd caught her eye, and she hadn't been able to let them go. On that note, she sat down at her laptop and continued her research, looking for pictures of large beds of carnations in Kelowna. She didn't want to make a mistake and pick the wrong plants. Although she loved carnations, what did they look like when they were en masse? Google Images brought up several nice pictures of local gardens. Thinking maybe she could drive around and take a closer look at these, she made herself a cup of tea and put it into her travel mug. Besides, she was restless, and Mac telling her to go home wasn't sitting so well. Technically, she did go home. She just planned on leaving once more. If she could do something constructive, then she should. Right? She put the leash on Muggs again, and ushered Thaddeus and Goliath into the car too. This trip would be a family outing. Thaddeus rode in the back passenger seat, Muggs on the other side, with Goliath riding shotgun because he would never let anybody else sit here. Life was just that easy for Goliath. But then, when you were a 30-pound Maine Coon with claws and teeth, life was pretty easy. Doreen slowly backed down the driveway, once again inching past the reporters, ignoring the flashes of their cameras going off in her face. She wondered if she should tell the media camped out in her front yard about the gunshots she had heard earlier. They'd all pack it up and head to the new crime scene, right? But that was hardly fair to the police. The media could disturb their initial investigation. When she was clear of the pesky reporters, she headed back into town. She drove toward the first of 3 Carnation sites she wanted to see firsthand, starting with the one farthest away. Once there, she let the animals out to walk with her. This was a huge public garden set beside the entrance to one of the many big vineyards, privately owned by the Pollock family. The garden bed was absolutely gorgeous. She could see from where she stood how the tall carnations drooped sideways somewhat, probably because of the last rain they had had here, like a month ago. Kelowna didn't receive a lot of rain, but when it came, sometimes it poured heavily and would knock the flowers flat. As she studied these, she found they were recovering but would likely never stand straight again. So maybe these carnations weren't the best choice. Now dianthus carnations were a different story. Bright, colorful, cheerful, almost always in bloom, particularly when mature plants. Those might be a better answer. Still, Doreen had 2 more existing carnation gardens she should look at. The next garden was much smaller. The carnations were planted in circles and surrounded by what looked to be heather. Interesting choice, as the heather would be striking with its purple blooms in spring. She'd always loved heather. It was hard to argue with anything that shouted out with joy that the new year had arrived, that spring had finally sprung, and that basically told everybody to get off their butts and to get out of their houses because it was a new world out there. She smiled at her own quirkiness and got busy taking pictures. At the third garden, the carnations were planted in stripes. A dwarf type apparently was used, as the flowers were about 2/3 the heights of the others she'd seen, yet the size worked lovely as a centerpiece. She studied the garden from the front, and then walked all the way around to see the whole effect. She froze, her breath coming out in short choppy gasps. Forcing herself to move, her gaze still locked on the bed, she called Mac. His line was busy. She tried a second time, then a third. When she still couldn't get through, she switched to camera mode, but, before she could take a picture, her phone rang. "Nothing is there at the house on Hawthorne Street," Mac said. "No vehicles, nobody outside. The doors to the house were unlocked, but the house itself appears empty when we peered in the windows." Fatigue colored his tone of voice. "So it's a false alarm." "No, it's not," she said. "I need you to come here. Like now." "Doreen, are you okay?" His voice was sharp. "No," she snapped. "I'm not okay." "Come here right now," she said. "What are you talking about?" She cried out, "I'll show you." "Hold on. I'm sending a picture." She hung up, switched back to camera mode, and took a picture of the absolutely stunning carnation garden and the dead body lying in the middle of it. Chapter 4. After she sent the photo, Doreen didn't have long to wait before Mac called. "You didn't just find her, did you?" "Yes, I did. She's the one I saw and followed earlier," Doreen said. "She's the woman who'd been in the fight with the man." He swore softly into the phone. "Why didn't you call me?" "I did 3 times, she exclaimed. "You didn't answer." She hung up on him, gathered her animals, headed back to her car, and sat inside, wondering at her delayed reaction. She should be shaking by now, shouldn't she? It wasn't that she was getting numb to seeing dead bodies, but she had just seen this woman very much alive and very assertive in the face of a belligerent man. And that should be enough to shatter anybody's world. It was slow to come, but after her initial disbelief, then grief slipped into Doreen's heart and soul. That poor woman. She'd been so vibrantly alive just hours ago. Doreen had admired her spunk. Doreen wrapped her arms around her chest and rocked gently back and forth in the seat. Thaddeus crossed over to her shoulder and gently rubbed his cheek against hers. Body in the garden. Body in the garden. We really need to add to your vocabulary, she said softly to the bird. She reached up and stroked his feathers, loving how very affectionate he was. He rubbed up and down her cheek, catching the wet tear streaking from the corner of her eye. Goliath hopped across the seat and landed in her lap, as if expecting her to have nothing to do but pet him. She picked him up in her arms and squeezed him tight. And he let her. That was the surprising part. He didn't even growl at the strength of her hug. He must have sensed that her crying meant he should allow it for now. She buried her face in his soft fur and whispered how much she had missed knowing him in his early years. He was such a blessing in her life. She had no sooner finished saying that when Muggs barked from the back seat. She chuckled. Yes, Muggs. I love you too, buddy. What she really needed was for Mac to get here before anybody else arrived. She did not want to be found alone with the body. But she felt she had to stay, to be protective, to watch over the poor woman. As if anyone could do anything else to hurt her now. She was already dead. So sad. People could be a nasty lot sometimes, and she didn't want some heartless kids to come and take pictures to post on the internet. When a hard knock came on her window, she let out a shriek. Muggs barked furiously. Goliath reached up with his big paw, putting it against the window, his claws out. She hit the button, lowering the window, hearing Mac shouting at her. You and that menagerie, he said, his face grim as he took in the occupants of her car. Hey, I only took Muggs last time, she said. Maybe I knew I would need the solace of bringing them all this time. You should be home, where I told you to go, he said, safe and sound, not out here again. What are you even doing here? I came to see what a large clump of carnations would look like. I was thinking of the Kelowna garden bed design. It's hard to visualize carnations en masse. On Google, I found 3 large beds nearby. This is the third one. And that's the woman I saw at the gardening center earlier this morning. The one you said had the fight with the driver of the black truck? She nodded. Yes. And then I followed her to that house where I found her red car parked. When I went home and did some research on the city bid, then came out here, I didn't expect to see her at any of these 3 gardens. You can't blame me for this, she stated, raising both hands in frustration. Goliath, in a disgruntled temper because she'd stopped petting him, hopped over to the passenger's seat and curled up in a ball. She pushed open her car door, smacking into Mac's knee. Ouch! He stepped back, glaring at her as she hopped out, Thaddeus on her shoulder. I didn't do anything, she said again. I get that. He pulled his hands through his hair, but his expression seemed intent on just pulling his hair. She snickered. It's not my fault you live in such a murderous town. Remember how you live here now too. His gaze narrowed as he lifted a finger to point at her. Point that thing at me again and I'll bite it off, she said defiantly. And how come you came alone? Because I had to make sure I wasn't pulling the team together for nothing. Again. Hey, you had a team together already at Hawthorne. They just didn't look hard enough there. She stared up at him. And are you really telling me that I don't know what a dead body looks like? He crossed his arms over his chest, his fingers thrumming on his arm as he said, Well, you haven't seen very many when they still have flesh on them, have you? She tilted her head to the side, then nodded. Good point. She closed the car door behind her, leaving Muggs inside. When he barked, she groaned, opened up the back door and let him out. Come on. Come on, she said to Mac. Let me show you. How about you just stay here, he said, and I'll go look. She leaned against the car door and crossed her arms over her chest in imitation of his previous pose. He shook his head and headed toward the Carnations. You're impossible. Go all the way around to the other side, she said. He reached up a hand in acknowledgement. How silly to even give him instructions. If he couldn't see the body from here, it had to be on the other side. She studied the art piece in the center of the garden, a statue of maybe a husband and wife, with their arms wrapped around each other in a hug. The garden decorated the entrance to a large building, the Family Planning Center. She wasn't sure what you, me, and us meant on the sign. Maybe marriage counseling? But the media would spin this in an ugly way, to say that this relationship had ended in murder. Not the type of publicity anyone wanted. Speaking of publicity, she did not want to be here when the media found out about this. She watched as Mac stared down at the poor woman, his hands on his hips. She walked toward him. See, she said. I don't make up this stuff, you know. I wish you were though, he said. Just once. Her name is Celeste. Celeste Bingham. Her longtime boyfriend is Josh Huberts. Oh my. You knew her, she murmured. I'm so sorry. That makes it much worse. But at least you know where to start your questioning. He nodded. A lot of people knew her, he said. She's an up-and-coming businesswoman. She won the award for Top Businesswoman Entrepreneur last year. Celeste's body was rolled on her side, her legs crossed, her hands splayed out, one on either side so her hip twisted over. It doesn't look like she's been posed, Doreen said. Not sure about that, he said. That's kind of a common pose, symbolizing joining hands around the world. No clue what that means, she said. I'm presuming the shots I heard earlier were for her. How many did you hear? I thought 2 at first and 2 more. But I don't know that I heard them all. Well, she's obviously been shot. It'll take the coroner to figure out if that was the cause of death and to confirm how many bullets he finds in her body. She shoved her hands into her pockets. Any chance I can go home and get out of this upcoming crime scene with the cops and the media? He snorted. Apparently, this is your penance for wanting to have more excitement in your life. And for not leaving your house as I asked. Hey, you told me to go home and I did. You didn't tell me to stay there. And I would love to be hiding out in my house again, she said. At least until the media crap dies down. They don't need to know I'm involved in this one, right? But that won't happen unless you let me leave now. Go on. Go home, he said. I'll come by later and get a statement. She could hear vehicles coming toward them. She rushed to her car. Come on, Muggs. Let's go before they get here. But she wasn't fast enough. 3 cruisers pulled up just as she got into the front seat. 2 officers waved at her, one frowned, then looked over at Mac. Mac just whistled to get their attention and said, "Forget her. The body is over here." The men headed toward Mac. She backed up and turned her car toward home. She knew this scene would get uglier before it got any better. And right now, the last thing she wanted to do was get caught at the scene of another crime. She hoped no one had seen her here, but she had been here during regular business hours on a weekday, so anybody from the Family Planning Center surely could have seen her from the offices. Although she hadn't seen anybody going in or leaving the center. She frowned. She saw no cars. The building didn't seem to have any lights on. She shook her head. If she had a dead body in her front yard, she sure as hell would have called for help. And of course, being her, she'd have been outside, figuring out what was going on. She drove home extra slow, making sure nobody would have any cause to look at her sideways. She didn't want to draw even more attention to herself. Since she had all the animals, she decided to stop in to see Nan instead of going straight home. Besides, she could do with a hug. She pulled up outside the retirement home where her grandmother lived and parked. Taking the animals with her, she grabbed the leash, clipped it to Mug's collar, and walked down to the corner where Nan lived. She couldn't take the animals through the building, and the gardener here seemed to think Doreen was a constant threat to his perfect blades of grass. Nan was lobbying to get stepping stones put in, so Doreen could make her way into Nan's apartment without disturbing either rule. But so far, neither side was bending. So, as a consequence, Doreen had to continuously sneak into Nan's garden patio area. Since she hadn't warned Nan that they were coming, Doreen wouldn't barge in. Nan was a character. As such, there were just some things Doreen didn't want to know. She hopped onto the patio and called out, "Nan, you there?" When no answer came, she pulled out her phone, sitting at the small bistro table to call her grandmother. It rang and rang. Finally, on the 10th ring, as Doreen was about to hang up, Nan answered. "Oh dear, how are you?" "I'm fine," Doreen said humorously. "Where are you?" "We're in the communal area." Nan's voice turned crafty. "I just picked up my share of the winnings." Doreen groaned. "Are you getting into trouble again?" No. I'm not in trouble at all. It was just a harmless bet." "Sure it was. As long as Mac doesn't find out about it." "Again. I thought maybe I'd come for a cup of tea, if that's convenient." "Of course it is. Of course it is." "Good," she said. "Because I'm on your patio." Nan gave a gasp and said, "Oh," and the phone shut off. The next thing Doreen knew, Nan barreled out the glass doors, her arms open wide. Doreen chuckled, reached down, and gave her grandmother a hug. "I wasn't sure if you were busy," she said with a wink. Nan beamed. "Sometimes I am busy, but right now I'm not, so this is perfect." Doreen shook her head and sat down again. "The animals are missing you," she lied. "That's nice of you to say," Nan said. "But the truth of the matter is, I think they're very happy with you. You've added a ton of excitement to their lives." "Maybe," Doreen said, "but that doesn't mean they don't miss all the cuddles and love you give them." "Maybe," she said. "Let me put on the tea. I also have a wonderful carrot cake if you'd like a piece." "I'd love a piece," Doreen said happily. "I missed lunch somehow." She thought of all the places she'd been today, figuring out if it was worth it for her to put in a bid for the city landscaping job. She didn't know what to do about it for certain, and at this particular moment, felt like it was all a waste of time. With her fledgling gardening business, she probably needed more experience and more time to deal with bidding on a city project. Nan returned with a plate of cake and half a sandwich on another plate. With a disapproving sniff, she put both down in front of Doreen. "You better eat this then." "What am I going to do with you?" "I was just busy, Nan, that's all." "You haven't been buying any groceries, have you?" Doreen smiled. "I have been. A lot of them. But I still haven't figured out how to make that stove work." "Your mother never did teach you anything worthwhile, did she?" "How to get a man apparently worked," Doreen said snidely. She was right. Everything else fell into place. The trouble is, she didn't give me any long-term advice on how to keep that man. Her voice became dry. "Do you miss it, being married, or your former life? Do you miss him?" Doreen shook her head. "Absolutely not, and I'm not used to having a ton of food. Remember how he always said eating would make me fat? So I was never served a proper portion. Maybe it was perfect training for right now." "No luck on a full-time job, dear?" "Not yet. But I am taking over Mac's mom's gardens on a weekly basis. That won't pay much, but every little bit helps." "That's good news," Nan said in delight. "And, of course, it'll throw you together with your handsome detective more and more too." Doreen knew she should probably tell Nan about the omelet-making lesson, but didn't want to get her hopes even higher that Doreen would attract such a handsome and decent and hard-working boyfriend. She did not want her grandmother to be matchmaking any more than she already was. And Nan didn't seem to get that things had to happen in their own time, if anything was there to begin with. But her grandmother meant well, and she'd been a huge help these last few weeks. Things had been so chaotic since Doreen's arrival that she hadn't had much chance to find her new normalcy. "What you need is a new case," Nan said. "Something to catch your attention." And again, Doreen had to hold back the words ready to blurt out. No way she could tell Nan about what Doreen had just found. "A day job would do the same thing," Doreen said with a smile. "Did you ever check with Wendy at the consignment store regarding any sales?" "I've been avoiding hearing from her either way," Doreen admitted. "If I did get money out of some of your things," she said, "I figured it would be better to hold off collecting it until I needed it. This way, I keep really tight control of the little bit of money I do have." "Too tightly controlled," Nan said. "Hey, when there's no money, Doreen said with a smile. "But maybe I'll stop on my way home from here, or, since I have all the animals with me, I could just call Wendy." Nan nudged the plate with the sandwich toward her granddaughter. "Eat up." "I'm not eating your dinner," she said. "You better," Nan said. "It's salmon. So if you don't eat it, I'll throw it in the garbage, and that'll make Midge very upset with me." Doreen knew how much Nan hated salmon. Doreen picked up the sandwich, and sure enough, it was salmon with onions. She took a bite and gave a happy sigh. "Well, your loss is my gain. This is excellent." "It's also huge," Nan said. "What do I want with a sandwich that big? And one made with salmon?" Doreen looked down and realized her half was indeed quite big. She ate happily while they waited for the tea to steep, and when it was ready, Nan poured it and served her a cup. Doreen smiled and thanked her. "I can't keep coming here for food," she said. "You will adjust in time," Nan said reassuringly. "And I will always share the food I have." At that, Thaddeus walked over to rub her cheek, but his gaze was on the carrot cake. Nan chuckled, picked up a piece off the corner, and put it down in front of him. Immediately, he pecked away at it. Doreen grinned. "He doesn't require much to keep him going," she said. "That's a good thing because, between the dog food, the cat food, and the birdseed, these guys cost more to feed than me." "Nonsense," Nan said. "They should not cost more than you. You should be eating much better than you are." "I will do better," she promised. "Let's see what Wendy has to say today. I'll be getting a little money weekly from Millicent's garden, so that'll make a difference too." "Did you contact the garden center for seasonal work?" She nodded. "I did, but something came up about the last cold case I was on." She winced. "I guess the Thoreau family wasn't too impressed when I exposed Hannah for who she really was. I think the garden center has a family connection to the Thoreaus." Nan looked at her with a frown, then her face cleared. "Oh my, Oliver is part of that Lansdowne family. Being related to poor Betty, he might have had a say in that." "Oh." Doreen thought about that for a moment, then shrugged. "I was hoping for a job there, but if they're holding that Betty Miles case against me, well, it'll blow over," Nan said comfortably, settling back in her chair. "Did the detective give you a new case to look at?" "I don't think Mac considers me on his team, or that he should give me any cases." Doreen picked up a chunk of carrot cake, took a bite, and moaned. "Oh my. This is good. Do you like it?" Doreen nodded. "It's excellent." She looked at it, and then at Nan suspiciously. "Doesn't have any marijuana in it, does it?" Nan went off in peals of laughter. "No, it doesn't. I prefer the one that does though, you know." Doreen sighed. Ever since marijuana became legal in the state, Nan didn't seem to enjoy her pastime as much as she used to when it was a hidden secret. Something about doing what you weren't allowed to do seemed to appeal to her. "Who made this?" "Midge," she said. She brought it over with the salmon sandwich. "Nice neighbors," Doreen commented. Nan nodded. "I've got another piece of cake you can take home for dessert, plus the other half of the sandwich can be your dinner. At least that way I know you're getting some more food in your stomach today." Doreen chuckled. "I'm eating, honest. What you need is to start cooking. On Monday, I'm learning to make an omelet." Nan's gaze lit with interest. "Omelets. Interesting choice." "I miss eggs," Doreen confessed. "And I haven't bought any because I don't know how to cook them. I tried them in the microwave, and that was a nightmare." "How did you cook it?" Nan's face was suspiciously bland. "I put it in and cooked it for 8 minutes, she said. "I was pretty sure that's what the recipe said that I read on the internet." "So you just set it on the tray for 8 minutes? Nan looked at her in surprise. And then she giggled. "Don't tell me. It exploded, right?" Nonplussed, Doreen looked at her. "How did you know?" At that, Nan howled. "That would have been quite a mess." "It was terrible," Doreen said. "Egg was everywhere." She grinned herself. "I'm glad I'm providing you with lots of entertainment these days." When she could stop laughing, Nan reached across and patted her granddaughter's hand. "I'm so happy you're close by. I haven't had this much fun in decades." Even though the laughter was directed at her, Doreen was happy to see her grandmother so bright and cheerful. "You can laugh at me all you want, as long as you keep feeding me." She popped another bite of the carrot cake in her mouth. "This really is divine." Without a word, Nan went back into the kitchen, and when she stepped back out again, she had a piece all wrapped up that was twice the size of what Doreen had eaten and the other half of the sandwich. "You take this home with you. You'll enjoy it more than I will." Doreen moved it off to the side. "I won't say no." They finished their tea in companionable silence, and then she said, "I should leave and call the consignment store. Time to face the music and see if we've gotten anywhere with some sales." She hesitated. Somebody, and no, I don't remember who suggested it, said maybe you had antiques in your house. "Yes, there are." Nan nodded. "When you get time, you should have someone appraise them." "If you don't mind, maybe I will. Maybe something very valuable is there." "Be positive," Nan said. Her phone rang inside her apartment. She got up and said, "I'll be right back." While Doreen watched her grandmother go into her bedroom, she finished her tea. She didn't know how long she had before the most recent gossip filtered through the old folks' home, but she wanted to be gone before anybody heard about Doreen finding another dead body. Just then her phone rang. It was Mac. "I'm about to come over," he said. "Are you at home?" "Not yet," she said, standing up. "I'll be there in a few minutes. I stopped off at Nan's to have a cup of tea." "You didn't tell her, did you?" "No, and I was just thinking how I need to leave quickly," she said, "before they know anything here." She picked up Mug's leash and scooped Thaddeus onto her shoulder, calling Goliath to join them. "I do have to say goodbye to her, though. If she's not there beside you, you can bet she's getting the latest gossip," he said in an ominous voice. "You can't tell them anything." "I wasn't telling her anything," Doreen said. "You must learn to trust me." And she hung up. As she turned, she saw Nan was back, her eyes bright with interest. Doreen groaned. "I have to run, Nan. Thanks so much for the cake and tea and the sandwich. I'll call you later." She kissed her grandmother on the cheek and ran across the grass before Nan had a chance to ask anything. In the background, Doreen heard a man speaking. "Did you ask her if she knows anything about the body?" No. I didn't get a chance to ask. I think Mac called her and told her to be quiet." Doreen got into the car, gathering her pets inside, and with a wave to Nan, reversed out of the parking lot. Soon afterward, she pulled into her driveway, ignoring all the reporters, their cameras flashing while calling out questions. She rushed inside, shooing the animals ahead of her. Once safely in her home, she let the animals all go their own way. Holy crap, you guys. We are about to have more chaos again. Thaddeus perked up. Chaos is good. Chaos is good. She turned to glare at him. Chaos is not good. Chaos is not good, she emphasized. Her phone rang just then. She looked down to see it was Nan. She sighed and answered it. Nan, I just got home. What's the matter? Well, since you ran off so quickly, dear, I didn't get a chance to ask you about the body. What body, Nan? She asked. The one you must have found that Mac was giving you trouble over, she said. Dear, we really do need details. What details and why? She asked, her suspicions growing. Nan chuckled. For the bets, of course. Call me back when you can. And she hung up. Chapter 5. Doreen tossed her cell phone on the countertop and screamed at the empty kitchen in sheer frustration. After a moment, she felt better. Only Muggs had decided he should accompany her in this ritual, and was still howling. As he slowly stopped, she could hear Thaddeus kicking up a fuss, marching across the table crowing and cawing, like he was singing some kind of a crazy-ass tempo. That was probably what she had sounded like to him. She tossed her purse and jacket beside her phone and walked over to the coffee pot. It is definitely time for a cup of coffee, she muttered to herself, deliberately not counting the cost of her increased coffee habit. She also knew that Mac would arrive soon, asking her questions. He always drank her out of coffee. But still, he also made a mean pot. Even though she'd tried everything she could, and it was good coffee that she now made, he had that magic touch. It occurred to her that maybe what made it better was how she didn't have to do it herself. That was a consideration, since she still had fond memories of all the coffee she used to have in her former life, none of which had ever been prepared by her hand. Living in a multi-million-dollar house with a rich lifestyle had a lot of perks. And delightful coffee every day whenever she wanted it was one of them. She ground the beans, filled the carafe in the back of the coffee maker, and pushed the button for it to start. Then she walked over to the fridge and opened it up. If nothing else, she should put away the carrot cake and sandwich. She really wanted to eat the cake because it was so damn good. But half of that was because she was so stressed. Finally, when the coffee was done, she grabbed a cup, pushed open the back door, and stepped onto the veranda. It was old and creaky, but the place was hers, and right now she needed that solace. With the animals following along in her wake, she wandered down the garden. It was only here in her backyard, finding private space where nobody else could interfere, that she managed to de-stress. Almost on automatic pilot, her feet took her to the creek. She perched on the log close to her property, but just ever so slightly on public access. There she sat, watching the water trickle down the creek bed. It was so soothing. Muggs walked into the creek until his big thick feet were covered in water, and drooped his head down so he could take a drink. Of course his ears drooped down with him, so they sank into the water too. She sighed. Muggs, could you at least lift them out of the way so they don't get wet every time? He just gave her a sad basset-eyed look, and kept doing what he was doing. She said, I guess I should be happy you're not going for a complete swim. With his typical disdain of everything that Muggs did, Goliath sat perched on a rock, his tail wrapped around him in a perfect formation. The cat stared down at the water in fascination, but with an equal amount of revulsion. She couldn't imagine him ever fishing. He was just too dainty, even though there was nothing dainty about him. But he hated water. And at the same time, it seemed like he couldn't leave it alone. She wondered how he ever reconciled his relationship with that stuff. Thaddeus, on the other hand, walked up and down the log she was on, calling to Muggs, "Drink the water. Drink the water." She chuckled at him. He cocked his head, looked at her preening in the fresh air. He really was a lovely addition to her family. She'd never considered having a bird as a pet before. She had to clean up after him, as well as after the cat and the dog, but she enjoyed the bit of house cleaning she now did. The vacuum was pretty old, but luckily it still worked, and that was all she cared about. Knowing that this was her place made a huge difference too. Hard to believe she'd been here for a couple of weeks now. The house felt like home. It still smelled like Nan, yet musty, mixed with old dust. Doreen was slowly getting it into better shape, which was a miracle, considering she had no money for that. It boiled down to good old hard work. Doreen had brought up the antiques with Nan, but had forgotten to ask her if she knew the history of any of the pieces. Doreen also needed to find an antique specialist, hopefully to advise her if some of these pieces were valuable. Speaking of which, Doreen walked back to the house and stepped inside to retrieve her phone from the countertop and dialed Wendy's number at the consignment store as Doreen headed back to the log at the creek. "Hi, Wendy. This is Doreen." "Hi, Doreen," Wendy said gaily. She was always so happy. Doreen was kind of jealous of her in a way. "What can I do for you?" Wendy asked. "Or do you have more clothes to bring in?" "Actually, I don't," she said, "although there might be a bit more. I still have the master bedroom to go through." "Oh my goodness. Was all that stuff you brought before from the spare bedroom?" "Yes," Doreen said with a half laugh. "It was." "Goodness. You should sort through the rest and bring it to me," she said. "I've sold several of the pieces and one of the fur coats. Now, remember, I don't pay anything to you for a while. I pay 90 days out in case people return items." No, I understand that," Doreen said quickly because she hadn't in the least understood that at all. Wendy had probably explained it to her, but, as Doreen's former husband would say, she just didn't get money. She wasn't stupid, she just didn't realize how these cycles worked. "So you're saying that after 90 days, you'll call me and tell me how much money there is for me?" "Yes, and then I pay on the 15th of the next month after the 90 days. It's a lot of accounting, particularly when my customers are allowed that 90 days to bring something back." Doreen trusted Wendy. Whether that was the right thing to do or not, Doreen didn't have a whole lot of choice. "What did you sell the fur coat for, by the way?" she asked curiously. "We didn't really discuss prices on any of the items I brought in." "Nope, but I think I've sold about $100 worth of stuff for you already," she said, "and that's without the fur coat. I sold it for $145. Her voice turned distracted as she said, "I can look it up for you if you like." No, Doreen said in delight. "I'm just glad to hear you're selling some of these items. Very encouraging." "And," Wendy said, "hopefully we'll double or triple that amount before the 90 days are up. Especially if you bring in more stuff, maybe we can get you a bit every quarter." "That's a good idea." Doreen brightened. "Now I'm looking for an antiques dealer in town." "I don't know about a dealer," she said, "but Fen Gunderson owned his own antique shop. He's retired now, but he has an excellent eye. If you're looking for some advice, you should talk to him." "And where would I find him?" she asked. "He lives in Upper Mission." She'd been in Kelowna long enough now to understand where she was living was the Mission, and to the south of her house was Upper Mission. It made no sense to her geographically. But hey, she didn't determine the boundaries of the area. "I will look him up and see if he'll talk to me. He's easy to find. He volunteers at the Mission Bible thrift store. You can always find him in the back testing toasters and any other godforsaken appliances people bring in." Wendy went off on a happy laugh. "He's a sweetheart though. I'm sure he'd love to come to Nan's old house and see what she's got. He could definitely tell you which pieces are valuable." "That would be ideal," Doreen exclaimed. "I have no way of knowing what's valuable, and what isn't. Exactly, Wendy said. I do have people at the store waiting for me now. So when you get a chance, go through some more clothes and come over. Even if you just want to visit, you're always welcome. She hung up, leaving Doreen sitting beside the river. She looked back at the old house that needed a new roof, and at the veranda that listed sideways. Yet she smiled. It was hers. It was a roof over her head. With a little bit of work and a whole lot of goodwill and elbow grease, she would do just fine. When she heard her name called out, she shouted back, realizing she shouldn't have done that. It could be anybody. And anybody tended to be reporters. Immediately, she heard a disgusted sound from behind the fence of her neighbor. What are you doing hiding out back there? She asked. Doreen frowned. She had yet to figure out the sex of that speaker, based on that unisex voice. She'd met the man of the house, and as far as she understood, a wife lived there. But Doreen had yet to meet her. And this disembodied voice from the backyard talking to her had never identified itself, so Doreen didn't know if it was the husband or the wife. I'm not hiding out at all, Doreen said in exasperation. I'm out here enjoying the creek. Dirty thing, the voice said. And stop yelling. You're disturbing my nap. Doreen raised both hands and shook her head. Even here, apparently, minding her own business in her own backyard, she was a problem. But as she looked toward the house, she saw Mac step onto her veranda. She smiled and waved, then stood. Thaddeus raced toward her. She bent down and let him climb onto her hand and lifted him to her shoulder. Muggs barked joyfully at their visitor. Goliath looked at them all with that disdainful and haughty Lord of the Manor look that seemed to say, You don't expect me to greet everyone, do you? Just because you do. Muggs, on the other hand, already raced madly toward Mac. Muggs apparently thought Mac was just fine. As a watchdog, he sucked, usually barking after she heard a knock on her door. However, he'd had his uses these last few days, so it was all good. Besides, she loved that adorable mutt. He was family. He'd been there for her through thick and thin, and she loved his jowls, every wrinkle of them. As she walked toward Mac, she held up her cup. There's a fresh pot of coffee. His face lit up. He turned and disappeared into her kitchen. She chuckled. Who'd have thought my one and only friend in this town would end up being a police detective? She was still smiling until her gaze landed on the brown dirt patches across her garden. Mac stepped outside. Now what's bothering you? The mess your men left, she snapped. She strode up the veranda steps and glared at him as she entered her kitchen. They should fix it. We've discussed this already, he said in exasperation, many times over. They're not fixing anything. They're the ones who ripped apart all of my backyard. She put down her cup and filled it. He'd taken the largest mug in the house, so there was barely enough for her to have another cup. With her coffee in hand, she walked to the kitchen table and sat down. They didn't dig it up. They removed a dead body hidden on your property. But I didn't hide it, she said with logic. So that's got nothing to do with me. Forget it, he said with a shake of his head, joining her at the table. You're not getting free gardening work done for you by the RCMP. She sighed and propped her chin on her palm. So what did you find out about the case? There is no case. He pulled out a notepad, put it on the kitchen table, and scooted his coffee cup back. So let's get your statement. Right, she said. She repeated what she'd done from the time she'd seen the couple in the garden shop, right through to when she found the body. When she finally ran dry, she realized she'd drunk the rest of her coffee. She stared longingly at the empty pot. He glanced at her and then at the pot. Go put on another one. She shrugged and sat where she was. Are you trying to get me to put on a pot? She gave him a wide-eyed, innocent look. Of course not. Why would I do that? But he didn't seem to believe her. He stared at her, then said, "You make a great pot these days. What difference does it make who prepares it?" She crossed her arms over her chest, settled back in the chair. "I just don't want any more." He finished his cup, looked at it, and said, "If you don't want any more, do you mind if I put on another pot?" She leaned forward eagerly. "No, no. You go ahead." He glared at her. "You're being foolish. Your coffee is every bit as good as mine is." "Do you think so?" she asked. She watched as he took exactly the same steps as she had done to brew coffee. When the coffee dripped happily, he sat back down again. "Yes, your coffee is every bit as good as mine is." Thaddeus, at that point, disappeared into the living room. When he got bored, he returned and hopped up onto her knee, climbed up her arm onto the table. He walked to her cup and pecked at it. She shooed him away and moved the cup. He just started doing that. "I don't understand why. Has he got lots of food?" She stood, walked over to make sure herself. "After forgetting a few days ago," she said, "I felt so bad that I'm probably overfeeding them now." In the front hall, she found the bag of birdseed, grabbed a handful, and set it on the kitchen table. Thaddeus went at it. She groaned. "At the rate he's eating, I'll have to buy another bag soon." "Have you bought any yet?" She shook her head. "No. So far all the supplies Nan left are holding me in good stead." "Good," he said. "Your money will go a little further then." She nodded. "Not very far, but far enough. Now tell me what I need to know." He looked at her in surprise. "What caliber were the bullets that killed her? How many times was she shot? What was the cause of death?" "I'm presuming it was the bullets," she said, "because I saw her just a short time earlier. However, her neck looked a little bruised, and I don't remember seeing that earlier." "You noticed that, did you?" he said. "I noticed it too." He tapped his notepad with his pencil. "The thing is, until the coroner has a chance to check her over, we won't know the details." She nodded. "How the hell did the old folks' home know right away?" He groaned. "No clue. The family planning center was still shut down since that unpleasantness last week." "What unpleasantness?" He shot her a look. "Didn't you hear about it?" "I didn't even know that building existed until today," she said. "So tell me." "It's a family planning center and they're pro-choice," he said. "A big kerfuffle occurred last week as a couple of men went in and hassled some of the women in the waiting room. It was bad enough they had to shut down the center while they reconsider security options." "Were the men ever charged?" He shrugged. "I haven't heard." "Do you work active cases or just cold cases?" He let out a gust of air. "As you know, I do both." "So, what was the cold case you were going to tell me about before?" He shook his head. "Oh no, you don't. I want to know more about this couple. Did you hear any of their conversation?" "I told you that part already," she said. "So is your cold case a murder, drugs, theft?" "None of that," he said. "Missing kids," she guessed. He shot her a look. She crowed. "I'm right, aren't I?" She clapped her hands like a child. He shook his head. "I'm not telling you if you're right or wrong. The bottom line is, we're not going there right now." She nodded. "Okay, because really we have an active case we need to be working on. You gave me the name of the deceased and said she's a businesswoman, but what business does she own?" He sighed. "She's the one who handled the funding for the family planning center," he said. "She runs a service that connects financiers to businesses." Doreen stared at him for a long moment as the implications set in. "So her body was dumped in front of a building she helped to start?" He nodded. She sat back, her hand covering her mouth. "Wow," she said. That's interesting. He shrugged. Of course it could be worse, she said. She could have created a candy shop. Maybe she would have been dumped in a vat of fudge or something. He stared at her. She chuckled. Okay. You know me. I'm just sorting through all the negatives, then finding something bright and cheerful to balance it out somehow. Finding a body in a vat of chocolate fudge, he said, is not cheerful. She shrugged, grabbed her coffee cup, and walked over to the pot. Maybe not, but there is fresh coffee, so I'm having a cup. She poured some and sat back down, waving her hand over the top, wafting away the steam. It's a missing kid, huh? Interesting case. He ignored her and tapped his notepad. Are you sure you didn't see anything else? She frowned. I thought the family planning center building was empty, but I had this creepy feeling that somebody was watching me, you know? But then, when I turned around, I didn't see anybody in the windows. No. Like I said, it's been closed. Unless somebody was working, getting caught up, taking care of business while they didn't have to deal with the public, she said calmly. We know a lot of people would do that. What about janitors? He nodded. No one answered the officers who knocked. Just because you have an odd feeling isn't some reason for me to jump to conclusions that somebody in there was watching you. But not a reason not to say so either, she said with a chuckle, picking up her cup and taking a sip. As soon as she tasted it, she smiled. What's that smile for? His voice was suspicious but edged with humor. Her smile fell away, and she stared at him innocently. He sighed. Is it better? To my sadness, she said, it is. At that, he laughed. You're crazy. You know that, right? He said affectionately. She shrugged. But you like me anyway, so it's all good. How many kids went missing? 3, but they weren't all connected. He stopped and said, Goddamn it. She laughed. All boys? His brows came together. What makes you think they were boys? I don't know. I had good odds of being right, and I'm pretty good at playing the odds. Like grandmother, like granddaughter, he said with a head tilt and raised eyebrows. In that case, you should buy a lottery ticket. It would solve your money problems. That's true. The problem with that is, you have to have money in the first place. He grinned. True. I'll leave you now. He stood, grabbing his notebook. Make sure you don't talk to anybody about the case, please. I'll probably come back with some more questions later. But I'll call you before. Good enough, she said. Are we still having our cooking lesson on Monday? No reason not to. He turned and walked out. Chapter 6. Wednesday afternoon. Remembering Wendy's comments to bring her more resale clothing, Doreen took the remaining piece of carrot cake and a cup of tea and walked up to the master bedroom. She'd moved her clothes in but hadn't moved Nan's out. A huge double closet ran along one wall. In truth, she'd been saving this chore for a rainy day. But right now, the distraction would be good, and seeing Thaddeus's food dwindling down daily was another constant reminder that she needed more money. Since Nan had this habit of hiding or losing track of money in a lot of her clothing, it had been a huge source of extra cash for Doreen the last time she went through Nan's clothing. So much so that Doreen was still using that found money for groceries. She started at one end of the closet, pulling out about a half-dozen hangers, all with evening clothes on them. She held up a couple dresses and whistled. Wow, Nan. When would you have ever worn these? One was sparkly, looked like a 1920s dress from the Gatsby era. But it was seriously stunning, and silver. She laid down all the dresses on the bed and hung up that silver one on the back of the door and checked its condition. It was really gorgeous, also in great shape. And, from the size of it, would fit Doreen. She frowned. I'll never have any place to wear something like this. Yet she was loath to let it go. She kept it on the back of the door while she checked out the other things she'd pulled out. Each was a dress in a very different style, very unique. They weren't necessarily Doreen's style. However, she would never have said they were Nan's either. But it revealed Nan's fashion sense and personality at a much younger age. And man, she must have been a party animal. Still, these dresses were of excellent quality, and that meant a lot in terms of selling them. She set aside 2 more she was interested in for herself, and 3 she hung on the curtain rod on the small window to decide on later. And then she went to check through all the pockets but found nothing. She pulled out 2 more dresses, disappointed, because no cash was found in the pockets. She found something in the next dress with padded bra cups, a $50 bill tucked into one bra cup. Stunned, she pulled it out. But then thought about all the times she'd gone out for an evening. If she didn't want to take a purse with her, but needed to have some pocket money, this would be a perfect hiding place. That made her go back and check every one of the other dresses. That was the only dress she found more money in, but she did make sure she checked them all out very thoroughly, including the waistbands. She worked steadily for another hour, going through another good portion of the closet. Some of the items were not today's style, yet were classical styles Doreen could wear anytime. At least she hoped so. When her phone rang, she answered it absent-mindedly. "Bitch," came the stranger's voice at the other end. "Pardon me?" Click. She snorted. "Well, it's not like I haven't been called that before." She put down the phone and returned to the dresses she'd pulled out on the bed. One was a hippie-style muumuu. She laughed. It might be fun if she ever gained a couple £100, but she couldn't imagine wearing it now. It was made with such a gorgeous material, though. If only she could sew, she could do so much with it. She placed it in the pile to be taken to the consignment store. The next one she thought was a knit dress, but instead was almost a floor-length cardigan. It was gorgeous. The material was soft, smooth, and silky. She checked the pockets and crowed in delight as she pulled out a change purse. It was beaded in some kind of gold lame, which would have gone with one of the dressier frocks, not necessarily the cardigan. She opened up the coin purse to find it crammed with coins and bills. Carefully, she emptied it on the bed. There were a lot of coins, maybe $10 worth, along with several 20s. As she peeled open the 20s, she found a 50 inside. She stared in amazement. "Nan, how could you possibly have misplaced all this money? I'd have gone nuts if I was missing $50. When the phone rang a second time, she didn't think anything of it. "Hello." "Bitch, you'll die too." Snick. "Once, okay, whatever. Twice now you're being a pain in the ass," she said. She waited to see if the caller would ring her a third time. But nobody called back. Checking for the telephone number, she just found unknown caller. She wrote down the time of both calls and waited to see if another one would come. She turned and studied the coin purse. It was such a cute thing that she didn't want to get rid of it. She wasn't sure she wanted to sell the long cardigan sweater either. She took it off the hanger and put it on in front of the full-length mirror. It stopped just about mid-calf and was a thick sage green with big rolled-up cuffs at the wrists. She wrapped it around herself and smiled. "I'm keeping you," she announced. And then the phone rang for a third time. She saw the same unknown caller designation on her cell phone screen and answered it. "Hello." "You'll get yours, bitch." "You are getting boring," she said. This time she hung up the phone first. And grinned. Chapter 7. Thursday morning. When she woke up the next day, it was hard to believe it was morning. She'd had a restless night. Even though she'd had the last laugh on her unknown caller, and he hadn't called back again, the incident had still worked its way into her nightmares. She wasn't sure what the man's problem was. Or for that matter, she muttered aloud to the empty room, if it's connected to any of the dead bodies I found. He's obviously a bully, trying to scare me by threatening me. Like Mac would say, just because my caller mentioned me dying too, doesn't necessarily mean he's connected with Celeste's murder. She rotated her neck slowly as she sat on the side of the bed. A heavy head landed in her lap as Muggs rolled over and stretched out. She bent down and scratched his long belly, ending up with a cuddle of his ears. She loved those big floppy ears of his. They were so silky. "You can stay here, Muggs, but I need a shower." As she hopped up, she saw Thaddeus on her bedroom windowsill, looking at the backyard. She frowned. "What are you doing over there, Thaddeus?" He turned a gimlet eye in her direction and gave a head tilt toward the window, like saying, "Get over here, idiot, and look. About time you finally woke up." She walked toward him and looked out the window. Nothing appeared to be different. She frowned. "I don't know what's bothering you, little one, but I don't see anything to be worried about." He gave a half a squawk and ruffled his feathers, almost as if insulted she hadn't seen what he'd seen. She studied the backyard again, but it didn't appear to be any different. But then a lot had been going on in her backyard, so she wasn't sure she could write off Thaddeus's observations that fast. It had taken her a while, but she'd come to realize that the animals really did have some sort of intuitive knowledge of what was going on around them. Turning away, she headed for a shower. When she came out with a towel wrapped around her, Thaddeus still stood lookout at the window. What really bothered her was his focus. He wasn't a predator by nature, though she supposed in the wild he would have been. Something out there he was keeping watch over. She stood beside him, yet again studying the same direction he was so focused on. He stayed fixed on the back right corner. It almost looked like where the fence ended and the creek wrapped around the neighbor's fence. She crouched behind him so she could get a bead on his line of sight. "I know you're smarter than I am, buddy. But I sure can't see what you're seeing." He never moved. "We could go downstairs and go outside, see what it is," she said, almost as a peace offering. He squawked and hopped onto her shoulder. She chuckled and said, "Okay. I'll take that as a yes. But let me get dressed first." And that he didn't want to do. She struggled into her clothes, finally forcibly removing him from her shoulder, putting him on the headboard. Once dressed, she put him back on her shoulder and walked downstairs, Muggs at her side. As she walked down the last set of stairs, she saw Goliath sprawled on the bottom step. She groaned. Why would you choose to lie there? The only acknowledgement she got from him was a flick of his tail. She snorted. "You're trying to trip me, aren't you? And then what will you do?" she snapped. "I'll be laid up with a broken leg, and nobody'll get you food." He rolled over onto his back and stretched. Reminiscent of Muggs' earlier move, she chuckled, stepped over the huge feline, squatted down, and gave Goliath a couple gentle strokes. She straightened and said, "I'm loving all this animal time, but I'll turn into an animal myself if I don't get coffee." She walked into the kitchen and put on the coffee pot. All the while she looked out in the backyard, wondering what had bothered Thaddeus so much. As soon as the coffee was brewed enough that she could grab a cup, she snagged an old worn-out chipped mug she decided had more character than the brand-new flashy ones, and opened the back door. Muggs raced through the kitchen and dashed out. He barked and wouldn't stop. She frowned at him. "Muggs. What's the matter?" Just as quickly, a streak of orange caught her eye as Goliath bolted outside after Muggs. On her shoulder, Thaddeus squawked loud and hard. Okay, she cried out. I'm going. She walked down the rear veranda steps and onto the pathway that led through the garden. As she did, she marveled at how much better it looked without the broken-down fence that cut off her view of the creek. It really opened up the backyard. She couldn't wait to get into her own backyard gardening project. But she wanted to get a workable plan down on paper first. Her ideas were pretty rough so far, and she didn't want to do a half-assed job. She took pride in her work, and it was quite possible her own gardens would be portrayed in a portfolio of what she could do for other people's homes. So Doreen didn't want to mess it up. She strolled down the path, quickening her pace. Mugg sat down, his butt firmly planted on the ground, and Goliath sat beside him. Curious, she joined them for a look. "Hey, what's going on?" she asked. "Nothing is here." But they both looked at her in disgust. She groaned, feeling like the animals all thought she was half-baked. Whereas the general population thought animals weren't as smart as they really were. She stared down at the area, wandering a couple feet forward, but she still couldn't see anything amiss. She stepped out farther, wondering if her animals were looking at the creek, which had become the source of all things curious and wonderful and in some cases deadly. As she wandered up and down the edge of the creek, she turned to look at her 3 animals. Thaddeus had joined the 2 on the ground, and now all 3 just sat there, staring at her as if to say, "Come on. Get it, will you?" The trouble was, she didn't know what they were talking about. She crouched beside the creek but figured if it were something in the water, they would be at the water's edge. Instead, they all stood back about 6 feet, looking almost toward her feet. She studied the distance between her and her animals. Just then her phone rang. Seeing it was Mac, she answered the call. He said, "I might have some more questions for you today." "Sure," she said in a distracted tone. "What are you up to?" When she didn't answer right away, his voice sharpened. "Doreen, talk to me. What trouble are you in now?" She glared into the phone. "Hey, be nice. I didn't have to answer the call, you know." "Why wouldn't you answer the call?" "I had 3 threatening phone calls last night," she said calmly. "But I got the last laugh." "What the hell are you talking about?" he roared. "Why didn't you tell me?" She snickered. The messages were short. "Just bitch, you'll get yours." That kind of stuff, she said. But on the 3rd call, I told him he was getting really boring, and I hung up on him first. I haven't heard back from him since. There was silence, then he said, "Did you taunt some stranger who was threatening you?" Still squatting at the edge of the creek, staring at the ground, she sat back and frowned. "I don't know that I would call it taunting, exactly." "I would. Did you consider the fact somebody out there just murdered a woman and may very well have seen you following them?" "I highly doubt they would think I was any kind of threat," she said. "I mean, let's get real." "Yes," he said, his voice turning hard cold. "Let's get real. You hear an argument. You follow a couple. You hear gunshots. You find a dead body. Then you get threatening phone calls. All in the same frigging day. Is that real enough?" She winced. "Okay, so I didn't mean it that way." "I did," he snapped. And then he groaned. "You have such a strange sense of right and wrong." "Maybe. But at least it's my sense." And she disconnected the call. As she sat here, she muttered, damn. Of course he was right. She was still a little out of control, after being so fettered under her soon-to-be ex-husband's thumb. She made all her own decisions now, but was she making good ones? Not necessarily. Mac was pissed she'd followed that couple, and the trouble was, she didn't even really have a reason for it. Well, except for her gut feeling and that the truck had followed the Mini. But maybe they were attending the same meeting? It wasn't like Doreen thought the woman was in any real danger, which would have been a whole different story. But yet, the woman could have been in danger. Doreen just thought the way the couple acted was curious. Doreen would like to say she was psychic, but that would make her a pretty shitty psychic, since she didn't save the woman's life by warning her. So, while Doreen wasn't exactly sure what the hell was going on with her unknown caller, in the end, she decided that Mac had a good reason to be disgruntled with her, what with her not being an accurate psychic and all. She also hadn't really considered that the caller last night was serious. His tone had been too mocking, as if he was pulling a child's prank. She straightened up, threw out her arms at the animals, and said, "You guys need to pinpoint what you want me to see because, from this position, I can't see it." The look on Goliath's face was enough to make her glare at him. "Stop being so arrogant and just show me." And the damn cat got up, did a forward stretch like one of those silly yoga poses with his butt in the air waggling, and his claws came down on something in front of them. She heard a metallic clink as his claws met something hard. She dove forward. "Why didn't you say so?" A small corner of something stuck just barely out of the ground. She'd never have noticed it because it was all rusty and covered in mud. "No clue what this is," she said. She tried to pinch the corner and tug it loose, but it wouldn't move. She needed a shovel. "We have to go back. I need some tools. This looks like it could be a bigger job." She wiggled the rusted muddy piece again, but still got no movement. "And I'd prefer gloves." She looked down at her fingers. Appropriately, Thaddeus squawked at her. She glared. "Don't tell me that you saw this last night and have kept an eye on it all night? It's hardly big enough to see from where I'm standing, forget about from the second story of the house." But as she looked up toward her house, she realized it was in a direct line with her bedroom window. She groaned. "Okay, so you guys just might be the weirdest animals on the planet." Muggs barked. She grinned at him. "That's all right. I love you anyway." She grabbed her coffee cup and her phone rang. It was Mac again. She clicked talk and said, "I'm not answering this." And she hung up. And then she realized what she'd done. She threw her head back, her gaze up at the sky, and groaned. "Well, that'll make his morning. If he tells his coworkers, they will all think I'm crazy." Then again, they probably already did. She'd seen the looks on the guys' faces when they arrived at the Carnation Garden yesterday. They had to wonder at anybody who could find bodies on a regular basis, like she did. What no one seemed to understand was that she didn't go looking for them. Okay, so yesterday she was looking, but she wasn't expecting a body. She was searching for carnation beds to see what they would look like en masse. Surely it wasn't her fault somebody had decided to drop the body in the carnations. Besides, she certainly wasn't seeking any family planning. The last thing she had in her future was the prospect of children. That caused her a pang of regret because that possibility had always been out there, just never at the right time. But somehow plans changed. Anyway, she needed gloves and a shovel. She marched toward the house and put her phone on the kitchen countertop. "Mr. Smartypants Mac, if you call again, I truly won't answer. I'm leaving my phone right here." She refilled her coffee, grabbed her gloves and shovel, and headed back toward the creek. Maybe, with any luck, this would be something fun for a change. And not something that would lead to more murdered people. She was decidedly not in the mood for murder, unless she was the one who got to help with the investigating of the murdering. Chapter 8. Back outside in the garden, Doreen placed her cup of coffee off to the side. "Muggs, don't dump that." He gave her a sad look. She chuckled. She shooed the animals away, so she had a little more space to work in. They were still sitting as they were before, in front of the buried mystery. With her gloves on, she tried again to pull the exposed corner. It was thin, and it was metal. It looked as if it had been here for a while. With the shovel, she scooped away some of the dirt and rocks around it, hoping for a way to loosen it up. Slowly, bit by bit, it worked. It resembled a license plate. And that made no sense. How would a license plate get washed down the creek? Unless it had come through the debris flow during the high water runoffs in spring. As she'd learned, all kinds of things came down in that spring runoff. And not necessarily anything she wanted to see. It was kind of sad in a way, but that was the routine of Mother Nature. Finally, with lots of back-and-forth action, she loosened the item enough to pull it out. She lifted it and stared at the banged-up piece of metal. So now we have a license plate. She looked around at the three animals staring at it, like it was a viper. What are we supposed to do with this? You could give it to me for a change, Max said from behind her, reaching out one palm. She looked up at him, begrudgingly handing over her find. Who invited you? I invited myself, he said darkly. What the hell do you mean I'm not answering this call and then hanging up on me? I didn't think it through, she admitted. I just answered you and hung up. He chuckled and shook his head. You realize I was standing in the middle of the office, howling at your response. So I was forced to tell the guys what you'd done. She glared at him as she straightened, brushing the dirt off her knees with one hand. You would tell them, she snapped. Probably just to make fun of me and to cement my reputation as an idiot. Oh, you have a reputation all right, he said with a nod of his head. But hardly as an idiot. As what then? She asked curiously. Maybe as somebody who has more than enough bad luck to get caught up into trouble time and time again. She snorted at him. Well, they can just get over it. If they did their jobs, I wouldn't need whatever magical ability I have to attract bad luck. She pointed at the license plate he now held. I know it's not a normal question, but have you ever seen that before? He rolled his eyes. Close to 50,000 people live in this town. Do you really expect me to remember all their license plates? I figured, since this license plate was buried close to my property, and considering the recent Betty Miles case, I wondered if it was related. Frowning, he shook his head. It's a truck license plate. She studied the letters and numbers. Whatever. Why don't you run it through your database and see if it comes up with anything? And why would I do that? She raised her hands in exasperation. Maybe the rest of the truck is buried around here too. And potentially, she added, it might have something to do with another case. Wow, you're really desperate and bored. Not anymore, she said. Apparently, we have another murder case to solve. She beamed up at him. He shook his head. No. I have a new case to solve. You don't. It's not my fault somebody killed her while I was out there. What do you mean, they killed her while you were out there? While I was at the rundown house, I heard the gunshots. As I told you. We only have your word for that. His gaze narrowed at her in warning. Are you telling me that you haven't gone inside the house to check? We have officers there now, he said. We had no reason to go inside the first time. Good, she said. I was afraid, just because I was the one who told you about it, that you might get stubborn and not check it out. But if that's the actual crime scene, well, all your forensic evidence will be there. Thank you very much for your Detective 101 insights, he said sarcastically. She punched her hands onto her hips. If you're in a bad mood, you can leave. I want one of my IT guys to look at your phone, see if we can trace your threatening caller. She ignored him, but knew he would win out in the end. It was his turn to raise his hands in surrender. What is it about you, he asked, that sends me around the bend? I'm irresistible, she said. If nothing else, you get to solve cold cases. Maybe they'll give you a medal for the Betty Miles case. It should be you who gets the medal, he muttered. Okay, does it come with a cash reward? She shot him a cheeky grin. At that, he snorted. No, you're supposed to do your duty as a good citizen. Yeah, she said. The trouble is, this citizen is broke. Did you check with Wendy? Doreen nodded. I did. But I didn't understand that 90-day accounting stuff. His face turned sympathetic. It makes sense she would do it that way. I guess, Doreen said. But I have to wait a long time for that money. Then she brightened. On the other hand, I did start going through Nan's stuff in the master bedroom. I found a whole pile of clothes that I'll keep, she said. And I found a couple $100 in cash already. She beamed. I don't know how she got through life losing that kind of money all the time. But I'm grateful for it. Did you ever consider she might have salted the clothing? Salted. She couldn't make the connection between adding salt to clothing and why Nan would do that. His face broke into a wide grin. Meaning, she might have planted that money in the pockets for you to find. She stared at him blankly. Do you think Nan would do that? Doreen hoped not. Made her feel like a pity case. No idea, he said. But if you think about it, she knew you were in a tough spot. This is a great way for you to find extra money. She frowned. Well, I can kind of see her doing it. But Nan should keep her money. It takes some of the fun out of it. So forget about it, he said. Just because it could be a salted gold mine doesn't mean it is. When his phone rang, he answered it as he turned away from her. Okay, fine, he said. I'll be there right away. He turned back to her. I've got to leave. Try to stay out of trouble. What are you talking about? She asked. And then she spied the expression on his face and knew. She asked eagerly, They found something at the Hawthorne house, didn't they? He shrugged and walked toward his car. She ran up behind him, Muggs running ahead, Goliath weaving between their feet. Almost tripping over him, she swore, Goliath, damn it. Get out of the way. Mac laughed. See? Even your animals are trying to keep you in line. Good luck with that, she scoffed. I'm right though, aren't I? Aren't I? He glared at her. Yes, I am, she said. Woohoo. Now what you really should do is thank me for that, because I just made your job much easier. At the corner of her house, he spun around. And how do you think this phone call had anything to do with you? I told you where the shooting took place, she said. I found you one body. So do I also have to find her killer? She added with a note of asperity in her voice. Just because you saw two people arguing at a public store, he said, doesn't mean he shot her. No, of course not, she said, trying for a bland face. But then again, it's a good place to start. No, he said with a meaningful smile on his face. We'll start with the body at the crime scene. And then he was gone. It took her a minute to think through his last statement. She ran out to the front yard. You mean there's a second body? She cried out. She came to a dead stop as reporters stood, eager to hear her words. I walked right into this media nightmare, didn't I? She shook her head as Mac drove away, a big grin on his face. She turned around and hastily ran to her backyard. For the first time in a long time, she closed the gate with a firm click behind her. Maybe that would keep out the predators. She couldn't guarantee it, but she could hope. In the backyard, she walked onto the veranda and sat down with her cell to see if there was any news on Celeste's body. Sometimes the local stations did a pretty decent job in keeping up. Indeed, already a report on a body had been made because of the unexplained police presence at the family planning center. Thaddeus hopped up onto the veranda table, checking to see if any birdseed was here. She looked at him and said, You know what? Because you're eating enough for two, I'd wonder if you were pregnant. He gave her his most shocked look. She burst out laughing. As she did, her phone rang. She looked down to see it was Nan. Hi, Nan, Doreen said gaily as she got up and refilled her cup with the now cold coffee from the pot. It had shut off while she was outside with Mac. How are you, dear? I'm fine, she said. What's up? I just worry about the effect on your mental health when you keep finding all these dead bodies. I didn't say anything about finding any dead body, she said. What are you getting at, Nan? Well, a dead body was found, she said, and I'm pretty darn sure you're the one who found it. What makes you say that? She asked warily. Because you're finding all the dead bodies so far. You really should allow other people to find them. Doreen stared aghast at her phone. Nan, you make it sound like I'm being greedy. Well, you are, in a way. Do you want to find dead bodies? She asked her grandmother. No, of course not. But if you find them all, what are the police supposed to do? She said in her most reasonable tone. Along with most of the other conversations with Nan, this one had turned bizarre. Are you just fishing for information for the betting pools? Of course not, she said. I'm really worried about your health. Your mental health. My health is just fine. I'm worried about my bank account, she said bluntly. Did you contact Wendy? Nan asked curiously. She should have some money for you by now. Why does everybody ask me that? Doreen asked, laughing. Yes, I did. And yes, a few things have sold, but I won't be paid any money for at least 3 months. Oh my, Nan said. That doesn't sound fair. I don't know if it's fair or not, but it's the way Wendy does business, Doreen said. It doesn't really leave me a lot of options. What about the antiques? Wendy did give me the name of somebody to contact. A German guy who works at the Mission Bible thrift store on a volunteer basis to fix small appliances or something. Fen Gunderson? Nan asked, her voice rising. Yes, that's the man. He had an antique shop, she said, but I'm not sure he isn't a bit of a thief. Doreen shook her head at that. Why would you say that? Because Gloria bought a toaster from that place which he supposedly fixed. She took it home, and the first time she used it, there was a puff of black smoke, and the darn thing never worked again. Doreen could hardly hold back her smile. How much did she pay for it? She asked gently. A whole $2, Nan said. She was really upset. Did she take it back? Of course not, she said. The store has a no refunds policy. But she did talk to him about it when she went there, the next time. They were not helpful. As a matter of fact, I think they thought she should have been delighted to have found one at all, and its working condition was not guaranteed. Doreen could just imagine. She stood here, grinning like a fool, as she thought about how much coming to Kelowna and living close to Nan had enriched her life. Nan and her friends at that old folks' home were such characters. Maybe she should buy another one, Doreen suggested. Why waste another $2? Nan asked. Thinking of Mac's words earlier, Doreen asked, Nan, did you leave money in your clothing in the upstairs bedroom? What's that, dear? Nan's voice sounded distracted. I probably did. You already found some in the spare bedroom. So why wouldn't I have left some in the master bedroom? I have no idea, she said. It's all right that you did. I just wouldn't want you to have done it on purpose. Why would I do something like that on purpose? Nan asked, curiosity in their voice. That would be foolish. Are you sure you're okay for money? Doreen worried her bottom lip. You can have all the money I find. You know that, right? We've already discussed this before, dear. Yes, I'm fine, Nan said. You know I have lots of money. All the money and the contents of that house are yours to keep. Are you sure? Doreen asked. I do worry you don't have enough money. Oh my dear, I'm so grateful that you're close by. You do warm my heart. As her words replicated what Doreen's thoughts had been earlier, she had to smile. I love you too, Nan. And with that, Nan hung up. Chapter 9. Thursday late afternoon. Doreen still had a little of the afternoon ahead of her. As she sat here at her kitchen table, she wondered about the common sense of doing something with that proposal to bid on landscaping the city's beds. It had to be submitted by tonight. Bringing up the website link Mac had given her, she wrote up something, keeping her almost ex-husband's constant business lessons in mind. Give them lots of details that say nothing. Make it detailed enough that they get an idea. Keep it vague enough that you don't promise anything. She sighed. I hate to think I've learned anything useful from you, you big rat, she snapped. She left the laptop open with a draft on screen, then saved it to make sure she didn't have to redo it all. She only had another 4 or 5 hours left to submit her bid. She was still undecided if she should or not. She took a look around for food, realizing she had little more than the last of the carrot cake and half sandwich. She scoffed the sandwich only to realize it wasn't enough to keep her going. She'd need to round out her meal with ramen noodles again. She studied the stove for a long moment, knowing she still had days to go until the omelet lesson. Just the thought of an omelet was enough to make her taste buds drool. She looked forward to learning how to cook anything. The internet was full of all kinds of tips, and the food created always looked absolutely fantabulous. Then she looked at all the foodie shows online, but nobody there really dealt with the beginner stuff. She grabbed a package of ramen noodles, stuck them in a bowl, covered it in water, and put it in the microwave. She knew that true foodies would be horrified by what she did, but hey, it was food. She brought out the carrot cake, set it on a plate on the table, and went in search of protein. But she didn't have a whole lot left. Then she remembered the rest of the rotisserie chicken. She pulled out the 1/4 left, and with a grin at her odd pairing of ramen noodles, carrot cake, and 1/4 of a roasted chicken, she sat down to a meal. Her tummy was almost full when she was done, and with a cup of tea and the carrot cake she had yet to eat, she moved upstairs to the bedroom. There was just something about treasure hunting, about going through Nan's clothes and finding money. Just like the last time, Doreen brought a bowl to collect everything she found. That included the change purse, 2 $50 bills, and several smaller bills, and lots of little stuff. As far as she was concerned, this closet was a gold mine. She kept hoping she could find more in other areas of the house, but figured she needed to finish this room first. She hadn't forgotten about the garage sale idea, but she hadn't done anything about it yet. Meanwhile, she had to sort more clothes to take to Wendy. That was what she would do now. With that thought in mind, she delved back into the master bedroom closet. It was a much slower process in this bedroom, because Doreen found a lot of clothes she didn't want to give away. A lot of them would sell easily at the consignment store because they were so unique. But at the same time, Doreen didn't want to let go of anything that she could use herself, because shopping for new clothes was horrifically expensive. Nan had traveled a lot in her younger years, and it looked like she'd bought a lot of clothes from her various holiday destinations. And thankfully, she hadn't bought touristy things. No t-shirts with the names of Hawaii and various cities on them were found, but several really nice long flowing skirts she set off to one side after checking to make sure they had no pockets. Then she found a cropped jacket that had a small pocket in it. And she crowed with delight when she pulled out a $5 bill from the pocket. Nan's closet was such a lifesaver in so many ways. It kept Doreen busy when she was bored. It gave her enough pocket change to definitely keep Doreen alive right now, while she figured out how to get on her feet. Then the consignment store sales would bring in more money later. Doreen had no problem with getting a job she could do, but she hoped not to go into a fast food industry or waitressing. Although the thought of getting a meal as part of her hours was not something to scoff at. She definitely lost weight since she'd moved into Nan's house. Ramen noodles didn't provide a ton of nutritional benefits, but she was doing her best with what she got. She was proud of how far she'd come. Honestly, she was damn proud of helping solve these cold cases. If the police department would even say thanks by way of food, she'd be happy. The little jacket in her hand was also gorgeous. She had to put it on. It stopped just at her ribs and looked awesome. It was an emerald green, but it wasn't flashy. Knowing she couldn't let it go, she put it off to the side with the other things she was keeping for herself and reached for another item hanging in the closet. The next piece was a strapless gown. She had to wonder how long these clothes had been around. Long enough that they were now back in fashion. She knew this dress wasn't her color and she'd never wear it, so she searched through the folds to make sure no money was tucked in the bra cups like she'd found before. Finding nothing, she then put this one in the consignment store pile. As soon as she gained more room in the closet, she could get her own stuff better sorted. Not that she had much, but she still had a suitcase she had yet to open. Determined to make a bigger dent in the closet than she had so far, she grabbed 10 more hangers and brought them out, laying them on the bed. And one by one she went through them. She found another pocketful of change and a $20 bill tucked inside one of the dresses. Nan obviously didn't want to go out without money, and she wore designer clothes that absolutely wouldn't allow for purses or sweaters or jackets without detracting from the overall look. So she had tucked money inside. With Doreen very carefully going through each piece of apparel, she ended up with a small fortune in Nan's pin money. It was a lovely system of using safety pins to keep money in her clothing. Of those last 10 items alone, Doreen ended up putting all but one into the consignment store pile. Afraid she'd missed something in them, she would go through each piece again before she tucked them into the bag going to Wendy. This was kind of like a sport. With those hangers done, she grabbed another 10. As she brought them out of the closet and lay them on the bed, she realized the closet rod was still too full to accept any of Doreen's own pieces. Nan had jammed in years and years, if not decades upon decades, of clothing in there. Doreen would spend days sorting through this. She pulled up the first piece on top of the newest pile, a pantsuit with pockets that held money. She decided this was the best closet sorting process she'd been through yet. The jacket had money in the inside pocket, which looked like a $20 bill when she pulled it out. But she was delighted to find a 50 tucked inside it too. She checked all the other pockets, then went through the pants. Sure enough, tucked inside with a safety pin was another 10. It was also an excellent suit made of wool. Frowning, she set it off to the side that she'd keep for herself. She'd try on all these in that pile to see if they would look good on her, before making her final decision to keep any. She was a bit of a clothes horse, and some of these items were quality made, as in a serious quality. She went through the next few dresses, more of a shirtwaist style. But only one of them had a pocket yielding a $5 bill tucked inside. She put 3 dresses in the consignment store pile, and then found another silk dress to add to Wendy's pile. Doreen gasped when she held up the gold lame. Wow, Nan. This is incredible. And again, tucked inside the bra cup, she found a $10 bill. This one was hard to see. It had a slice in the material, and just a bill folded up inside. Very smart of Nan. Again, this made Doreen worry she'd missed something in all the others. She squeezed the dress slightly to make sure nothing more was tucked inside, but didn't find anything. Another stack on the bed had been done. Staring at the growing pile of bills in her bowl, she realized Nan had lost some serious money here. She rephrased that because Nan hadn't lost it. She had deliberately pinned money inside so that, if she was out for an evening, she didn't have to take a purse. It was an interesting concept. It had also meant Nan had a lot more disposable cash than Doreen had supposed. By the time she went through 3 more stacks of 10 hangers, she had created a slight bit of relief in the overcrowded closet. She could now shuffle the hangers back and forth a little with at least an inch or two of room. Her consignment store collection was massive too. She grinned at that. But the bowl on the bed with the multitudinous bills and coins made her really smile. Although the stacked clothes she meant to keep were also pretty damn fine. Nothing in that pile would really work for around the house, or for her non-existent job, but at least it gave her clothes to wear to go out, should she ever get that opportunity. Deciding she'd take one more big stack from the closet, she grabbed what looked like at least 15 hangers this time. She could almost hear the closet groan with relief, and the rod seemed to spring back up as she took more weight off it. "Sorry, old house. You've really been abused, haven't you?" "Unintentionally, of course." She laid the hangers on the bed, once again marveling at the diversity of clothing. Everything from pants to jackets to sweaters to dresses to skirts. There was just everything. In the middle of the pile appeared to be 2 bathrobes too. She held them up, looking at them critically. No money was in either of them, but she didn't have a decent bathrobe, as she'd forgotten her silk one in one of the places she'd stayed. These were quite nice, kind of like those found in the 5-star hotels. She set them off to the side and made her way through the rest of the clothing. When she came to 4 pairs of pants, she pulled them out one by one, checked the pockets, found money in every one of them and several pieces of paper. She dumped all the contents, checked the pants over thoroughly and held them up to her waist, finding they were all too short for her. When she thought about that and considered the capri styles of today, she couldn't just throw them out. They were good quality, and she might have a need for them. She put them in her pile to keep and found she was running about 50-50 on the pile sizes. For a long moment she felt guilty about that because, if she could sell something, she needed the money more than the clothes. And then she realized it didn't matter, since this was just her first round. She would end up trying on 20 or 30 of them, keeping only 1 in 10, hopefully. She just needed to keep doing what she was doing. The trouble was, she was getting tired and it was dark out. Tomorrow would be a whole new day. She sat down on the bed. When her phone rang, she picked it up and looked at the unknown caller designation. She snorted and answered it. "What do you want?" She heard a startled gasp on the other end. Getting angry, she added, "Stop stalking me." "Me?" the person asked. "Who are you talking to?" "Well, you called me," she said. "What do you want?" "I was talking to Wendy at the consignment store," the man nearly yelled. Immediately she realized what she'd done. "Oh my goodness. Is this Fen Gunderson?" "Yes," he said. "Who did you think you were speaking to?" "Somebody made 3 nasty phone calls to me last night," she said in a rush of shock. "I'm so sorry. I assumed it was him when I saw it was an unknown caller." He sounded mollified at that. "Wendy said you're looking for some assistance with antiques." She bounced off the bed. "Yes. Nan's house is full of them, but I don't know what might be worth anything and what's really better off at a garage sale." "I could come by and take a look if you'd like," he said. "But apparently, you've got an awful lot going on. Maybe you don't want me interfering." "I'd love your help," she said. "Honestly, if you wouldn't mind, I would absolutely so appreciate your assistance." "When?" he asked. "I don't have too much free time." "I understand," she said. "Any time that works for you would be great." "Maybe tomorrow?" he asked. "Tomorrow is Friday." "Tomorrow is perfect." "What time?" "I start at the Mission Bible thrift store at noon," he said. "How about I come by, let's say, at 10 o'clock? "Perfect," she agreed. "And again, I'm so sorry. If you have a phone stalker, I can understand your reaction. You stay safe now." And he hung up. "Oh my goodness. I'm so bad at this. I didn't even give the poor man a chance to speak," she told the animals. Goliath looked completely uninterested, as if he expected that from her. Muggs was stretched out on the bed with his eyes closed. She'd covered him up with half the clothing as it was. She would never get to bed if she didn't at least sort through the mess she had piled there. So she grabbed one of the large bags she'd found in the bottom of Nan's closet, confirming it was empty first, and then went through every piece once more before giving it to the consignment store. She found another $10 bill, but that was it. With all the clothes bagged up for consignment, she made a heap on the nearby chair of all the clothes she contemplated keeping. Then she quickly undressed, got ready for bed, and curled up under the blankets. Thankfully, no more threatening calls came that night. Chapter 10. Friday morning. She woke up the next morning, bouncy and full of energy. She would finally get some answers about all the antiques on the property. And then she'd talk to Nan about it, because no way would Doreen sell specific pieces of value without Nan's permission. Regardless of its worth, maybe Nan had an emotional or sentimental attachment to some of them. Breakfast first, then a little bit of gardening in her own backyard, and she found herself waiting impatiently for Fen Gunderson to arrive. When she finally saw a vehicle drive up and park in her driveway, she rushed out the front door. The older man who walked up had a cane and appeared to be one step away from death. But then he smiled at her, and she realized he was probably only about in his mid-70s. She walked down the front porch steps to meet him. "Thank you so much for coming," she said with a bright smile. "Let me apologize again for the poor reception you got from me on the phone last night." He waved away her words. "No apology necessary. Particularly when you live alone. One can't be too careful." She agreed. So far, she hadn't been too concerned for herself or the house, but if valuable antiques were here. She led the way up the front steps, then turned to him. "Did you know my grandmother?" He stopped and frowned. "Did she pass on?" "Oh my goodness, no," she said. "She used to live here, that's all. That's why the past tense. She's at Rosemore Manor." A look of relief settled on his face. "Oh, that's good," he said. "I've known Nan for a long time. She's quite a character." Doreen wasn't sure from his tone whether he meant that in a good way or a bad way. She imagined Nan had created both her share of enemies and friends. Doreen led him inside to the living room. "She left me everything in this house," she said. "As you can see, it's incredibly overstuffed. And I would like to sort through what is of value and what isn't." He stopped in his tracks and looked around the room. "Wow. She has packed it full, hasn't she?" Doreen chuckled. Muggs, who'd been on the front porch steps with her, kept sniffing around the old man's trousers. She reached down and pulled him back. "Now you stay out of the way, Muggs." At that moment, Thaddeus, snoozing atop his living room roost, opened his eyes and squawked at the disturbance. Doreen walked over and chuckled. "Sorry, Thaddeus. We didn't mean to disturb your sleep." Fen smiled. "Isn't that a treat? I've met this guy a time or two." Thaddeus crowed, "A time or two. A time or two." And they both chuckled. She motioned at the living room as a whole. "Maybe we should start here." He agreed. He leaned his cane against one of the chairs and walked toward the nearest piece of furniture, a large rich mahogany hutch pushed up against the staircase. She figured it was about 6 feet tall and took up a good 4-foot wide space. A nice piece, but she'd do a lot to be rid of it. It really slowed progress down the hallway. Plus it was in the way, and it made the room look so much smaller. Fen nodded, then looked at it again. "Can you pull it out slightly?" She joined him at that side of the hutch, reached down and pulled it forward slightly, thankful it shifted relatively easily on the hardwood floor. She didn't want to scrape the floor and damage it, or the piece. He muttered as he looked over the back of the hutch, then returned to the front, and continued to murmur. She wasn't exactly sure if the muttering was good or bad, or if he was not quite all here. She walked into the kitchen, grabbed a notepad, took a picture of the piece they were discussing, and put a numeral 1 on top of the notepad page. When he finally turned to her, he said, "It's a nice piece, not very rare, but it's a good maker. Hanover always was known for the pride of their product. But their stuff before 1960 was better. This is a 1960s piece," he said. "I can't find any proof of that, of course, but I would wager this is some of their lesser quality work." She frowned at that. So this is a less valuable piece because of that? He nodded sagely. Yes, my dear. It'll still fetch you a nice price. You know, maybe $1,100 to $1,200. She stared at him. How much? $1,100 to $1,200. Now, if we could prove some kind of a history to it, we'd likely get more, and provenance would help to age it properly. If it is before 1960, it would be worth twice that. She made notes as fast as she could, as he continued on and on about the color and the stain job and the corners. Something about how the corners had been done was extra special. So it made him question the 1960 date of the piece. He'd gone back to muttering, as he opened every drawer, every door, checking the joints inside and out. Finally he turned and said, "Ask your grandmother if you would find any receipts for it." She nodded. "I will." With his help, she moved the piece back up against the wall. "Well, that's obviously worth a more favorable amount of money than I had expected," she admitted. He turned and pointed to the small corner table in the back. "Now that is worth a small fortune." He looked at her. "Do you mind if I take a closer look?" She shook her head. "Please be my guest." She took a picture of the item, as he muttered over it. It was just a small corner table. But he had it upside down, tapping the base. "Take a picture of this," he said, "because that's your maker's mark. And that's what makes this worth at least $7,000, maybe $8,000. She froze, almost dropped her notebook and pencil. "For that piece?" Her voice rose in a squeak. He nodded. "Absolutely." He looked at it again. "It's a lovely piece." He stroked the top in admiration, almost as if it was a loved one or a beloved pet. He sighed happily. "That is so worth making the trip for." "I'm so glad you're here," she said. She didn't want to admit to him that she had been ready to put it outside at the curb and stick a free sign on it to see if anybody wanted to come by and cart it off for her. "When you're ready to sell some of these pieces," he said, "let me know and I'll put you in touch with an auction house." "Is that a good idea?" she asked anxiously. "Isn't an antiques dealer better to deal with?" "You could, but then you'll lose money on their commission, which usually runs 30%, he said. "Special antique auctions are held where you'll get top dollar. Still have to pay a commission, but the auctions usually command a much higher selling price." "Wow," she muttered as she continued to write. After that, he studied piece after piece after piece. And one that she particularly liked was all done in knotty pine. He looked at it, shook his head, and said, "This is one of those Swedish put-together-from-a-box things. I think they call it pre-box." He never checked for a maker's mark. She stared at it. "I really like it." He shot her a look of disgust. "You're surrounded by beautiful pieces, and you chose the cheapest in the entire place." He shook his head and moved on to the next item. She groaned. "I think it was the color of the wood I liked," she offered. She didn't want him to look at her lack of taste and take it as her disdain of the work he did. "That's what all wood looks like," he said, "before it's treated. Most of these pieces are stained. That one barely has any finish on it." He stroked the side of it and said, "You feel that roughness to it?" She reached out and nodded. "That's because they didn't do a full sanding, another coat, then another sanding, followed by another coat. All they did was a basic sealant." "Cheap," he said. "Keep it if you must, if you like it. But since you're looking to sell some of these pieces, then sell the ones you don't care about. Because a lot of money is here in this living room." By the time they had gone through just this room, she was stunned. So many of these pieces were real antiques. Her soon-to-be ex-husband would be over the moon. Nan had never, in any way, made a comment about the value of the pieces she'd left behind. It was just too much for Doreen. She sat down on the couch beside Fen. "May I get you a cup of tea?" He looked at her gratefully. "If you wouldn't mind," he said, "a glass of water would be preferred." She nodded and rushed into the kitchen, where she poured him a glass of water and put on the tea kettle for her. When she returned, he was studying the couch under the window. It had faded and showed its age, but it had big wooden arms sticking out from the big puffy cushions. And all along the back was more wood. Ornate scrolls covered the entire thing. It was comfortable, but it was very outdated. She wasn't a fan. Goliath, on the other hand, lying atop the back of the couch, appeared to love it. He stared at the stranger in the house, and the stranger stared back. She was about to hand Fen his glass of water when he said, "You do realize that cat is lying on a $10,000 piece of furniture?" She almost dropped the glass of water as she gave it to him. "How much?" she asked in a faint voice. He smiled. "You had no idea, did you?" She moved her head from side to side. "No. But it is definitely music to my ears." "If you're not an antiques person," he said, "you're sitting on a gold mine." She pointed to the couch and questioned, "Literally?" He patted the side. "We need to see the underside. Although I already know what this is. It's a Queen Anne couch. Circa 1818, he said. "You can tell from the designs on the footings here." She was seriously gobsmacked. She sank down into a chair. I had no clue. She hated to envision that all her money worries were over because, so far, these were just figures. Not a sale in hand nor any money in her fist. He pointed at the chair she was in. "That is a matching chair you're sitting in." She bounced up. "Is it worth something too?" "Because you have this partial set," he said, "the two pieces, it'll add another easy $5,000, possibly $10,000 to the total price. It was part of a large bedroom set originally. I doubt you'd have the other pieces, but I'm happy to see this much of one." She wanted to break out in a song and dance, but at the same time, she could feel the tremors rocking through her. "I need to talk to Nan," she said. I wonder if she had any idea. "Oh, she knows," he said. "I talked to her about this couch a long time ago." He looked around and frowned. "Do you know where the other chair is?" She looked at him blankly. He pointed at the chair. "Nan used to have two of them." Doreen said, "Just a minute." She ran upstairs. Sure enough, in the master bedroom, underneath the heap of clothing she had taken off her bed last night, was the matching chair. Carefully, she removed the clothing and picked up the chair, carrying it to the living room. His face lit up when he saw it. "Turn it upside down for me, will you?" She flipped it over and he crowed with delight. "See here. That's the maker's mark you want, and it confirms it's part of the same set." He sighed happily. "Please tell me that you'll sell these." "Oh, I'm selling them," she said. "I can't afford not to." "You see. That's where you're different from Nan. She could afford not to. She loved them and she used them well. In your case, if you don't love them and could use the money, you're probably better off selling them." He shot a look at the cat again, who was now stretched out over the couch cushion. The more damage, the less value. She wanted to snatch up Goliath. But he was likely to dig in his claws even deeper. He eyed the coffee table. "That may be part of the original set as well, if you find a maker's mark underneath. I'll leave that to you. Plus, we really need those provenance papers." She nodded. How could this set possibly not sell? The animals could deteriorate the value very quickly. He chuckled. "When I get home, I'll make a few calls. I might get an appraiser to connect with you. Better to get one who can deal with buyers too." "Yes, please," she said. "Selling these pieces would help a lot to open up this living room." He nodded. "And while you're at it, you may want to offer up the Turkish rug you're standing on." She jumped back onto the hardwood floor. He nodded. It's very old. I've talked to Nan several times about selling it. It's for sale, Doreen said, hating the busy pattern, making it hard to see anything else in the room. But it does need a major cleaning. Don't touch it, he said. You'll ruin it. Why is that? Because it's wool with silk threads through it. It must be commercially cleaned by a specialist. She swallowed hard and nodded. She hated to even think about the number of times she might have spilled tea on it. I know I sound terribly money-minded, but what would something like that fetch? He shrugged. The appraiser will do a much better job at estimating its current worth. But I would say at least $6,000, maybe $7,000. It could easily be twice that, depending on the condition of the rug, after a proper cleaning. He leaned over and separated the threads. She could see the deep, rich cream color underneath. Is it supposed to be that color? He smiled. The damage doesn't appear to be all the way through. It's just surface dirt, so it should wash well. She wanted to sit down, but didn't have a clue where she could possibly sit. And then she looked over at the hearth of the fireplace, which she had yet to light, and sat down on the slate. The sooner you can put me in touch with somebody, the better, she said quietly. What about Nan? She nodded and held up her notebook. I'll visit her this afternoon. Good. He straightened up. Maybe I could come back in a few days, after you talk to the appraiser. He looked around the room. Honestly, the sooner you sort out these pieces, the better, so you can see what else is here. It takes time to go through so many pieces. She nodded. Absolutely. Thanks for offering. First, though, is the appraiser. You will send me the contact information, won't you? I don't plan to die on the way home, so you'll be sure to get it when I get there. She flushed. I'm so sorry. She blustered her way through an apology. I don't know what's gotten into me. You see a sudden source of income here, and I imagine you've had a pretty rough time of it lately, he said. But I'm happy the antiques will re-enter the world to some collector who will love them. Nan has loved them, but her time here is gone. And they're not your thing, are they? She winced. Not really. He looked scathingly over at the light-colored pine hutch. Anybody who loves this should part with the antiques. He made his way out the door. That doesn't mean I don't want to see these items go to somebody who will love them, she said quickly. He waved at her. I'll call you when I get home. And she had to be satisfied with that. Chapter 11. Friday early afternoon. She went inside, made herself a cup of tea, and sat at the kitchen table in a daze. The numbers on her page were adding up to an incredible amount. So much so that she had to stop looking at that figure because, like Fen had said, he wasn't an appraiser. It had been his business, but he was out of that. She needed an appraiser, and she needed somebody who would buy this furniture from her. Its estimated value was absolutely unbelievable. It was already almost 1 o'clock. And now she felt even worse for her lack of manners. She should have offered him tea earlier and something to eat. But what? She had nothing to eat herself. Still, her lack of manners, something that would never have happened when she was still living with her husband, horrified her. She sat, drinking her tea and munching on crackers. She checked the time, wondering if it was a good time to visit Nan. It was a balance between Nan's meals, her social life, and naps. Finally, she couldn't wait any longer. She picked up the phone and called her grandmother. Hey Nan, are you up for a visit? Always. Did you have any specific reason? She asked. I just spoke with Fen. Absolutely, she said, come on down then. I'll put on the tea kettle. Hanging up the phone, Doreen finished the last of her cup of tea and called the animals to her. She put the leash on Muggs and looked over at Goliath. Do you want to come too? His tail switched as if saying, do cats meow? Thaddeus walked up Doreen's arm and perched himself on her shoulder. He was strangely still. She wasn't sure if that was a yawn or just a sleepy-eyed look at her. But he kept opening his beak, as if taking gulps of air. She walked out the door of the kitchen and then raced back to lock the door. She'd always been incredibly cavalier about locking up the place. But now that she knew so much money was tied up in the furniture, she was almost giddy with excitement, and yet petrified with worry. What if somebody stole the things now that she'd had the estimator in here? And how could she stop anybody from finding out? That would be the problem with telling Nan. Doreen frowned as she considered the issue, walking toward Nan's apartment. When they got there, she looked around. Dennis, the gardener for Rosemore, was at the other end, and quite busy. With mugs in hand, she raced across the grass. She just made it onto the patio when Dennis, as if knowing she was here, turned and lifted the shovel, shaking it at her. She just smiled and motioned at Nan, seated at her bistro table. Nan chuckled. You two do have fun fighting, don't you? Doreen pulled out a chair. Not really. She glanced at her grandmother to catch the sparkle in her eyes. You look like you've been having a fun morning. Nan went off in a bout of chuckles. We set up a whole pile of betting pools, she said. It's great stuff. She reached over and patted Doreen's hand. I think you have done so much for this town. Thanks, Nan, she said dryly. You know I intended on making a good impression, she said. Not making a fool out of myself and becoming notorious. Nan waved away her granddaughter's objections. Pshaw, she said. I'm too old to care, and you're too young to let it bother you. Forget about the others. Easy for Nan to say. Because, in a way, she was too old to care. Nan had been doing her thing for a long time. In Doreen's case, she was just figuring out what her thing was. She waited until the tea was poured and then asked, Nan, you said I could have everything in the house. Is that correct? Nan nodded. Did you find more pockets full of money? She asked with a twinkle. I used to leave money attached inside my dresses. We had the cutest little safety pins, and the money would slide in the clothes wherever, and you'd never know. Then I didn't have to take a purse. Purses were such a drag, especially when dancing. Any time I took a purse, I forgot it, lost it, dropped it at least half a dozen times. They're really no fun to look after. Doreen nodded. But back then you had coat checks, didn't you? Of course, but a purse was an accessory. It's not like you would hand that over, would you? I guess not. Certainly not. Like you wouldn't hand over a necklace or a bracelet, Nan added. As Doreen thought about how much purses were an accessory for a woman, she realized how accurate Nan's comment was. True. Exactly, she said. And yes, I did say that you can have everything in the house. Doreen was still figuring out if purses went into coat checks or not, and had to bring her mind back to the real topic of their conversation. She smiled. Apparently, you have a lot of valuable antiques in your house. Your house, Nan said comfortably. I do love those antiques, she said. But after a while, they wear on you. Sorry? Doreen asked in confusion. Sometimes she wondered if Nan deliberately changed conversations on her to confuse her. Regardless. I understand that you've had them for a long time. She spoke cautiously. So I wondered if you would have a problem if I got rid of a few of them. Don't worry about those pieces. I figured you'd want to redecorate, Nan said. An old woman's old house full of old furnishings is hardly appropriate for a young, vibrant woman like you. But they are worth a lot of money, Doreen argued. She didn't want there to be any misunderstandings. And that is your money. Those are your antiques, and I don't want to take that money away from you. Nan looked at her. They won't be worth that much money. She settled back comfortably. They are worth a lot of money, Doreen corrected. Why didn't you sell them? Oh, because they brought me good memories. And when you get to be my age and you don't need the money, memories that make you smile are worth everything. Doreen could see that, but for her it was an astronomical amount of money. She still worried that Nan didn't realize just how much money was involved. Did Fen ever tell you how much all that stuff was worth? Well, I paid a pretty penny for some of it, Nan admitted. And it's probably aged nicely with time. He wanted me to ask you if you have some kind of written history, receipts on the pieces. He said it would increase their value. Nan tapped her fingers on the bistro table. I had a large folder with all that stuff. Or maybe several folders. She pursed her lips. I can't remember where that went. Give me time to think about it, and I might remember. And? Doreen said. I'm still really worried that, if I sell some of those pieces, you'll be upset afterward. Nan looked at her in surprise and chuckled. I get that you're really worried about me, sweetie, and I appreciate that. There's nothing more valuable in my old age than to know you care about what happens to me. But Nan, some of those pieces are worth big money, she said. Nan leaned forward and asked, how much? $10, $20, $30, $40,000, Doreen whispered in a very low voice. It could add up to a ton of money. Nan looked at her for a long moment and then said, so if you put all that money in the bank you could earn interest off it, enough so you could live off it, couldn't you? Doreen stared at Nan, tears slowly filling her eyes. Nan reached over, covered her hand, and said, we have a shared goal, my dear. And that's to make sure you're well taken care of. If those old pieces of mine can bring you a pretty penny, then you do your utmost to get the most for them that you can. Do you hear me? She waved her teaspoon. Don't you let anybody steal that stuff from you. Fen Gunderson went over the pieces in the living room this morning, Doreen said. He's supposed to get me in contact with an appraiser. Nan chuckled. Wait until he sees the basement then. Doreen's heart almost stopped. She leaned forward and whispered hoarsely, are you saying more antiques are down there? Nan looked at her and then laughed. Oh my, you haven't been down there yet, have you? Doreen stared at her. Honestly, I didn't remember there was a basement. Yeah, the door is behind all the furniture in the living room, she said. That's why you haven't found it. She chuckled. You know something? You might get enough money out of that old house of mine to set up a nice little trust fund, and you won't need a full-time day job. You could do what you want to do. Set yourself up a little garden design business. Or sit in the backyard and have a cup of tea and do nothing. I'd rather be an amateur sleuth, Doreen said with a wicked grin at her grandmother. At that, Nan went off again in laughter. When she finally calmed down, she leaned forward. What body did you find this time? Knowing she had to give her something after the conversation they'd just had, Doreen said, you can't tell anybody and no betting pools. Promise? Nan frowned, warring with that. Finally, she nodded. But only because you insist. I promise. Doreen told her about the woman she had found in front of the Family Planning Center. Her name, according to Mac, is Celeste Bingham. I met her earlier that day too, making finding her that much worse. Nan gasped, her hand going to her chest. Seriously? Doreen nodded. I was looking at beds of carnations, thinking about the city asking for bids, and found 3 in town to look at. That center was the last one I went to. She frowned and thought about it. I think I was supposed to submit that last night. She reached up and rubbed her lip. Darn. I missed the deadline. She looked at Nan. I was on the fence about whether to submit a bid. I don't do this on purpose, you know? Nan smiled this time, and compassion was in her voice. I'm sorry, sweetie. Finding her would have really hurt, especially if you just seen her earlier. Not to mention throwing you off the rest of your day. Doreen nodded absent-mindedly. Nan leaned forward. Where exactly did you meet her? And she realized that she hadn't told Nan about seeing Celeste at the garden center. I never really met her, she quickly backtracked. Sorry, I didn't realize what you were asking. She glanced at her watch. I've got to go back now. Nan hopped up. Just a minute. She walked into the kitchen and came back out with another half sandwich and piece of carrot cake. I had saved this last night for my dinner, but I was more tired than hungry, she said. You have it for your dinner tonight. I'll feel bad if it goes to waste. And how sad that just the sight of that sandwich set her stomach growling. She smiled at Nan, bent to kiss her cheek gently. You take care tonight. You take care every night, Nan said. Get an appraiser in and then we'll talk. I might know a few tricks to get the best price. Grateful for that much, Doreen smiled and gave a finger wave. Nan gave Muggs a big cuddle and then Goliath, who was sprawled out on the floor. Thaddeus had been suspiciously quiet the whole time. Nan walked over. What's the matter with Thaddeus? I'm not sure, Doreen said. He found something by the creek, she said. In fact, all of them were curious about this thing in the backyard. So I dug it out of the lawn, because he wouldn't leave it alone. It was a license plate. And ever since then he's been like this. Just really tired, not eating. Although he was eating earlier but not a ton. She studied him. He's looking better now though. He gets like this when he's depressed, Nan said. A license plate? She frowned, shaking her head. That creek picks up and drags down the most incredible things. I was thinking the same thing, she said. I gave it to Mac when he stopped by. When was this? Yesterday. Time to go. She scooped up Thaddeus. She stopped at the edge of the patio and peered around the corner to see if the gardener was near. Then, calling Goliath to her, who wandered at a slowed pace, enough to drive anybody crazy, she raced across the grass until she was safely on the other side with Muggs. Goliath, on the other hand, took a few steps and lay down in the middle of the grass. Dennis came running toward Goliath. Nan looked over and said, Go on, Goliath. Go on. But Goliath lay in the grass watching the gardener come toward him, his tail twitching ever so slightly, like he was either pissed or waiting for somebody to attack. Goliath. Goliath. Doreen said, crouching on the ground. Even Muggs started to bark. Dennis raised his shovel like a baseball bat as if to swing at the cat, but Nan's voice rang out, If you touch one hair on that animal, she roared, I will make sure you never have a job in this town again. He froze, then turned and glared at her. No walking on the grass. It's a cat, Nan said, her hands on her hips, the first full outrage Doreen had ever seen from her grandmother. Of course, that side of her grandmother would appear when defending an animal or a child. That was Nan through and through. Dennis backed off. Goliath stared at him disdainfully. When the gardener was far enough away, Goliath got up and sauntered away ever so slowly, as if to say, ha ha ha, as he crossed the grass to join Doreen and Muggs. When Goliath neared the basset hound, the cat smacked Muggs across the face, then ran as fast as he could, heading home. Nan laughed. Oh my goodness, she said. You and Muggs have enlivened things so very much, she called out with a wave. Thank you for coming for a visit. Doreen nodded, shot the gardener a fulminating look, turned her back on him and stalked away. In her own way, she was just as infuriatingly arrogant as the cat. At least she hoped so. But to be honest, Goliath pulled it off 10 times better than she did. They walked beside the creek back home. Doreen carried the sandwich and carrot cake. She was mindful of all the things that could happen between now and getting those antique pieces sold. At the moment, she wanted every expensive piece in the house gone. And that was pretty ridiculous, considering that she used to live in a house full of incredibly expensive furniture too. At the time though, she hadn't realized A, how much it was worth, and B, how that money could have been better spent on other things. But to know that kind of money was in Nan's house now terrified Doreen. What if the furniture went missing or was seriously damaged, like by a flood or rainwater coming through the roof? As soon as she got home, she took pictures of everything, documenting the contents. She hadn't even insured the home and its contents. Maybe Nan already took care of that. That was something she needed to check on right now. Hopefully a policy was already in place. Otherwise, how was Doreen supposed to pay for it? She took photos all throughout the place, covering all the different antique pieces she'd heard about this morning. Out of the 11 pieces in the living room, 7 were extremely valuable, 2 more so. And she was totally okay to have the light pine hutch be her only piece of furniture. Particularly if everything else would add up to an amount of money that would give her a monthly stipend. She couldn't think of a better dream for herself right now. The payout didn't have to be very much, just enough to cover her monthly bills, and so she had money to buy food with. If so, she would be ecstatic. Finally, she finished the picture-taking downstairs and then thought she'd photograph the upstairs too. She walked into the spare room, took pictures of the bed and the dresser. Then she headed over to the master bedroom. She'd been sleeping in a massive 4-poster bed without a thought. It was the same ornate pattern the couch was. Frowning, she took several photos of it, and then of the small matching night tables. It had a makeup mirror and a low counter with drawers up and down both sides. It was kind of cute but not her style. With those pictures taken, she couldn't forget Nan's comment about the basement. But if she couldn't get into the basement, nobody else could either. In the kitchen, she took more photos, but didn't think anything here could possibly be of value. But the dining room was a different story with its large table and 8 big matching chairs. It was a nice set, and she highly suspected it was worth a lot of money. Also the matching double hutches. With all those pictures on her phone, she transferred them to her laptop. As she did so, she thought about Fen Gunderson and using Google, searched his name. According to the articles she scanned, he was well known in the antiques world, so apparently had a lot of connections. He'd been busy with his antique store until a terrible tragedy had struck his family. As she read farther, her heart started to pound. Maybe this is the cold case that Mac won't tell me about. One of Fen's grandkids had gone missing decades ago. The little boy was coming home from school but never made it. She sat back and wondered. Then decided there was only one way to find out. She picked up the phone and called Mac. When his growling voice answered, she asked, "Does the cold case you're talking about concern Fen Gunderson's grandson?" A shock of surprise could be heard on the other end. "Who told you about that?" "He was here today," she said. "I asked him about some of the furniture in Nan's house." "About time you got rid of some of that junk," he said cheerfully. "It's really overwhelmingly stuffed in there." "Yeah, and now I'm wondering about hiring a security guard," she said. "Apparently some of these pieces are worth money. Like serious money." "Really?" His voice rose at the end. "Oh shit. Nobody had better find out. You don't even have a decent lock on the door." "I know," she said. "Fen's supposed to call me this afternoon. Actually, he was supposed to phone earlier," she said. "But I went to Nan's to talk to her about selling the antiques." "Of course you did," he said affectionately. "And I'm sure she was more than happy for you to do that. How did you know she wouldn't want the money herself?" "I didn't know about that particularly," he said. "But if she gave you the house, and she included the contents of the house, plus she left you to care for Thaddeus and Goliath, I presumed she was more than happy to see you get some money out of the furniture." "Besides, the furniture is pretty ugly," Doreen said. "Glad you said that," he said. Antiques are definitely not my style. Anyway, Fen Gunderson is supposed to put me in touch with an appraiser and potentially an auction house that could handle the sales. Wow, he said. That's terrific. I know, she said. I admit, I'm feeling pretty anxious about the whole thing. I can see why. If you're afraid of somebody breaking in, you can always prop a chair under the front and back doors. She said something else that kinda blew me away. What? She said, a lot more antiques are in the basement. After another moment of silence, he laughed. That is one sly Nan, he said. You better get that appraiser in there fast. Not only an appraiser, she said, but I have to find a way to move this furniture out of here to an auction house, if that's what I end up doing. True enough, he said. True enough. So you didn't answer my question, she said. Is the cold case you mentioned about Fen Gunderson's grandson? Maybe. No maybe about it. Why won't you tell me? You'll probably dredge it out of the archives anyway, he said. So yes, Fen Gunderson's grandson disappeared on the way home from school. He was the third young boy to go missing within a period of 8 months, but he didn't fit the same profile as the other two. They were part of the foster care system, and both were quite a bit older. And nobody ever saw him again. He was supposedly seen getting into the truck of a local handyman, Henry Huberts. She remembered another case with a murdered handyman and groaned. And nobody tracked him down. Nobody could find him? We did get the license plate number, but we never found either of them again. Only with this bit, his voice deepened, and a long silence stretched out between them, but with a sense of expectation on his part. Her heart sank as her mind connected the pieces. Uh-oh. Yep, he said. Uh-oh is right. So you know, I have another question for you. You mean I have one for you, she said. It's the same license plate I just pulled out of the creek, isn't it? It is, he said. Now you answer my question. What the hell do you know about this case? Chapter 12. Friday mid-afternoon. After giving Mac some answers, not really having anything much to offer, she hung up the phone. She'd finally convinced him that she knew absolutely nothing about the case, but she would look into it. Don't bother, he'd warned her. Enough is going on in your life. You focus on those antiques. I'd love to, she said, but it'll hardly be a fast answer. Maybe it is, he'd said. If Fen Gunderson didn't contact you yet and he said he would, then you should contact him. I'll have to check, she said. He might have left me a message. Find out, he said. And by the way, my work schedule has been changed. I have Sunday and Monday off next week. We're short-staffed this week, so I offered to work tomorrow. So I can't help you on Saturday. Okay. When do you want me to work at your mom's house? She couldn't understand where the week had gone. If Sunday works for you, he said, then I can pay you on Monday when I come over for your first cooking lesson. Oh, that sounds even better, she said brightly. I'll be sure to stop by Sunday. He hung up the phone. Sitting in place for a long moment, she then couldn't resist. She grabbed her laptop to research the case of Fen Gunderson's missing grandson. The information was sparse, though many of the newspapers tried to blow it up, making a tiny bit of information into something more newsworthy. She went through as many articles as she could find, wondering if she should try the library archives again. It was about the only way to go back that far to see if anything helpful could be found in the old articles. Mac wouldn't give her a copy of the case file, and that was too damn bad. She didn't want to ask Fen, hurting the old man by bringing up bad memories. It may have been a long time ago, but some pain just never went away. She checked the time, realizing it was 8 o'clock. It seems like it was just 8 o'clock in the morning, she muttered. She had an hour before the library closed, according to the internet. Each day of the week seemed to have a different closing time. Why couldn't it be the same every day? She grabbed her keys and drove away, noticing the news reporters were finally gone from her yard. She laughed out loud. They don't even know I'm the one who found Celeste's body. Still chuckling to herself, she went around the few corners to get to the library. She parked and walked inside. The librarian, Linda Linkett, raised her head and frowned. "What are you here for?" Doreen's heart sank. "Hey, don't I even get a smile and hello?" she said with a light sense of humor. Linda pulled her glasses down on her nose so she could peer over the top of them. "It depends what you're here for." "Books," she snapped. She walked past Linda and headed to the popular fiction section. Just for show, she picked up two that looked interesting, looked at the back cover blurbs and put one back, keeping one. Then she headed to the microfiche machine. She moved back in time to 20 years ago. She should have asked Mac for an exact date, but he hadn't been happy to give her anything. She flicked through as many of the articles as she could, but it was frustrating because she couldn't find anything with the Gunderson name. But then, maybe the grandson's last name wasn't Gunderson. "What are you looking for?" Linda asked from behind her. "Information on Fen Gunderson's missing grandson," she said. Linda's eyebrows slowly rose toward her hairline and she shrugged. "Fen's doing me a favor. I just wondered if I could do something to ease the pain of his loss." Linda looked even more surprised, shrugging again. Still feeling like she had to explain herself, Doreen said, "I'm trying to figure out something I can do. I know that's a huge loss in his life, and maybe I can do something to memorialize his grandson's life or to give Fen closure. That might make him happier or give him some peace," she said lamely. It was a good idea. She didn't know if other people had done it or not. She imagined his friends and family had, way back when it originally happened. But of course, she had not been part of his life then. He wouldn't even know she had heard about the case. "You're not far enough back," Linda said, motioning at the microfiche. "It was closer to 30 years ago now. You're also looking for Gunderson's last name. But his daughter married Martin Shore. His little boy was Paul Shore." "Ah." Doreen wrote it down on her notepad and thanked the woman. She went back to the microfiche, hoping Linda would leave. But she stood here, watching as Doreen searched through 29-year-old newspapers. Finally, she found an article entitled "Missing Boy from Kelowna." She read it through. "It's so sad," she whispered. "It was devastating for all of us at the time." "He was the second or third to go missing that year," Linda said. "I knew Paul too. I was his piano teacher." She turned to face Linda, seeing the person she was inside for once and not just the guardian of the information Doreen was hunting down. "I'm sorry," she said sincerely. "I can't imagine." Linda nodded stiffly. "Whatever you do, be sensitive. It's a sore spot for many of us." She turned on her heels and walked away. Relieved the woman wasn't looking over her shoulder anymore, Doreen quickly read through the article once more, writing down a few bits of information, but there was almost nothing said. People reported seeing the boy get into a large beat-up white truck belonging to the handyman, Henry Huberts, who disappeared at the same time. Foul play was suspected. The little boy never showed up again. She just couldn't imagine the heartache the parents and the whole family had gone through. Knowing that your little boy came home at a specific time every day, you looked outside expecting him to arrive, or you worried. She researched a little more, getting as much as she could, but there just didn't appear to be anything more. It was like any normal day, except the little boy headed home from school and never made it. He just dropped off the face of the earth. The end. She shook her head. "No way to find closure with that," she muttered. She stood with her notebook, looked at the piece of popular fiction she'd picked up, walked to the front and checked it out. Linda handed it back to Doreen and said, "I don't know how, with all the stuff you seem to do as your hobbies, you have time to read these mystery books too." "They intrigue me," she said honestly. "I love the puzzle part of them." With that, she returned to her car. Back home, she decided it was time to turn in for the night. So much was going on and her mind was buzzing. She thought maybe the book in her hand might be the answer to getting a good night's sleep. But as soon as she got into bed, her mind buzzed harder. She groaned, got out bed, crept downstairs, not sure why she was creeping when it was her own house. Just to make her feel better, she stomped all the way back up. As she got to the top, she swore she heard a door shut. She froze. Muggs came off the bed and barked like a madman at her feet. He raced downstairs. Horrified, she followed him. "What's the matter, Muggs?" She walked to the fireplace and picked up the poker. She almost chuckled. It was just such a bad movie response that it was hard to resist. Muggs barked as he circled the living room, going into the kitchen and the dining room. Then he headed back toward the front door. "Do you know anything at all?" she asked him. "Or are you seriously just barking for the sake of barking?" He went to the large hutch and continued to bark. The hutch had 2 large doors. She did not want to open either and find an intruder. But she didn't have a whole lot of choice. With the poker in hand, she opened one side of the hutch. Muggs went up to it and sniffed. Only shelving was inside. "See? It's nothing," she said. "Absolutely nothing." But just to be sure, she checked that the front and back doors of the house were locked. Taking Mac's advice, she grabbed a chair and propped it under the front door, then repeated with another chair at the back door. She didn't know if it would make any difference, but she felt better. She marched back upstairs, determined not to let the old house spook her. Of course, now that she knew about the antiques, just leaving her house was hard enough. And to think about somebody getting in and knowing about the antiques terrified her. She wondered if she should contact a security company. But that would be an added expense. Yet, it would be foolhardy not to spend a few bucks a month on a service that protected thousands of dollars worth of expensive antiques. She'd look into that more later. Meanwhile, would Fen Gunderson have told anyone? He might have seemed like a nice old man, but old guys love to talk. Maybe he said something to somebody who said something to somebody else, and now, all of a sudden, her house had been targeted. Chapter 13. Saturday morning. Sleeping in fits and starts, she woke up the next morning at 6:30 and groaned because, as far as her body was concerned, it was time to get up, whether she'd gotten enough sleep or not. Who woke at these hours? Especially on a Saturday? Her mind was foggy, and everything was hazy. Still, she got up, dressed, and went downstairs to put on some coffee. She looked out at the backyard. So many plants and bushes were thriving out there, even with the past neglect, that she didn't know what to do. Because right now everything felt a bit too much. She didn't know where her normal love of life and excitement had gone. But she figured it went with the hours of sleep she was supposed to have, but didn't get. She opened the back door and stepped onto the porch and stopped. She stepped back inside, picked up her phone, and called Mac. "Now what?" he asked. "Can't a guy get any sleep?" She winced as she realized what time it was. "I'm sorry," she said hurriedly. "I propped up kitchen chairs at the 2 doors, like you told me to." She took a hard gasping sob. "Hey, easy, easy. What's going on?" he asked in concern. "Well, I just opened the back door and stepped out." "And," he snapped when she hesitated. "The chair I had propped up at the kitchen door was gone. Somebody had moved it. Somebody was inside my house when I put those damn things against the doors, and then they moved one away from the kitchen door to get out. Stay right there. I'll be there in 10. She stood with her hands trembling, holding the phone against her chest. The dog wandered around, completely unfazed by anything, or so it seemed. She wasn't even sure what the heck she was supposed to do now. The coffee was about 20 feet away, and it seemed too damn far. But she badly needed a cup. Her head spun. She had touched the doorknob, which was probably a stupid thing to do. Her breaths came hard and fast, and her panic alternated from rising to falling as she waited for Mac. She knew it would be at least 10 minutes, because he didn't sound like he was out of bed yet. But true to his word, 10 minutes later he rolled up the driveway. He hopped out and came through the front door. Or he would have, except she hadn't unlocked it. He pounded on the door. She cried out, "I'm here. I'm here. Give me a moment." She moved the chair from under the handle and let him in. He sighed. "Come here." He opened his arms. She fell into them and burrowed deep as his arms closed around her. She knew he could feel the trembling up and down her spine, but she had no way to hide it. It had been a truly scary moment to realize somebody had been in her house. And she had no idea who or for how long, or even what they did while here. So let's start at the beginning. He led her to the kitchen, where he could see the rear kitchen door on his right and the front door on his left. "So you propped up a chair," he pointed to the one near the front door, "and you did the same to the back door, correct?" She pointed to the chair closest to the table. "I put that one under this door. And then I went to bed." "What made you do that?" "I was in bed," she said, "and I thought about getting my laptop. I came sneaking down, though I didn't know why I was sneaking. I was really angry because I felt like I had to sneak. So I stomped my way back up the stairs. But at the top, I thought I heard a noise, like a door shutting down here. And Muggs heard it too. He sat up, caterwauling. So I came back down, grabbed the fire poker and searched the house. We couldn't find anything but," she said, frowning, walking over to the big hutch. "Muggs stood in front of this hutch and barked at it until I opened one of the doors to show him it was empty." "This one?" Mac asked. He stepped forward and threw open the double doors. Inside was just shelving on one side and hanging closet space on the other. "Exactly," she said. "That's what I saw last night. Of course, I only opened half of it." She stared at the other half that was for hangers. "I suppose he could have been hiding in there, but Muggs wasn't barking then." "What did Muggs do then?" "He watched as I put the chairs under the doors, then I went upstairs again," she said. "I didn't sleep well because I kept waking up. And I kept having, horrible nightmares. I finally came down, put on coffee. I opened the back door and stepped out, and that's when I realized a chair should have been there for me to move first." He nodded. "Okay, so you had a midnight visitor. You don't know when they arrived. Were you home all last evening?" She gave him a shamefaced look and shook her head. I was thinking as soon as I left that I shouldn't have left, because what if Fen Gunderson had said something about the antiques in the house? What if this guy was coming in to check it out himself? "Considering the size of this furniture," he said, looking around the living room, "there's a good chance he was doing exactly that. Which means your house is now a major issue. But he couldn't have taken anything with him without some help, and without waking me up," she said. "I really didn't sleep well." "Unless it was small," he said. She gasped and ran into the living room. She stopped in the middle with her hand against her chest. "Oh, thank God." "What?" She pointed at the antique table in the corner. "That thing is supposed to be extremely valuable," she said. "I don't remember how much. So many figures are rolling around in my head, but I think Fen said it was like $7,000 or $8,000. "What?" She nodded. "I'm scared to even touch it. For all I know, a fingerprint decreases the value by $2,000. At that, he chuckled. "Hardly. Nan has abused that little table for years. Plus fingerprints can be buffed away." "I know," she said, "but now I'm really scared." You took pictures yesterday, didn't you? Relieved, she nodded and pulled up her phone. I photographed a lot of stuff, some of the smaller things and all the bigger pieces too. So let's walk around and make sure the pictures still match everything. It took them an hour to check that everything was still here. When Mac was satisfied, she put away her phone. I should have thought to do that myself. 2 heads are better than 1 on something like this, he said. Besides, at least now you know he didn't leave with anything. Probably because you heard him. So what that means is, we now must ensure everything is secured. I need to get the appraisals done. You won't get that done quickly, Mac said. It'll probably be a couple days. I don't know that anybody is local. Fen mentioned an auction house, a big one. But I don't remember now. It sounded like a woman's name. She frowned. But that can't be right. It's Christie's, he said. That's a big one. And if they're interested in all this, you should do well by them. That's what I'm hoping, she said. But I don't know how much commission they take. What you take away is still more than you had with all this just sitting here. At least they'll bring in the right buyers. Okay, that makes sense, she said. But what do we do to get them in now? Just then her phone rang. It's Fen Gunderson, she whispered. She answered it. Good morning. Good morning, he said. I contacted the appraiser. He wants to call you this morning. Okay, thank you, she said. By the way, did you mention to anybody that I had these antiques? No, he said. You don't stay in my business for long when you open your mouth. I didn't mention it to anyone but the appraiser. Not even in passing that you were coming to look at Nan's antiques? No, why? His voice was loud. I had an intruder last night, she said. And I wondered if it was related to the antiques. He gasped. Oh, my dear. Are you okay? She nodded. I'm fine. But now I'm really worried about the antiques. If word gets around a lot of money is tied up in these pieces, then I'm in trouble. Yes. Yes, you are. You should contact a security company, he said. I did think about that earlier. Okay. I can check that out while I wait for the appraiser to contact me. What was the name of the auction house you were talking about? Christie's. The appraiser will help put you in contact with them. They'll need to have photographs. Then they'll probably send somebody out to verify the pictures. Also to see if any provenance can be found on any of these pieces. Right, provenance, she said. That's what you told me about yesterday. How, if I can prove the history of any of the furniture, then it's worth a lot more. Exactly, my dear. So talk to Nan. After he hung up, she turned to look at Mac. He says he didn't speak to anyone. The appraiser is supposed to call me this morning. Okay, he said. I'm not sure what to do about keeping you safe though. If Fen's correct and that much money is tied up in here. He shook his head as he looked around the room. This room is absolutely stuffed. I know, she said, but the thing is, we didn't really take note of this stuff when Nan lived here, like any little old lady's house. But now that I'm here, and I'm looking at it all, and it doesn't suit me, so it seems like it's just old stuff. And you're cleaning out already, he said. You've already done 1 bedroom, didn't you? She nodded. And I'm working on the second one now. I might know a couple guys who would be willing to do drive-bys past the place, he said. I don't think I can get any budget money to have the cops do it. The trouble is, the more people you mention it to, the quicker the news gets around. According to Nan, everybody already knows everything before the media does. He nodded. That's very true. We'll see what we can do though. In the meantime, I have a murder to solve. Yes, you do, she said. Did you ever find the boyfriend, Josh Hubert's? He shot her a sideways look. She nodded. Of course you did. But not the way you think, he said gently. She frowned at him. What do you mean? He was the DB at the scene. It took her a moment to figure out what DB meant, dead body. Oh my God. You mean he's dead? He nodded. Looks like a self-inflicted wound. So he kills his girlfriend, dumps her in front of the family planning center, goes home and shoots himself? It almost made sense. As Mac rolled his shoulders in a big shrug, she realized it was probably something he'd seen many times. I don't know, she said. That seems like a lot of effort to then turn around and take your own life. It depends, he said. You know, people in a rage often do things they regret. These two were known to have had a very volatile relationship. But it's very cold and calculating to dump her body on the grounds of the family planning center, she said, and then to return to the house where he shot her just to shoot himself. That takes it from passionate rage to very clear thinking. Wouldn't he talk himself out of suicide at that point? Plus, that wouldn't work according to the gunshots I heard. 2 and then 2, right in succession. So, unless you found more bullets. I don't think that theory will hold. Forensics is on it, he said. But that is what it looks like. We have to wait for the coroner to get back to us with his ruling as well, of course. She was happy for him if it was solved so quickly. It would be nice if it was an open and shut case. What about the vehicles? Did you find those? He nodded. They were parked in the back. It would be nice to have a quick close to this, so don't go making trouble where there isn't any, he warned. She gave him an innocent look. Don't know what you're talking about. The other thing you could do potentially, he said, is rent a storage locker and put all this stuff in it. Sure. And how will I pay for the storage unit and who'll look after the storage locker? She asked. Good questions, he said with a laugh. But at least those units are behind locked entry gates, and you would have a lock on the storage container itself. She frowned, not sure how she felt about it. Maybe. I'll think about it. You do that. In the meantime, I'll send somebody around to see if we can grab some fingerprints. She brightened at that idea. That's a good thing. Check the chair and the doorknob and the hutch. I don't know what else. Obviously mine and Fen Gunderson's are all over the place. He nodded. Okay. I'll see you in a little bit then. At that he took off, not giving her a chance to ask why she'd see him again. In the meantime, she would get some food and that coffee she had forgotten about. Because as soon as that local appraiser called her, she would need all kinds of information from him. Chapter 14. Saturday mid-morning. She looked at the local appraiser, stunned. Those numbers. They're just flabbergasting, she said. He chuckled. They are indeed. You've got quite a windfall here. I talked to Nan many years ago about selling this living room set. He looked at the couch and chairs. That you've got both chairs is amazing. You mean the 2 side chairs and the couch? She asked. He nodded. They were originally part of a large bedroom set. But to find even 3, 4 counting the coffee table pieces together is pretty special. There should be a little end table and a large bed with night tables and more. If you had the entire thing, I think you'd be looking upward of $50,000. Possibly a lot more. She sank into the closest chair. He smiled. Only if the set was complete. She swallowed hard. Do you want to come and take a look at the bed I've been sleeping in? Are you serious? She shrugged. It has the same kind of scrollwork on the posts as the couch does. His face lit with excitement. Where is it? She pulled herself to her feet and letting Muggs race ahead so he didn't trip her as they went up the stairs. As they got to the top, she saw Thaddeus sleeping on one corner bedpost, and Goliath stretched out across her bed. The appraiser came into the room and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Oh my God! It is! Oh my goodness!" He just stood with his hands over his mouth in absolute delight. "So, I guess I'll be looking for a new bed then? Do you want to sell this?" He turned to her. "I do have private buyers, and I can put you in touch with the auction house." She nodded and pointed at the night tables. "I think they're the same, aren't they?" He removed the lamp from one and carefully picked it up, rotating it to check the back. He sighed happily. "Not only is it one of them, but it's absolutely the same mark as the couch and the chairs downstairs. We must do a further exam to ensure they're all the exact same set of pieces. But it looks like you have almost a complete set." "I would like to sell it," she said. "I'd like to sell as much of it as possible. I won't sleep well or at all, knowing so many valuables are in the house, and I don't have a security system." He looked absolutely horrified at the idea. "Give me half an hour to get this process started. Do you have a table where I can sit down and work?" She led him back downstairs to the kitchen table, where he made phone calls as he opened his laptop. "Do you have photographs?" "I have what I took yesterday." She brought up her laptop and showed him what she had. "Okay, it'll take me a few hours to photograph the maker's marks, and we do need to see if you have any provenance for these pieces. But the fact is, the furniture bears the marks, and that'll give it a certain amount of value. If they're legally obtained, or if you have some bright and colorful history you can document, that'll add more value to it." The excitement never left his countenance. She nodded. "How quickly can we make any of this happen?" "Not that quickly," he said. "I get that you're worried and want to move it. But it'll still probably be at least a week." She sighed. "Okay, then I need to make sure this place stays safe." "You certainly do." He focused on her. "And I know the bed is one you've been sleeping in, but—" He let his words dwindle away. She nodded. "Maybe I shouldn't sleep in it anymore?" "I don't even want to say that to you," he said, "because obviously it's been in good use all these years and that's what it was intended for." He spoke apologetically. She nodded. "Still, I'm not sure I need to sleep in that particular bed. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves here. Let's get the photos done. Then you can get back to me after we've heard from Christie's. Maybe. I don't know which is better. I think for this set probably Christie's," he said, "but I will contact them. And they will want to see the photos, so that'll be first. I do have a camera with me. I'm quite used to taking photographs, if that is okay with you." "Yes." "And—" She hesitated. He looked up at her. "What is it, my dear?" "I already had an intruder last night," she said. "After Fen Gunderson was here. I'm just a little worried that once you take the photographs and leave, there'll be, other people finding out about this." "It certainly won't be from me," he said, "because I'll get a finder's fee. So it's in my best interests to help you make this auction happen with Christie's. If anybody steals anything, it's not because of me." "Of course," she said. "I don't mean to imply you would steal anything. I'm just really nervous." "With good reason," he explained. "Let's get the photographs done and take care of that part." It was a methodical and slow process. They appended every chair and took pictures from every angle. As they went through the entire living room and then the master bedroom, he taught her how to check for the marks and what particular mark was left on each of the sets. By the time they were done with the bed, both night tables and the living room furniture, including the coffee table, she understood what he was excited about. "So you're saying all 7 of these pieces, the coffee table, 2 chairs and the couch, the 2 night tables and the bed, all had that same maker's mark plus the same little—" I don't know what you call it, but the number of the set. He nodded. Exactly. Not only do you have most of a 10-piece set, but they are also part of one set made at the same time. Now a few pieces are missing, which is a shame, but it's certainly understandable after all these years that they aren't all here. She walked around the first floor. I know a basement door is here somewhere, and Nan did say she had more pieces down there, but I haven't found the access door, and I'm sure we can't deal with all that at the moment anyway. He nodded. If we do find it as we go forward, it'll just add to the excitement. At the moment, what you have is already pretty incredible. She gave a happy sigh and sat back. Now I must ask you, he said. Do you have the right to sell these? She nodded. Nan gave me the house and its contents. We have legal documents to that effect, and I spoke to her yesterday about the antiques in particular. She said they're mine to sell as I want. That's very generous of her, he said. Does she understand the value of all these pieces? I gave her a lot of the values as I understood them yesterday from Fen, but of course I didn't know about the set being that much more. I can certainly ask her again, but I'm pretty sure she'll give the same response, telling me it's mine. That would be lovely. He almost rubbed his hands together in glee. I'll send off these photos to Christie's. I have an agent there I deal with. I should hear back by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. She smiled. But you said it would take at least a week. Yes, for the overall sales and delivery process, it could be quite a bit longer, he said. But I should speak to someone from Christie's by phone by tomorrow. So just keep it to yourself, don't tell anybody, and live your life. She smiled. He looked at her, reached out to shake her hand, and said, Remember, all these pieces have been here for years. So don't panic, don't worry about damaging them, just live your life. She walked him out the front door and smiled. He turned and put his card in her hand. She went back in and tucked the card into her purse so she wouldn't lose it. She sat down in the living room, thinking of the words he had just said about living her life, yet she was absolutely petrified to sit on the couch. It was too freaking much money. As long as she could keep these valuable antiques from being gossiped about, then maybe she would be fine. Then she could focus on finding out more about Fen Gunderson's grandson. And something was seriously wrong about Celeste's body being found on the Family Planning Center property, and her boyfriend's at the Hawthorne house. She knew the police wouldn't find out all the answers, especially if they had decided this was a murder-suicide case. She knew the questions from the authorities would just stop. They wouldn't even be looking for answers. Then she remembered what she'd said to the appraiser. She picked up the phone. Good morning, Nan, she said when her grandmother answered the phone. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Okay, she said. I think we had an intruder in the house. Nan's gasp of shock filled the phone. I'm okay though, Doreen said. I'm so sorry, dear. We never did put any kind of security in there. It seems like, all the years I lived in the house, it was a very different town. But nowadays, we have a lot of homeless people. Maybe he was just looking for a place to rest. Nan? Doreen hesitated, not knowing how she would broach the subject. Yes, dear. Did you tell anybody about the antiques? No, of course not, she said. But lots of people already know about them. I've been collecting them for years, decades even. I've had various people over to appraise them. Have to for insurance purposes. So the house and the contents are currently insured? Doreen asked, holding her breath. Of course, dear. Doreen waited for more, but her grandmother said nothing else. Where did you get the bedroom set and the couch set from? Well, that was my grandmother's. I didn't buy that. When you sleep at night, my dear, you're sleeping like royalty. She chuckled. That entire set came from her. But I'm not exactly sure where she got it. I think it's been in the family for well over 100 years. Doreen stared at the phone. From your grandmother? Yes, my dear. I was born too, you know. She said it with such a sense of humor that Doreen laughed. Of course you were. And a sweetheart you are now. I imagine you were an absolutely adorable baby. What about your mother? Didn't she want the set? She hated antiques, so my grandmother gave it all to me. And she had had it for all of her married life. That was close to 50 years, if not 60, Nan said thoughtfully. I've had it since she passed away, so it's been at least 80 years, if not 100 years in our family. I was born late in my mother's life, and Mother was born late in Nan's life. You have no idea where your grandmother got it? No. It's in the paperwork in a folder somewhere. Right. I haven't had a chance to look for that yet. Doreen spun around in the kitchen, wondering where the folder could possibly be. What about the body at the Family Planning Center? Nan asked. Did you hear any more about that? Yeah. The boyfriend, Josh Huberts, was found dead at the house where I heard the gunshots, she muttered. Her gaze studied the cupboards in front of her. She opened them, looking for the paperwork. Interesting, Nan said. Because once you realize who it was, I figure it has to be related to Fen Gunderson. Doreen froze. Nan, what are you talking about? The boyfriend was the grandson of the handyman accused of kidnapping Fen Gunderson's grandson. Seriously? Yes, Nan said. It was a terrible time back then. And I don't know that the handyman really had any evil reason for picking up the boy. Maybe he was just giving him a ride home. What time of year did it happen? Doreen asked, trying to confirm the details from the newspaper articles. It was summertime, right? She thought it was May or June. Oh my goodness. Must have been late spring or early summer. We had high floods that year, Nan said. And I know that really hampered the search efforts. They had assumed originally he had drowned because lots of the streets were flooded, and we had flash floods all the time. But that theory was tossed out the window when somebody came forth and said they saw Paul get into Hubert's truck. Oh, Doreen said. A lot of thoughts were piling in on her. Nan, if you hear any more about that, or if you have any thoughts about where that provenance folder is, can you let me know? I'll be staying home mostly for the next few days, just so I can keep track of what might be. To make sure nobody tries to steal my antiques. Not a problem, Nan said. I wouldn't mind coming over. Maybe today or tomorrow. A lot of history is in that old house. Now, as I recall, one or two of the pieces had hidden drawers. Her voice faded away. Doreen's ears perked up. Seriously? Yes, absolutely. But I don't remember which ones. And I'm not sure how to get into them anymore. I remember playing with them at my Nan's house and always finding little candies and toys hidden away. That sounds absolutely lovely, Doreen said warmly. Anyway, Nan, I'll talk to you later. Whenever you want to come over, just let me know. I can either come and pick you up in the car, or I can walk there, and we can walk home together. Ha! I'm walking just fine. When you least expect it, I'll show up. After she hung up, Doreen grabbed her notebook and wrote down what Nan had said. Then she opened up a file on her laptop, labeling it Paul Shore. As soon as she had a file started, she wrote down the details as she remembered them. Because all she could think of was that lost little boy, and how his grandfather had been so very helpful to Doreen. It was the least she could do. As soon as she finished that, she searched through every one of the kitchen cupboards, looking for Nan's folder. If that had any kind of provenance for these pieces, then she needed it. And she needed it soon. She didn't have a clue how much money all this stuff would bring in the end. It wouldn't be enough to set her up for life, she guessed, but if it gave her some kind of a monthly income until she was a little better established, she would be more than happy with that. An hour later, she was beyond frustrated. She found no folders in the hall closet, in the front closet, in the living room closet, or in any of the kitchen cupboards. She groaned, made herself a cup of tea, and walked out to the living room to sit down again. This time she sat on the floor. Then she remembered what Fen had said about the carpet. And she bounced back to her feet. She walked into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen chair, and brought that to the living room to sit on. "This is ridiculous," she said, realizing she was being foolish. She'd already spilled coffee and tea on the furniture and the rug. She put her tea on the coffee table with a coaster, grabbed her laptop, and sat on the couch. She loved that Nan's grandmother used to hide treats in hidden drawers in some of these old pieces. That was an absolutely special memory. And she was grateful she had the relationship she did with Nan now. "Life is too short," she said. As she researched Fen Gunderson's grandson, she checked the weather reports way back then. It would take a lot of research to get into the weather patterns from that time, just when they were starting to keep records, and way before digital records were made. She wondered if the weather stations could help her. She picked up the phone and called the local station to ask for the weatherman. When she couldn't get through, she got his email address and sent him a query. About an hour later, her phone rang. "Hey, this is Charlie from the weather station. That's a really interesting question you've got there. What are you into?" he asked curiously. "I was checking the weather for 29 years ago in the months of May and June," she said, not giving away too much information. "Are you hot on another case?" She groaned, realizing he already knew who she was. "Not really," she said. "Just looking at the weather patterns for help in redoing Nan's garden." It was only half a lie because she certainly did want to know the weather patterns here. "We do have something digital here, but it's not easily accessible. Let me go back 29 years ago, since 1990. His voice trailed off as he clicked away on his keyboard. "Oh wow. That was a really crazy summer with tons of flooding. The worst in 100 years, I believe." "Right. I heard something about that. Something about how the river rose to crazy heights." "Yeah, absolutely. It was so strong that year that we had cars in the river." "Were they ever pulled out?" "You'd like to think so," he said, "but the river back then was very deep and it flowed right into the lake, so it's hard to say." "How long did the flooding last?" "We had flash floods off and on for about 3 or 4 days because of the mountain's snowmelt. Everything on top melted, came down, and we had a lot of heavy rainstorms at the same time too. Kind of like a perfect storm of various elements. We ended up with this massive flood that just didn't quit." "Is that what you're looking for?" "Yeah. Do you have anything you can pop into the email for me to refer back to?" "Sure," he said. "If it brings up anything interesting, let me know, will you?" She chuckled. "Not sure what you're talking about, but will do." She hung up. Now she had a pretty damn good idea what happened. And yet, she had to believe that the authorities and even the family members were checking on the weather way back then too at the time of the boys' disappearances. She sorted through the years of weather, then realized she needed to ask Charlie one more question. She hit redial. When he answered, he said, "Wow. Found something already?" "No," she said. "I was wondering, considering that was a year with heavy flooding, have we had a year since then where it's been incredibly dry? You know. Like, where the lake would be at its lowest point in 100 years? This year," he said. "It's been one of the driest years ever. Our rainfall is way down. The mountains had almost zero snow last year. Remember how the ski mountains were in trouble?" She didn't tell him anything about not having been local back then because she didn't want to remind him how she had just arrived and was causing the current chaos. "So what does that mean in terms of the lake levels?" It means by the time we hit August, September, October, he said, it should be pretty darn low. Oh, interesting. Of course you don't have any underwater radar or anything like that, do you? No, he said. But a bunch of stuff was done when people came looking for Ogopogo. A research company wanted to find critters in the lake, and I know they did all kinds of stuff, but I don't think any of that is publicly accessible. Do you know what company it was? No, he said, but it shouldn't be too hard to find. They were in the news quite a bit because, of course, everybody was taking bets on whether they would find the Loch Ness Monster of Okanagan Lake. Interesting. So you're expecting this summer we should have the lake at its lowest level? This whole year was pretty bad. We had a lot of heavy snowfall, which means heavy flooding to come, he said. So the city opened the locks and let out water from the lake in preparation for the spring runoff levels. Then, when the heavy flooding didn't materialize, the lake itself didn't rise as much as was expected. He explained it very well, but for her, it was hard to process all the information. She nodded though, as if she understood. Again, any chance of you putting that down on paper? Because that was a lot of information. He laughed. Sure. Sounds like I'm giving a history lesson to somebody from out of town. Well, I am partially, she said. I've been around Nan lots. But that doesn't mean I remember all this stuff. Good enough, he said with a smile in his voice. She hung up again, and going off in yet another tangent, which was very unlike her, she searched for drought areas in town, realizing the entire lower Mission area was a floodplain. So it was flooded with high waters whenever the water from the rivers and the lake went high. But then it became a drought area whenever water levels dropped even lower than normal. It made a lot of sense. But so did something else. She researched companies that had done any kind of deep water imaging of the lake. But she wasn't getting any true hits for what she needed to find out. Then she remembered how Charlie had said something about bets and called Nan. Have you ever placed a bet on whether they would find a Loch Ness Monster in Okanagan Lake? Nan laughed. Oh my, she said, catching her breath. I made so much money on that bet. Why would anybody bet on that? Because somebody here suggested they had seen a Loch Ness Monster, and that it would be found with the new technology, so a lot of people were determined to agree because they really wanted to see it. Whereas I was of the opinion that it didn't matter how good the technology was, some things we were never meant to know. Doreen happened to agree with Nan on that one. Okay, so you bet against it. Why would you have made so much money? While I was sitting in a coffee shop, she said, her voice lowered so nobody around could hear, I heard a couple folks from the research crew discussing their project. They were running out of money, and they had until midnight the next night. So as soon as I heard that, I knew exactly when to set my time for when the research company would call it quits. Midnight, obviously. And I was right on, which paid with a heavy bonus. She laughed. Best bet I ever placed. Do you remember the name of the company that did the imaging? A science lab research thing, she said, her voice thoughtful. Oh, I remember Oceanic. They came in with a minisub and some fancy radar machine. Okay, Doreen said. That's something I might be able to look up. Wait, Nan said. Don't hang up yet. That's all I needed to know. Thanks, Nan. And she hung up before Nan could ask any more questions. Then she deliberately turned off her phone so her grandmother couldn't call her back. She didn't want anybody asking questions she wasn't ready to answer, and then she researched the corresponding articles. By the time she was done, she was exhausted. And as she looked at the phone, she realized it was already dinner time on a Saturday evening. Yet she hadn't even had lunch yet. She groaned. If Mac knew that, he'd be all over me. She turned her phone back on to see several messages. She sighed, checked them out, and sure enough, 2 were from Nan, but 1 was from Mac. She called him back. "Hey," she said. I had the phone turned off. Things got a little crazy here. How did it go with the appraiser? It went very well, she said. Then I talked to Nan a bit more, and apparently the big set, couch, chairs, coffee table, my bed, night tables, were all part of a bedroom ensemble from way back when. So all the pieces are going to the auction house, if and when they want them. So we had to take photos, note the maker's marks, any damage to the pieces, you know, all that good stuff. Wow, he said. That sounds hugely positive. She laughed. It really does. I'm super excited. I know it won't be enough to replace what I lost from a proper divorce settlement, but Nan was the one who suggested I might be able to invest some of it, so I get a little bit of a monthly income, at least enough to live on. That sounds like something you should seriously think about, he said with surprise. Nan sounds like she's very astute when it comes to money. Maybe, she said. And she didn't buy those particular antiques that make up that one big set. They were handed down to her by her grandmother. Well, there's some of your provenance, he said. Some, she said. She's trying to remember years and dates, and that's a whole different problem. Sure, but if you get your great-great-grandmother's name, you could do some research on that too. She hadn't even thought of that. She crowed in delight. This will keep me busy for a few weeks. Of course it will, he said. Except for one thing. Did you know that the guy who supposedly committed suicide, Josh Huberts, was the grandson of the handyman accused of taking the missing boy, Paul Shore? That Josh Huberts is the grandson of Henry Huberts? Dead silence came from Mac's end of the conversation. Chapter 15. Where did you hear that? Mac asked. Nan, Doreen said. Once she heard the Huberts name, she was all over it. And Linda, the librarian. I didn't even think of that. He groaned. He muttered away in the background, and she could hear the keys on his laptop clicking. It doesn't mean it has anything to do with the other, though, she said quietly. No, he said, but the fact that we have a dead family member, and the license plate, of course, always makes me very suspicious. Of course it does, she said. But it doesn't have to be related. Just keep that in mind. He chuckled. Isn't that my line for you? You're the one always trying to make big bad things happen out of nothing. Maybe, she said. But I have a lot to focus on right now. Speaking of which, he said, a couple buddies of mine were talking about the problem with your house. 2 of them are on patrol tonight, and they'll take a couple drive-bys once an hour while you're asleep. I think you need to take extra care for the next few days, until we get this straightened out. But they will continue to keep an eye on your place. And there'll be no charge. Just concerned citizens giving you a hand. She smiled. Thank you, she said with heartfelt sincerity. I really appreciate that. So you should, he said with a chuckle. And now you owe me one. He hung up. Into the empty room she said, Ha, you're the one getting the credit for closing all these cases, so you owe me one. And if my current theory runs true, you'll be able to close yet another one. But it was too early to crow about that. She still had a little work to do first. As such, she sat down and continued to read the articles on Oceanic. The company was out of Washington. She frowned, realizing it was already past business hours, and she couldn't contact them tonight. But she sent an email, asking if they had done the study on Okanagan Lake within the last few years. She'd forgotten to ask Nan for the year this was done, and Weatherman hadn't mentioned it either. She rewrote the email so it didn't mention a year. Just any of their research with imaging on the lake itself. Once she sent that off, she was done for the moment. She had so much stuff in progress that her head was spinning. At that moment, Goliath jumped onto her lap and insisted on a cuddle. She groaned, gratefully sank back into the couch, pushing away from her laptop, and just held him for a moment. But he wouldn't have any of that. He kept butting his head against her chin. "Did I forget to feed you again?" she whispered. She could hear little meows in her ear. "Well, it wasn't just you I forgot to feed. I didn't get any lunch either." She got up and went to check the animals' food supplies, and sure enough, all of them were out of food. As soon as Muggs heard her grab the dog food bag, he came running. She served him a generous portion, realizing the bag itself was getting a little low. "Muggs, we need money," she said. Muggs barked, as if agreeing. She fed Thaddeus and gave Goliath a can of soft food. "If nothing else, guys, we'll get paid if we work for Mac tomorrow. Thanks to Mac. That should help us a lot." It wouldn't be much but enough for her to get a few more groceries, or alternatively get food for the animals, depending on her own food supply as to which one would come first. Then she remembered the money she had in the bowl upstairs. When she had removed the pile of clothing to bring the chair down to show to Fen Gunderson, she'd put the clothing on top of the bowl so it would be hidden when the appraiser was here. She wanted to just have a bath and chill for the evening. But she wasn't at all sure about sleeping tonight. She needed it, she was really exhausted. She also needed some food. She went through her cupboards again and found it would be either cheese and crackers, which sounded deplorable because she was tired of the same foods, or a hot bowl of ramen. That one hands down. With yet another bowl of ramen while the darkness settled outside, she propped chairs up against the inside of the front and back doors, leaving a light on downstairs so others would think she was still up. She closed the curtains to project just a glimmer of light outside, and headed upstairs. She kept her bedroom light on low as she looked at the big bed, wondering at the centuries, well, at least the decades of use it had had. "Nan, you did a hell of a job taking care of this for your grandmother. You knew where it came from. And you wanted it to go to me, even if I sold it. That's huge for me. It is so huge." On that thought, she wondered if the provenance folder was somewhere in this room. She looked under the bed, dismissed the night tables which weren't even big enough for a folder, then she opened the closet doors and groaned. As soon as she did that, everything came cascading forward. She still had yet to get through even 10% of the closet's contents. Stacks of clothing remained everywhere. "This is a major job," she said to the animals. "But hey, we're up for it. The payout is incredible." She prepped herself for bed and hopped in. As she lay here thinking about the years and years that people had slept on this very spot, it made her smile. Something was so very comforting about that. The thought that she was sleeping on thousands of dollars was less than comforting. She'd become cavalier about money when she had lived with her husband. Since she didn't get money, or so he said, he took care of the finances. She resided among so much opulence, but she had no idea of the costs or the brand names or where it all came from. A brand new piece from a store or a family heirloom handed down? None of that had really occurred to her. Realizing that the bed she was now on probably was worth more money than her marital bed just astounded her. Her husband had been all about how much money he had spent on their furnishings, impressing himself more than Doreen. She would cheerfully have traded it in for a regular bed, and used the money to help somebody in need. She hadn't realized how many people were in need until she became one of them. Chapter 16. So much was going on in her head that it was hard to calm down. She was excited over the potential sale of the antiques, panicked with worry that something would happen before she could cash in on them, and feeling guilty as hell because these pieces had been in her family for a century. How did that make her feel? They all had enough money that they could hang on to these pieces and enjoy them. The devil inside whispered to her, "You don't like the furniture anyway, so what the hell? Just get rid of it." But it was definitely a toss-up as to what she should ultimately do. Shaking her head, she also pondered the cold case she'd been working on. But she couldn't get any more information to confirm or deny her hypothesis. She knew the townspeople would have gone looking for anybody missing in the floods. That was an obvious thing to have done. But where could the little boy and the handyman have gone? Apparently there had been no signs of them ever since. And that was strange too. Henry Huberts had family in Kelowna. He also had family in the nearby towns of Vernon and Penticton. So you'd think somebody there would have heard from him. But if he'd done something absolutely horrible, then he probably would have walked away from everything he had known and never returned. She couldn't imagine doing something like that. Then she stopped and drew herself up short. Okay, so I've done something like that, she said, but I didn't walk away from Nan, just my old life with my ex. Not that I had much choice. Besides, Nan was my cornerstone in this crazy new world. Then she had to consider the intruder last night. Was he coming back? She was tempted to grab a blanket and sleep on the couch. At least then he would wake her up. Up here she might miss him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that was a good choice. She grabbed her comforter and called the animals. You guys might as well come downstairs with me, she said. You'll be my alarm system. She made a bed on the couch. It seemed odd to be sleeping on something worth so much money. But she figured that more than one person had slept on it over the years. She laid a sheet down to preserve it, which also felt stupid. But it didn't matter. She would do what she had to do. She stretched out, shutting off the light, leaving her upstairs light on. She pulled the comforter over her and felt measurably better. Nobody would sneak in here now without her knowing it. But they might try. She frowned and thought about that. Then she left her warm covers and grabbed the poker from the fireplace. With that at her side, she curled up in a ball, Goliath laying on her hip, Muggs at her feet, and Thaddeus resting on the back of the couch. And she snoozed away. A low warning growl from Muggs at her side woke her up. As she shifted, Goliath dug his claws into her hip, and it was all she could do to hold back her yelp. She looked up to see Thaddeus's eyes gleaming in the darkness as he stared toward the kitchen. The kitchen was out of sight, but the doorway that led to it was where something had grabbed all their attention. She listened, hearing the doorknob rattle. If it was the same person who had come last night, she figured he should know a chair was there. So it wouldn't work to get back in again. She carefully moved Goliath and snuck out of the covers with Muggs at her side, placed a hand on the back of his neck, and whispered, "Shish." Goliath rose and stretched, arching his back high into this weird witch's cat look. And Thaddeus, not to be left out, jumped onto her shoulder, digging in his claws in his panic to not be left alone. She crept forward and with the lights out, she could see a shadow outside at her kitchen door. The poker was firmly in her hand as she got closer to find out who the hell was here. She should have checked out the front to see if a vehicle was parked anywhere. Not that an intruder would be stupid enough to pull up into her driveway. But if he had, then Muggs would have definitely heard that. But the intruder had full access to her backyard now. Something she hadn't considered when she had pulled down the dilapidated rear fence. Not that she'd been considering assholes breaking and entering her property, either. She'd been all about cleaning up the rat's nest of 3 different mixed fencings and opening up her view to the creek. But it also meant it was easier for people to creep into her yard. She frowned, seeing the same shadow, wondering how she could open the door suddenly and smack him one. The doorknob turned again. This time somebody had a tool scraping on the other side. He's trying to pick the lock. She frowned deeper and crept along the kitchen to see if she could see from the kitchen window by the table, but he was behind the framework of the door, so she couldn't see him. She knew he couldn't come in this door because of the chair propped underneath. She crept back to the front door, taking a quick look for any suspicious or unknown vehicles. At the bottom of the cul-de-sac was an old flatbed pickup. She stared, wanting to go outside to take a picture of the license plate, but was afraid to. She pulled out her phone and sent a text to Mac. Intruder at back door. Trying to pick lock. Then she turned off the volume on her phone, leaving it in her hand so she could feel the vibrating buzz instead. She crept back into the kitchen to see who wanted in. He appeared to have given up on the lock and stomped his feet on the veranda. She was surprised he let his frustration get the better of him because, if she'd been upstairs, she would have heard that. Then she heard him swear. With an ear cocked against the door, she still didn't recognize the voice. A buzz in her hand alerted her. She backed out of the kitchen, hoping the intruder hadn't heard her. What she wanted to do, if he disappeared to the front door, was to go and see who it was. There was one simple line from Mac. On my way. But she knew he'd be at least 10 minutes. Could the animals attack the intruder enough to detain him? And if so, should it be at the front door or at the back door? If she unlocked the front door and he came in. That was the last thing she wanted, having her intruder inside to see those antiques. Nan had had her door open for anyone and everyone all those years she had lived in this house, and these antique pieces were still sitting here. But the minute word got out that the pieces were worth big money, Doreen knew everybody would view things differently. And they had, as witnessed by her 2 intruders to date. Or one guy coming back a second time. She vacillated between her choices when her intruder gave the doorknob one last hard shake, then he stomped down the veranda steps. He was a large man, wearing a black hoodie, with a baseball cap under the hoodie. She watched as he disappeared, at a run toward the front yard. She raced to the front door, not worried about being quiet. He tried the front door. She watched as the knob turned in his hand. The simple little closure defeating him. He brought out his tools again. She held up her phone in camera mode, ready to take a picture, but the curtains on the big front windows were closed. It was too dark for a flash because it would bounce back, reflecting off the window. That wouldn't work for her either. No way in heck would Mac get here fast enough. As soon as he did arrive, this guy would run. The best thing she could do was sneak out the back and come around to the front and see if she could trip up her intruder. With that thought in mind, she went to remove the chair at the kitchen door, propped it open for the animals, and then slipped around to the side of the house. She could see headlights turning down toward the cul-de-sac as she came around to the front. But her intruder still worked on entering the front door. He saw the lights coming and crouched below the railing. The light came up, going over his head and coming down and around the corner. Sure enough, it was Mac. She wanted to cheer. When her intruder realized the vehicle was coming toward him, the guy bolted down the front porch steps and tried to run away. But he came first into contact with Goliath, who snuck between his legs, tripping him. As he fell flat to the ground, Muggs barked in his ear. With the fireplace poker in hand, she stomped her foot on his back and held the poker tip against the center of his neck. "Don't move," she said in a deep, dark voice. He squawked and lay still. As he squawked, so did Thaddeus, crying out, "Body in the garden! Body in the garden! Body in the garden! Body in the garden!" He wouldn't shut up. Mac ran over. "Thaddeus, are you okay?" The bird stopped speaking and preened. "Thaddeus is fine. Thaddeus is fine." Mac had a flashlight and shone it at the man underneath her foot, but caught sight of the poker and followed her arm up to Doreen's face. "Are you really out here confronting your intruder?" he asked. She glared at him. "You know how I feel about the contents of that house." He raised both hands in utter frustration. "This guy could have killed you. And I could have killed him." She poked the point of the poker into the guy's neck for emphasis. "Yeah," the guy called out. "What the hell is going on? You were trying to break into this person's house." Mac squatted in front of him. "Get that dog off me." Muggs was on the guy's back, his mouth full of the guy's shirt. "Nah. I'm not doing that. I'm not exactly sure what technique he's using, but he's usually a pretty good watchdog. It's my house, the guy blustered. I forgot my key. At that, Doreen poked him harder in the neck. That's my house, she snapped. How dare you? Oh no you don't. That was Nan's house, and she lost it to me in a poker game. Oh yeah. And when was that? Mac asked in a drawn voice. 2 nights ago, he snapped. Well that's nice, Doreen said. It wasn't her house to bet in a poker game. It's in my name. Legally. Like 2 weeks ago. And I don't believe you. She would never have put up the house in a poker game. She said I could have anything I wanted. That's nice, but it's not hers to give away, Max said. The man glared at him. She said it was hers. Well, it's not, Doreen said. It's mine. The guy tried to roll over and look up at her. I'm Doreen, Nan's granddaughter, Doreen said, and you're nothing but a dirty rotten liar. Dirty rotten liar. Dirty rotten liar, Thaddeus squawked, his wings wide as he flashed his brand new words at everyone loud and clear. Mac leaned back on his haunches and chuckled. I thought you were teaching that bird to say nice things. I forgot, she said. Who knew he'd pick up that phrase? Dirty little liar. Dirty little liar. The man groaned. I'm not lying. Yes you are, Doreen said. Because you were trying to pick the locks to get in. Of course I was, he said. How else am I supposed to get into my new home? In the middle of the night? Mac asked. I don't think so. He reached around Doreen, grabbed the guy's arms and hooked him up with handcuffs. He turned to Muggs, who didn't appear to want to let go of his quarry. Sorry, big guy, but I have to take this perp down to the station and arrest him for breaking and entering. And attempted assault and attempted theft. I didn't steal anything, he roared. And you're the ones who assaulted me. You're trying to break into my house, Doreen said. I'm allowed to defend my home. I didn't steal anything, he snapped. How do I know that, she asked. You were in my house last night. Weren't you? I'm still trying to figure out just what you might have stolen. And then you came back this time, so you were obviously back for more. You don't know anything, he spat out. I was just looking around the place. I wasn't hurting anything. No, you were casing my place. She glared at him. Looking for what you could steal. Admit it. Hey, I wasn't hurting anything, he blustered, but Mac had heard enough. He hauled him to his feet, dumping Muggs unceremoniously to the ground. But Muggs wasn't to be deterred. He grabbed a hold of the guy's pant leg and tugged it. With Mac pulling in one direction and Muggs in the other direction, the guy was being torn in two. Doreen figured it was better to walk Muggs toward Mac's car, so at least the basset hound was going the right way and was a help, not a hindrance. At his car, Mac put the guy in the back seat and turned to look at Doreen. Are you all right? She sighed, staring at her intruder. I am. But I'm not real fond of him. The intruder glared at her from the back of the vehicle. She looked over at Mac. Do you know who he is? Not yet, Mac said, but I will find out. Go on. Get some sleep. The excitement is over for tonight. He hopped in the vehicle and drove away. Chapter 17. Sunday morning. The next morning she woke up, still sleeping on the couch but feeling a whole lot better. She stretched, groaned slightly at the way her back didn't appreciate the new sleeping position, and realized it could have something to do with the weight of Goliath lying on the small of her back. She moaned. Goliath, you need to go on a diet. A huge furry arm stretched over her shoulder, the paw coming to rest on the inside of her forearm, with the claws out to squeeze ever so gently. Okay, she said, maybe not a diet. Still, you are one heavy cat. He stood and shoved his face into hers. Very gently, and hanging on to his body, she twisted underneath him so the cat was now stretched out on her belly. She looked around to see Thaddeus perched on top of the couch, sleeping. Muggs, aware that she was awake, now shoved his jowls into her face, probably out of jealousy of Goliath. She chuckled. "Good morning, guys. We had an eventful night again, didn't we?" She checked the clock and saw it was already 8. Good thing she didn't really have anything to do today. She would go to Mac's mom's garden, but now Doreen hated to leave her house. She also had more research she wanted to do. And that would take a bit of time. Since it was 8, maybe she had some email responses. As she stood, she groaned. "Coffee. We'll put it on first. Then we'll have a shower." And that was what she did. When she came back downstairs 40 minutes later, dressed and her hair no longer dripping, she felt marginally better. When she checked her emails and saw a response, she felt a hell of a lot better. Instead of jumping into the message from Oceanic, she grabbed a cup of coffee first, then sat down at the table with a piece of toast. She slowly read through the email and crowed in delight. They had completed a project in the lake. They had been looking for the large mammal that everybody had spoken about, but hadn't found anything. And was she looking for something in particular? She wrote back and gave them the location she had been worried about, thanking them for any information they had. With that sent off, she finished her toast and coffee, considered contacting Mac to see if he'd gotten any more information out of her intruder. But maybe Mac had gone to bed really late after questioning her intruder. She didn't know how that worked with him. She sent him a quick text. "It's morning. Did you get any information out of my intruder last night?" Instead of texting her back, he phoned. He's still saying it's his house, and he wasn't trying to break in. "Well, it's not his house," she said heatedly. "No," he said, "but he's figuring by saying that, he'll get off without having any charges pressed." "What does he do for a living?" she asked suspiciously. "And what's his name?" "What are you gonna do with that information?" "See if he has any connection to Nan. I'm afraid somebody overheard a conversation about the antiques here." "That could be possible," he said. "His name is Brandon Byers. I believe he's a janitor at the elementary school." "Ha," she said. "I wonder if he does part-time work over at Nan's retirement home too." "I can find out," he said. "Anyway, relax, have a good morning, and if you get a chance to go to Mom's garden, go for it." "I'm just really hesitant to leave this place alone," she said. "With good reason," he said cheerfully. "But you can't be a prisoner. You need to do other things." "I know that," she said. "Even when I am at home, apparently things get me into trouble." "Exactly," he said. "So don't worry about it." And he hung up. She thought about it and knew he was right. She had a key, so she could lock the doors. She could leave the chair propped up against the front door. The garage was full of junk, and its doors were inoperable. If she could get that garage cleaned out, she could park her Honda inside and lock that door too. It was just such a mess in there. Nan hadn't gotten rid of anything in this house for the last 40 or so years. At least from the looks of it. Because Doreen would reap the reward for that, she could hardly complain. She would look up who this asshole was, who thought he could walk into her place first. She called Nan, her source of all information. "Do you know a Brandon Byers?" "Oh, the new janitor," Nan said. "Yes, I absolutely do. He works here part-time." "Why?" "He tried to break into my house last night. I think your retirement home needs to hire somebody different. I suspect he overheard our conversation about the antiques and decided to come look for himself." Nan was horrified. "Oh my dear, that's terrible. Do you think he's the same one who was there the previous night? Yes, it was him both times, Doreen said, not wanting to think about the alternative. If two different men were involved, that would be awful. I don't want to think about two intruders. That would be too much of a coincidence, Nan said comfortingly. I will be sure to tell the management here. Yes, because if he's overhearing those kinds of conversations, he could be going into apartments and stealing things at Rosemore Manor, Doreen said. You can't trust him. Now that you mention it, there have been some complaints about a few pieces going missing. Vernon said somebody took $20 off his dresser. I wonder if Brandon was around then. Somebody needs to investigate that, Doreen said heatedly, because Brandon was certainly here last night. Mac took him down to the police station for questioning. I don't know if they'll charge him or what, but I sure as heck don't want him left on the streets. That was really foolish of Brandon, Nan said. He'll lose both jobs because of this. It sounds like he should be losing both jobs, Doreen said. Think about it. The guy is a thief. Oh, by the way, he also said he won the house in a poker game with you. At that, Nan's outrage turned into sheer anger. I would never bet the house on a game. Not even in any of our betting pools. Not when it was mine. And certainly not when it was yours. I knew that, Doreen said. I told him that too. I'm glad you did, she said. How dare he spread such horrible rumors about me? And why, she cried out. What could he possibly expect to get out of that? Access to the antiques, Doreen said. Wow, she said. So, did you ever figure out who was your caller? Interesting, Doreen said. I wonder if that was him too. I'll mention it to Mac. I'd love to have that locked down too. I figured it had more to do with the recent murders, what with the guy threatening you would be dead next. Could be, Doreen said in a noncommittal voice. I don't know for sure though. With that, she signed off with her grandmother. But she felt better now. The retirement home could do something about Brandon. Doreen still couldn't shake off the feeling that maybe he'd nicked something from her place the first night. After all, he was actually inside that time. The trouble was, so many knickknacks were here that she couldn't begin to pinpoint what he might have taken. And her antiquities appraisal had been based on the larger furniture pieces. She'd taken multiple pictures herself, but so much stuff was here that she couldn't be sure. In order to push along the sale of these expensive antiques, and to get them out of her home, Doreen needed that provenance folder of Nan's. In the back of her mind, Doreen thought it would be either in the master bedroom closet upstairs, or in the basement. She now remembered the basement from her childhood, where Nan had kept her canning supplies for her preserves. Doreen remembered a musty smell on the furniture at the time. And how she hated going down there because of the poor lighting and the spider population. Now any antiques down there could be ruined if Nan hadn't properly protected them from the musty, damp environment. But that wasn't today's priority. She did have to get to Millicent's garden. She was probably better off doing that right now. With that thought in mind, she packed up, grabbed a pair of gloves, a water bottle, an apple, and the animals in tow. She walked the creek way around to the garden. Millicent didn't have access to the creek from the back of her yard. Doreen walked around to the front of the block. As she walked up to the front porch, she saw no sign of Millicent in the window. Doreen carried on through to the back, hoping at least Mac had told his mom that Doreen would be coming today. As she stopped at the backyard gardens, she smiled to see how much work they'd done. The begonias had been transplanted. The daisies had been transplanted. The irrigation was being installed, with some of the digging in progress. Lots of weeding was also in progress, and the shrubs still needed some pruning. She got to work. She was sticking to 2 hours every week and just keeping up with what was absolutely necessary. And then, as more was required, Mac would give her a hand to cut back on some of the heavier physical work. It wasn't that she cared about that. She was more than happy to have the hours and to do the work. But some of it was too heavy for her to do alone. She lost herself in her work, only coming up for air when her watch told her that 2 hours was up. She was happy with the amount of weeding she'd accomplished, but still so much was left to do. She should, by rights, be working 4 hours a week here. But she knew money was tight for them to pay somebody too. She collected her animals, who had done nothing but sniff and wander around the garden enjoying themselves, and started back to her place. She went along the creek again, absolutely loving the pathway, focusing on that, easily ignoring things swept downriver that she'd found. That was good, because the last thing she wanted to do was find more ugly things in the water. It would just spoil the creek for her. Having found a dismembered arm had been a huge shock. But she was quite happy in that she and Mac had found the rest of that body too, and the poor woman could be put to rest, all the pieces of her in the same place. Leaving the creek at the pathway to the cul-de-sac, Doreen sauntered back home. As she walked past Ella's empty house, the neighbor who had accused Doreen of interfering in all kinds of stuff. But with Ella now facing a trial for murdering her brother, Doreen figured Ella's house would be for sale soon. As she walked closer to her place, the old neighbor on the other side of her stepped out to grab the newspaper. He looked at her and frowned. She looked at him and smiled. "Good morning." "What's good about it?" he asked. "Well, the cul-de-sac isn't clogged with reporters," she said cheerfully. "That's something good." He glared at her. "They wouldn't have been here in the first place if you hadn't moved into the neighborhood." He turned to walk back inside. "Have a nice day," she called out as his door slammed. She chuckled. "Life is too short to get mad about something like that," she said to the animals. She turned to make sure Goliath, ever the straggler, was still with her. But he appeared to be wandering through the garden bed. She wondered about getting a harness for him too, but figured that would lead to nothing but a huge fight. But it might be entertaining. "Come on, Goliath. If you don't come now, I'll start researching harnesses for cats. And then you and Muggs can walk together." As if he understood, Goliath screeched past her and raced across the lawn to the front porch, where he hopped onto the railing and stared out with a sense of disdain. She just grinned. "Perfect timing and a perfect place to come home to," she announced as they walked up. "It's lunchtime. Now, do we have anything left to eat in the house?" She answered her own question. "Of course not. Why would there be food today when there hasn't been some on any other day?" She walked into the house and headed straight for the kitchen. And froze. She slowly took 5 steps backward so she could look at the living room, and damned if one chair wasn't upside down. She gasped and cried out, "Somebody was in here again." She ran around the room and the lower floor, checking to make sure nothing was missing. She returned to the upended chair that went with the couch and the bedroom set. The maker's mark had been exposed for all to see. Chapter 18. She called Mac. "I was only gone for a couple hours to work in your mom's garden," she cried out. "Now what am I supposed to do?" "I guess the answer to that is, stay home," he said quietly. "But I'm not sure that's a great answer, depending on who is doing this." "Do you still have my intruder locked up?" "No," he said heavily. "He was released on bail this morning." She froze. "Why didn't you forewarn me?" "I didn't know until just a few moments ago." "So you guys let go the one guy we caught breaking into my house," she yelled. "Why?" "I didn't, but yes, the prosecutor said to release him," he said. "Of course, if we can prove he was the one at your house this morning or 2 nights ago," Max said, "no way would he get out of jail again. The legal system is so broken." She sat down on the couch. "This is really sad." "It is. You need to make sure nothing is missing." Once again, she gave a half-hysterical laugh. "Remember what this place looks like?" "I know," he said. Look, I'll see if we can get you a basic security system set up temporarily. I know you can't afford to get a proper system, but this is getting serious. Let me talk to my boss and I'll get back to you. She still shook with outrage, not fear, which she thought was amazing, but also felt such anguish that somebody would try to take what could be a life preserver from her. She headed into the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. She didn't need a caffeine high by any means, but it would be a soothing comfort drink. As she'd worked hard all morning, she also needed food. The coffee finished dripping, and she poured herself a cup. With a peanut butter sandwich, she sat down at the kitchen table and tried to eat slowly. But she was too hungry. When the sandwich disappeared in a few bites, she got up and made herself a second one. She could understand why people were addicted to them. Although, if it was all she had to eat, she'd get sick of them eventually. When the phone rang, she was grateful to see it was Mac. "I'll be over later this afternoon," he said, "with some security equipment. We'll set it up at the front and the back doors, and we'll ensure every camera is directed toward the antiques. I'll bring a team to canvass your neighbors, seeing as your latest intruder was there in broad daylight, but also to gather and to process fingerprints found on the chair, the doorknobs, the hutch." "Thank you. And thank your boss for me." He chuckled. "I'll explain how to use the security system when I get there." With that, she had to be satisfied. At this point, she was bound and determined to document everything else on this floor. She figured the basement door was behind that massive hutch in the living room. But the basement was a project for another day. She had more than enough to keep her busy for a long time yet. After taking more photos of hopefully every little thing in the living room, she felt it was time for a cup of tea. But then Mac drove up. She opened the front door and beamed at him. "Thank you very much for helping out. I think the boss figured maybe we should, since you've helped us so much." She was delighted with that answer, ushering in the men. Apparently Mac, with his big grin, thought it was a good one too. He pointed to a tall, skinny man beside him. "This is David. He'll help me install this." Mac pointed to the other two guys, dispersing in her living room. "Those are some of my forensic guys, who will gather fingerprints." "Perfect," she said, reaching out to shake David's hand. "Thank you all very much," she said, including the two fingerprint guys already at work. David just gave her a sideways grin. "No problem, ma'am." She backed away. "I'll put on some coffee for you." She went into the kitchen, almost skipping. With the coffee on, she stood in the kitchen living room doorway and watched as two men dusted for prints while Mac and David set up cameras and her temporary alarm system. "Is this something I will control or you guys?" They didn't answer. When they started swearing, she realized something was not working out. She tiptoed back into the kitchen, whispering to Muggs, "We should leave them alone." Thaddeus had different ideas. He continued pacing the floor around the men, generally getting in the way. Exasperated, Mac turned to Doreen. "Get Thaddeus out of here, will you?" "Thaddeus, come on. Come over here and leave the men alone." But Thaddeus just cocked his head and shot a gimlet look her way. She sighed and walked into the living room. "These men are having some trouble. Just leave them be." She squatted and picked him up just as David swore. "God damn it," he said. Instantly Thaddeus repeated, "God damn it. God damn it. God damn it." And he preened, as if perfectly delighted to have a new phrase. She groaned. "David, if you don't mind." He looked up, horrified at the bird waiting for him to open his mouth and to potentially give him another choice of words. "I had no idea he would do something like that," David said. "Nobody does," Mac said. "He is the damnedest bird." "Damnedest bird. Damnedest bird," Thaddeus said. And then, as if realizing how irritating he was, he cackled with a roaring laughter. Everybody stopped and stared at him. She shook her head. He's demented. Nothing I can do about it, she said. Except you could take him away, Mac said dryly. That sounded like an order. With Thaddeus on her arm, she backed into the kitchen and sat down with her laptop. Because David and 2 more policemen were here with Mac, she wouldn't pester him with questions about the other cases they were working on. But she had a lot of notes and questions herself that she needed to work on. And the biggest one was, who was Josh Huberts, the grandson of the handyman Henry Huberts? He and Celeste had been arguing at the gardening store, but that didn't mean he was a murderer. Now that he was dead, Doreen wanted to know who had killed him, or had he really killed himself? She wondered about why somebody would take their own life. If you had just killed the woman you loved, in a fit of rage or a bout of temporary insanity, and immediately afterward realized you would spend the rest of your life in prison for that one fatal second of action, then maybe it made sense. But only if his suicide was just as motivated and just as reactive, as in the seconds following Celeste's murder. Not that Doreen would ever do something like that, but she had thought that killing some people at various times in her life might be a nice and permanent answer to some problems. She just wasn't the kind to go through with it. She researched the grandson's past, hoping that maybe, just maybe, something would pop up. But not very much was out there on him. He had kept a fairly low profile. She wondered and worried, and then thought about the family planning center. Maybe the choice to place Celeste's body there wasn't directed against the center itself. Maybe it was more against the people running it. As she researched that angle, she realized that the owner of the center, Cecily Bingham, was the sister of the dead woman, Celeste Bingham. Doreen just loved small towns. Everybody was related to everybody else. Surely Mac already knew about that familial tie, right? He wouldn't dismiss this connection so casually, unless the higher-ups were tying his hands. She shook her head at the legal system that could leap at a murder-suicide solution so quickly, just to supposedly solve a crime. Delighted with that tidbit, she brought forward her notes and added these to her collection. Maybe Huberts had a problem with Cecily. Then Doreen searched online for information on Josh and Celeste. But nothing came up, just hints and innuendos from social media about their relationship problems, and the occasional online article regarding abortion. Seems Josh was against abortions, whereas both sisters were advocates. The older sister, Celeste, was mentioned in many articles as she rose to prominence as a businesswoman. Cecily was often mentioned as an activist. Now what are you working on? Mac asked as he walked toward her with a mess of electronics in his hands. He pointed to the kitchen door. We'll set up another one here. She beamed in delight. I guess I should mention the garage door. It's not locked, but it doesn't open either. The door is jammed shut and probably has been for years. He looked at her. I keep forgetting about the garage. She nodded. I do too. For one, you can't even get in there, it's so damn full. And for another, the garage door into the house has been behind boxes of crap, so I don't think anybody could get in or out that way. He walked over to the far side of the dining room, which met up with the storage area off the kitchen where the washer and dryer were. By wiggling through the stacks of boxes there, he tried to open that door. It wouldn't budge. He shrugged. Well, I presume they're not coming in from there. I can't even get any of the garage doors open, she said. I asked Nan about it, but I never did get an answer. She kinda brushed it off. He stared at her. She nodded grimly. I know. Do you ever think a deep, dark secret could be in there? David chuckled. Nan has been collecting crap since forever. I'm not sure I'd call her a hoarder. As you look around this place, there's lots of room to sit. It's clean, although it's crowded. Yeah, you haven't seen the inside of that garage though, Mac said. There is another door on the other side of the garage. I looked in the window one time, but stuff was piled so high that I could barely even see past the window itself. Maybe we should check if it's still that way, she said. He looked at her in surprise. Have you seriously never been in there? She shook her head. No, because, like you, I couldn't get in and I couldn't see in. I've got enough to deal with on the inside of the house. I'm still working my way through her closet, for crying out loud. I'm only about 10%, maybe 15% through it. At least she enjoyed her life, David said. At least she is enjoying her life, Doreen corrected. My grandmother is happy and healthy, living at Rosemore Manor. He nodded. I've seen her there. My grandmother is in there too. She says Nan keeps things lively. Oh, I can imagine, Doreen said. She's a constant source of entertainment for everyone. She didn't want to discuss the garage at the moment. She motioned at the kitchen door. Are you doing the install now, or do you want coffee first? She wanted to distract them because she had looked in that side door. The fact of the matter was, it looked like junk upon junk upon junk had been amassed in the garage. Cleaning that out would take more effort than she had at the moment. That it was also possibly jam-packed with antiques filled her with excitement, but she had more than enough trouble dealing with the antiques she had already had appraised. She poured coffee for the two men, the other men gone already, and handed them cups while they discussed how to set up the second set of alarms. As she listened to them, her phone rang. It was the appraiser. I've got the photos forwarded to Christie's, he said. They should be in touch with me over the next day or so. I just wanted to give you that update. She grinned when she got off the phone. Mac cocked his head in question. She shrugged. The appraiser just gave me an update, that's all, she said smoothly. She gave David a half glance. David works with me at the station, Mac said. We're hardly here to steal your stuff. You could probably steal a ton of stuff that would make me quite happy, she said. And save me paying for dump runs. David nodded. We had lots of dump runs at my grandmother's house too. But nothing was valuable in all her junk. She was one of those who liked to collect things. Dolls, garden gnomes, those little traveling spoons. I think by the time we were done, we found over 94 garden gnomes. Oh, those would have been adorable to add to gardens, Doreen cried out. What did you end up doing with them? Mac sighed. What he did was, he asked everybody if they wanted one or two, and they came to his grandmother's house and were allowed to pick up 2 each. I love that, she said. Spreading the joy around. I was thinking more about spreading the junk around and not having to dispose of them myself, David said, laughing. But I think people enjoyed their gnomes. Absolutely, she said. What's your grandmother's name? Sheila. Sheila Monterey. I've seen some stuck in the corners here and there. I guess Nan intended them for the gardens once they were cleaned up. I'll have to remember to ask Nan whether any of the gnomes she has here came from Sheila's place. I doubt it. At the time, I think Nan was collecting a few more of them, and my grandmother was very much of the opinion that Nan already had enough. It's almost like people thought she did have a hoarding problem, Doreen said. When I came into the house, it never occurred to me. And honestly, it still doesn't seem like anything close to a hoarder's house. Although the basement and garage are probably full of junk. It looks that way, Max said. Let's deal with the inside of the house. Then we'll deal with the rest. Good plan. She glanced around the kitchen. How much longer do you think you'll be? Why? Trying to get rid of me already? Mac asked. As the ding of the arrival of an email sounded, she chuckled and walked over to her laptop to check her inbox. It was from Oceanic with the Okanagan Lake Surveys. She raised her eyebrows as she read. Oh good. Oh good what? Mac asked suspiciously. She shrugged. Nothing. Just a little hobby of mine. Your hobbies tend to get me in trouble, Mac said. Actually, they tend to get you accolades. She clicked on the email and looked at all the attachments. She had specifically laid out the area she was interested in. We're in a dry season currently, right? And the water is likely to get much lower when we hit summertime, correct? I'm not sure what water you're talking about, David said, but if you're talking about Okanagan Lake, then yes. It's likely to drop another couple of feet, if not more. Unfortunately, the city made a mistake earlier this year and let out too much water from the dikes, so the water levels will be low, and we'll be conserving water soon. It's already happening, Mac said. People are only allowed to water their gardens 2 days a week, and that'll stop too if the water supply drops any lower. We haven't had any rain in 30 days, so we're definitely heading into a drought. I guess all kinds of things must come up when the lake drops. To a certain extent, yes. Mac turned to study her curiously. Where are you going with that idea? She shrugged. Maybe nowhere. Any new leads on the poor woman in the Carnations? He shrugged. Read the newspapers. That'll tell you. Ha, she said. The reporters are always trying to get the story out of me. Are they still bothering you? He turned and asked. She shook her head. No. They don't know I'm the one who found her, so that's all good. You do have the darndest luck tripping over bodies, don't you? David asked with a smile. The men stepped back from their handiwork. It didn't take very long to do the back door. She was surprised at how efficient they were on the second door. Mac showed her how to work the remote for turning it on. He then opened the back door, a horrible shriek going off. He shut it off immediately, but Thaddeus still squawked in pain, and Goliath was nowhere around. Muggs barked like crazy. She crouched to hug Muggs. Hey, buddy. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that'll wake up all of you, David said. It's kind of a rough system. It's not for long term, Max said. It would be better to get a proper system in here and to arm the windows as well. She hadn't even thought of the windows. She looked at the big window in the living room, then glanced at Mac. He shook his head. I highly doubt they'll come in that way. There's no way to do it quietly. She nodded. This should hopefully do what I need done for the next few days anyway. He turned as he looked at his watch. On that note, we have to leave. The two men packed up their tools, and before she had a chance to say thank you, they were gone. She stood on the front porch and watched as they drove away. They presumably had other police work to do, and this was just a timeout in their day. Since they'd been here for well over an hour, they were probably well past being late for other work. She hadn't had a chance to ask Mac any case-related questions. She groaned and headed back to her laptop. She studied the map the company had sent her of the entrance to Mission Creek, then all the accompanying images. She didn't have a program that would let her look at them close enough, leaving her wondering if anybody did. It was fascinating to consider. She studied where the mouth of the creek became more of a river, where it widened and changed color, darkening as it deepened. She had only been down there once, maybe twice. The path along the creek did go all the way to the end though. Maybe she should take a long walk and sort it out. How far was it? And then she realized it was less than a mile. Determinedly, she picked up her coffee mug, filled it, and called Muggs to her. Goliath looked at her. Do you want to come too? She looked twice at the alarm panel and talked herself out of setting it. After all, they were only going 1 mile away. 1 mile there. 1 mile back. How long could that take? Plus, with Mac's presence here again, surely the intruder wouldn't come again today in broad daylight. Would he? With Thaddeus on her shoulder, she headed out into the backyard, Goliath walking beside them. He sauntered with a nonchalance that made her smile. Muggs, on the other hand, sniffed everything, overjoyed to be outside. Thaddeus even seemed to enjoy the outing as he ruffled his feathers and chirped on her shoulder. "Now you sound like a normal bird," she said, chuckling. He leaned over and brushed her cheek with his beak. She loved it when he did that. She hadn't considered birds to be affectionate, but this one definitely was. It was a beautiful walk. They passed the cul-de-sac in the path they normally took to get to Nan's. Goliath and Muggs both thought they were heading that way, but she kept going. The creek widened and became a lazy rolling stream of water. It was beautiful. The spring water runoff had definitely come and gone. Now the river level was much lower. She understood it would get lower yet. But she didn't know how low, considering the lake was already down from its normal level. She kept walking, enjoying being outside, loving the birds and the trees blowing gently in the wind. She had a good 6-foot wide walkway to lead her. At this point, it was a public walking path. Houses on one side were fenced for privacy. Then she reached a crossroad with a bridge. The path went underneath. She stayed on the path, and of course, private property was on one side, but on the other side she walked alongside the water. Eventually, she came to where the river dumped into the lake. She smiled. Muggs was having the time of his life. Goliath, on the other hand, was still walking, as if this was too much bother. She stopped, realizing just how very empty the area was. She really enjoyed being in a small town again. Kelowna was a step back in time. She knew both sides of the river were slated for big developments, but they planned to leave a boardwalk in place for the foot traffic. She proceeded to the point, then realized she was trespassing because it was now private property. She frowned and walked into the riverbed. She didn't like people trespassing on her place, so she didn't intend to here. It was just hard to know where one property started and another stopped. The corner was definitely the prime place, but a huge sandbar was down here too. She stood on it, amazed. How big did this sandbar actually get in times of extreme drought? An old man at the corner looked at her. She walked over and said, "Sorry. Am I trespassing here too?" He shook his head. "My property ends along the waterline. That sandbar has been around for a long time, but with the low water levels, it's huge this year," he admitted. "Was it here all the time, like 30 years ago?" "It looks like it would stop anything coming down the river from getting past here," she said. "I can't imagine the amount of debris that's built up on the riverside of this sandbar." "Oh, that's because the river has filled in so much," he said. 30 years ago, we used to have sailboats and motorboats up and down this river all the time. But the rocks came down from the mountaintops and slowly filled in this river. It used to be a huge wide basin here. Couldn't touch bottom. We'd be boating all year round. Now with the whole thing filled in with rocks, boats can't be used here." "Oh," she said in a crestfallen voice. "Well, that shoots that theory." "Why? What are you talking about?" "I was just wondering if a vehicle could have been washed away in the heavy spring runoff water or a flash flood some 29 years ago," she said. "If it could have been washed down here, would it now be buried? During that ugly flood we had 29 years ago, a truck or a car could certainly have been washed down here, and chances are we would never have seen it. It would have sunk another couple hundred yards out. When the fast-moving water hits the wall of non-moving lake water, it slows down quickly and drops any debris it carried downriver just offshore where the lake bottom drops off. The sand follows the same pattern," he said. "So, 100 yards past, that's where it would be." "Does anybody ever come here to look for missing vehicles?" she asked. He frowned at her. "You know, I'm not so sure they have. Not in the 30 years I've been here. But if they didn't look right away, I imagine it would sink deep enough and fast enough that nobody would ever know. And how would someone go down there and look?" He frowned at her. Do you have a particular reason for asking? She made a wry face. I'm working on a theory that a man and a boy in a truck that went missing 29 years ago might very well have been caught up in the floods and are lying at the bottom of the lake here. His eyebrows shot up. You're talking about Gunderson's grandson Paul, aren't you? She shrugged. The story intrigued me. It's very unusual for a boy and a man, as well as the truck, to never pop up again. There are chop shops that could have easily changed the color of the truck, cut it up into parts, and sold them on the black market. And you could disappear if you just drive halfway across the country, or even across the border. But it was also the year of the heavy flooding. What if that handyman wasn't a killer or a pedophile? He didn't have a criminal history, so what if he just helped the boy get home, and he made the decision to cross a bridge when it went out, or when the floods came over it, and they got washed down here? The man stopped for a moment, then he said, You know what? I've never thought of that. Apparently it was pretty rough there for a while. The flooding went on for days. My point exactly, she said. I gather the river gets the highest at about 2 o'clock in the morning, but it doesn't make sense that the little boy would have been out at that hour. Sure. But logjams are a fact of life on a river. We clean up a lot of the fallen debris during the year, but we can't get it all, and the logs can collect, then break free at any time and come down in a massive torrent of debris, he said. If that truck got caught up in something like that, it'll be out there. He pointed to the lake beyond. The question is, how far beyond, and how could we possibly know? She nodded, looking to where he pointed. Well, now that you got me thinking about it, the man said, I'm a scuba diver myself, but I've got bad lungs now too. But I do belong to a club. I could mention it to them and see if anybody's interested in going down for a practice run, or maybe just a fun diving outing. Not much fun though, she said with a sad smile. No, but it's a mystery and I love those. He grinned at her. And I guess that means you must be Doreen. She wrinkled her face up at him. How did you know that? He chuckled. You've found enough dead people already to make a name for yourself. He motioned at the wide expanse of lake in front of them. If you think the truck might be out there, then I think we should consider looking for it. He stopped and looked at her. Have you talked to the police about it? She shook her head. Not really. I know it's a cold case because Mac mentioned it to me. But honestly, the reason I thought of it is because the license plate from that truck the little boy was said to be in when he went missing just unearthed in the back of my garden, or Nan's garden, and it borders the creek. So, if the truck got caught up at my end, and the license plate ended up torn off with such force, then I imagine that truck would have gone for a header down here and didn't have any hope of being stopped. Wow. That would make so much sense because we had that massive logjam come down. In all these years everybody thought he took off with that little boy, and now. He shook his head and stared back out at the lake. I never once considered that maybe he got caught up in that logjam. But it makes sense. What kind of person was Henry? He was a good guy, the neighbor said. I would have sworn by him back then, but everybody had so much bad to say, once the little boy was known to have been picked up in his truck. I guess I got caught up in public opinion, and I never did know what to think about it. I think that's the worst, she said sadly. Everybody has an opinion when things go wrong, but often they don't know the truth. True, but once everybody knew he'd picked up the little boy, all the negative gossip started. Exactly, and all without proof, she said. And how sad is that? This is just my running theory. I did contact the company that did some imaging of this area to see if they had pictures that would show a truck or something down there. But I can't see the images close enough on my monitor. He looked at her with respect. Wow. That's a really smart thing to do. What you need is a tech company with that kind of capability. I don't know anyone in that field, she said. I'm new in town, so I really don't know the local companies. He snapped his fingers several times and said, But you know something? I do. My son works for an IT company. And my nephew works in the video gaming industry, and graphics are definitely something they do. But this would require looking through photographs, maybe getting satellite images, even something more intense to see what is down there. I understand it's very deep and, like you said, filled with mountain rocks. I don't know of anything that would show us exactly what's down there. No, you're probably right, he said. The best thing would be to search ourselves. And if that one truck is there, how do we know there aren't half a dozen more down there? I figured because the water was so low this year and getting lower, that maybe now would be the best time to see what exactly is down there. I like it, he announced. And I like you. You're an out-of-the-box thinker. And that's a good thing. She laughed. The only reason I thought of it is because Thaddeus here, she pointed to the bird on her shoulder, found the license plate in my backyard. The man looked with interest at Thaddeus, who had been quiet up until now. Thaddeus rose up on his feet, flapped his wings, and said, Thaddeus here. Good day. The old man chuckled, reached out, and gently rubbed a finger down the bird's breast. Nathan here. Nice to meet you, Thaddeus. He looked down at the menagerie, at her feet. I understand these guys go with you everywhere. They've become family, she said with a smile. This is Muggs. She rattled his leash and Muggs sat down and raised a paw. Enchanted, the neighbor dropped down, picked up the paw. Nice to meet you, Mr. Muggs. She didn't correct him on the name. Goliath, not to be left out, sauntered between Muggs and Nathan to get a pat too. When Nathan finally straightened, he was enthralled with the critters. I think you're a heck of a good addition to the town. I'm glad you think so, Doreen said, because I'm not sure anybody else does. It's been kind of crazy getting used to being in town, and then with so many issues popping up right away. Nope. That's a good thing. Those poor people needed to be found. And if it took somebody like you from out of town to do it, well then, so be it. He turned to face the lake. Now I'm really intrigued. Do you have any contact information? I'll make some phone calls and see what I might find out. He pulled a pair of glasses from his shirt pocket and a little piece of paper. In her purse, she found a pen. She wrote down her name and phone number and handed it to him. I'm Nathan Tresswell, he said with a smile. She nodded. If you find out anything, let me know. At that, she turned to walk home but pivoted and said, Nice meeting you. He was already walking with purpose toward his house. He reached up a hand and waved at her in goodbye. She sauntered back home, feeling a warm glow around her heart. It was a nice one-on-one, even if only one neighbor appreciated the fact that Doreen had brought a new perspective to town. Because the more she thought about it, the more she really warmed to the idea that poor Henry Huberts hadn't kidnapped the little boy at all. He'd been doing a neighborly thing to help Paul, and instead they both had died in a terrible accident. And, as even Nathan had said, there'd been a huge log pileup in the river above her place. And one bridge had collapsed during that flood season. If the truck had been caught up in either event, it would have had a terrible outcome. Back then, the bridges were small wooden constructions. They had to be replaced over the years. Even the one closest to her was new, as in 3 years old. And the wooden one before that was an improvement on the one that had been there 30 years ago. So in a way, her theory made a sad, grievous type of sense. Chapter 19. Monday morning. For the first night in a long time, she slept beautifully. When she got up the next morning, she carefully followed Mac's instructions on how to disarm the alarm system. It worked. She stepped outside to smile at the sun dappling across her backyard. Today was a good day. She propped open the back door, then walked inside to put on coffee. The phone rang as she pushed the button to grind beans. Mac, calling to see if everything was okay. I would have called you, she said, but I got the alarm system off on my own. Are you still on for omelets? He asked. Can't wait until you get here, she said. I'm starving. He chuckled. I'm loading all the ingredients into a box. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. We can make breakfast instead of waiting for lunchtime. Smiling happily and delighted to have a chance to eat a real meal and to learn something new, she walked around outside in the garden while the coffee dripped. Thinking about the garage, she went to the window in its back door entryway and tried to see in, but the glass was so dirty and so dusty, it was hard to see through it. She checked the doorknob, finding it was definitely secure, and it looked like the wood of the door was jammed, same as the interior door. She wondered if that was an ominous sign or just a typical Nan thing. She went to the front yard, tried to lift the rolling garage door, but it wouldn't move either. As long as it was secure, she was good. As she walked away from the garage door, Mac pulled up and parked in her driveway. What are you doing now? She motioned at the garage door. Just thinking that if I can't get in, likely nobody else can either. He nodded. Good point. Come on. Let's get some food. She held open the front door for him as he came in with a box. He lowered it onto the kitchen table and brought out bacon, onions, garlic, fresh spinach, cheese, and eggs. Plus the mushrooms she had particularly asked for. She watched in delight, carefully taking notes, then shot a video as he worked. He groaned. Why the video? Because I'll forget everything I see, she said. And I'm determined not to fail at this. He glanced at her, a gentle smile on his face. You know, it's okay to fail. She looked at him in surprise, then shrugged. It's never been okay to fail before, and by now, I've felt like a failure in many, many ways. I would just as soon skip that this time. She watched as he cut the bacon into small pieces and pan-fried it with chopped onions and garlic. She sniffed the air with joy. Oh, that smells absolutely divine. Muggs barked at her heels, running around in circles. She reached down and petted him. I know, buddy. It's food. We haven't smelled such an aroma in many months. With Mac laughing and telling her exactly what he was doing and how he was doing it, he slowly built an omelet, adding mushrooms and spinach leaves to the skillet. Then he cracked the eggs into a bowl, beat them until smooth. Removing the cooked veggies to another bowl, he then poured the eggs into the hot pan. When they were mostly cooked, he layered the veggies over the egg and topped it all with grated cheese. As she watched, he folded one half over on top of the other, covering up the freshly laid cheese, and then he put a lid on the skillet. I only do this so the cheese melts faster. When he took off the lid, the omelet looked absolutely divine. With an easy maneuver, he draped it onto a cutting board and cut the big omelet in half. She was still filming when he plated each half and moved them over to the table. She stopped the video, grabbed the toast she'd put on, snagged the butter, and brought both to the table. This looks fabulous. Now you know how to do it, he said. She nodded and looked at the stove. I just have to get up the nerve to try. No, he said. Tomorrow you're doing it. No nerve required. You'll just start, and you'll make something exactly like this. It seems like a far-off dream, she admitted. She cut her first bite, took it into her mouth, and sagged in joy. This is wonderful. And it's easy to make, he said. You'll see very quickly how you can make all kinds of gorgeous things. I hope so, she said. I was eating all kinds of gorgeous foods before. Speaking of which, have you had any contact with your husband lately? She shook her head. Why would I? When is the divorce proceeding supposed to be completed? I don't think we can start until 1 year after the separation. She didn't want to talk about her almost ex-husband. He was the last thing on her mind. I spoke to my brother again. She stopped and looked at him, confused for a moment as to who and what his brother was. Oh. Why? Remember, my brother is a lawyer, he said. And he says you can stop the property award process even though you've signed the paperwork. And he also said something else I'm not sure you'll be happy about. He wants to file a complaint against your lawyer. Her jaw dropped. Can he do that? Mac chuckled. Absolutely. Particularly if you're a lawyer filing a complaint against another lawyer. What she did was gross misconduct. And it shouldn't be allowed, nor should her work be allowed to stand. But I'm the one who signed all the paperwork, she said. Wasn't that onus on me? Not if you followed your lawyer's advice, he said. Which you did. She thought about it for a moment. We're back to that I can't pay him yet thing though. Nick is willing to see what he can do for free, he said. If it becomes something more complicated, then we'll take another look at what might require funding. It's possible nothing will. She looked at Mac, trying to hide her innate suspicion of attorneys. You know I trust you. But I don't know your brother. And he is a lawyer, she said quietly. I'm not making bad guys out of all them, but in your experience, that's what you've found so far. He nodded. I get that, but I trust my brother. He's a good guy. If he says he can do a lot without requiring money, then I suggest we let him do everything he can possibly do without requiring you to pay for his time. You don't know, but maybe your lawyer will have a change of heart when she realizes he's putting in a formal complaint, and she could possibly end up barred from practicing law. Can he do that? If he can prove she's dishonest, is a liar and a cheat, as in your case, then who knows what can happen. When did you hear about this? Last night, he said. My brother contacted me to say your situation wouldn't leave him alone, and he wanted to help. If he could do something that wouldn't take too much time, he was more than ready to do so. Particularly, he wanted to see the documents you signed, and he wanted the contact information for the lawyer who represented you. She snorted. You know what? I'm kind of down with him making trouble for her, she said, but I really don't want it to come back on my ex-husband because then he'll turn around and make my life miserable. When he doesn't get what he wants, he gets really ugly. And he wants her. She shrugged. I'm pretty sure he's had her many times over, she said in a dry tone. The thing is, he doesn't want to share his money. But you're entitled to a large share of it, he said. Not according to my lawyer. And that's what my brother is saying. Your husband built that business while you were there. Nick needs some details so he can take a closer look at it. But even if you don't want as much as you're entitled to, you shouldn't be without anything. And that's the problem. Look at you. You're living on the money you found in your grandmother's pockets, for Christ's sake. She glared at him. You're ruining a beautiful omelet. He stopped and then nodded. Good point. He chuckled and took another bite. So you'll repeat this for me tomorrow? She shrugged. Well, I'll repeat something. Obviously it won't taste quite like this though. You might be surprised, he said. There are many meals you can make without too much effort. Maybe. But the conversation was hard to come back from. Even though he meant it to help her, she felt depressed. Any mention of her ex-husband and their nasty separation sent her mood plummeting. Why don't we talk about something better? Like? The guy who broke into my place, she said. He's a janitor who also works at the retirement home where Nan lives. And they've had a bunch of thefts. I'm wondering if anybody will look into that. She gave him a pointed look. He frowned at her in surprise. Nobody mentioned a theft issue. I imagine it's kind of a common problem, she said. They don't want the bad publicity. But according to Nan, there have definitely been theft issues. And you think it's him? It's pretty obvious he's got a problem, she said. And he works there and at the elementary school too. So who knows? I'm pretty sure he's the one who made the threatening phone calls to me too. I don't know why, unless he just wanted me to get out of town for a few days to clean out my place. That's possible. As for Nan's comments, there's nothing we can formally do until we get a written complaint. If you were to actually question the suspect, she snapped, he might confess to it. To all of it, if we're lucky. And yet, he's been released on those other charges, he said with a raised eyebrow. And I need a formal complaint to proceed on the Rosemore thefts. Until then, I can't. I know. That doesn't mean he won't be back here for some other infraction, she said with a snort. Characters like that tend to stay true to form. Yes, they do, he said. And we're back to that formal complaint part, so I could talk to him about that. He pulled out his notepad and jotted down a couple things. You know a lot of people living there at Rosemore. Why don't you talk to them? Doesn't have to be a big police matter. But surely the retirement home would like to see a problem like this go away. Maybe it's happening at the school too. Employee theft is a massive problem, no matter what company you work for, she said with some authority. My ex used to complain about it all the time. That's because he was probably doing it himself, Max said with a chuckle. Can't argue there. I should have seen it happening, you know, she said quietly. He settled back and put down his fork on his empty plate. Should have seen what happening? She figured there was probably a rule about not talking about your ex with single men, but he'd brought up the issue himself. I should have seen that he was involved with somebody else. I think the spouse is often the last person to know. And then it's little things that make you suspicious. But if they're any good at what they're doing, they don't let on easily. I was suspicious, she said, but I had no clue it was my lawyer. Was she a friend of the family? She shook her head. No. She worked for him on some projects. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to hire an attorney he already knew. Who suggested it? Doreen looked at Mac in surprise. She did. I guess that should have been my second indication. But she was all girl talk, how this was so tough, and she was so sorry for me, and she'd do her best for me, and... Doreen shook her head. The truth is, I'm a gullible fool. I just didn't see all that betrayal going on right under my nose. Most don't, because they are honest people who expect people to be equally honest with them, he said easily. That's why it happens so often. And why the lying people get away with it. She nodded, and then stared down at the last couple bites of her omelet. She cut it up, put one piece in her mouth, and sighed happily. You are probably the best omelet maker I've ever met. And have you met many? He asked dryly. Chefs, she said with a wicked grin. I've met lots of chefs. Did you have one in your house? Of course we did. No way my husband would have anything less than the best for his dinners, she said in a mocking tone. And he still used to complain all the time. In what way? Mac asked. Not enough seasoning, too sweet, too salty, too hot, too cold, presentation wasn't up to snuff. She shrugged. He needed to work behind a counter himself to understand what it was like to be part of the working class people. And yet, you didn't have the same attitude? No. I tried to get him to be nice. He used to mock me in front of them. They felt sorry for me. And I bet they weren't surprised when he replaced me. You are the usual age for that. She looked at him, then nodded sagely. That's what one of my friends told me. Along with, I should have done something in advance to prepare, and why the hell had I been so blind? A woman I knew walked away from her marriage, one in which she and her husband looked really happy, and hooked up with an older, richer man. When I asked her about it, she said, of course, she didn't love him. But she would get replaced sooner or later, and she wanted to make sure she was the one doing the replacing, and she got a step up in the meantime. Since then, her husband died and she's very wealthy. I never could be that calculating. I never looked at my future and saw dollar signs. No, he said. But neither did you look at your future and pick an old geyser who'd hopefully die soon, and leave you all his money. Nope. Apparently, I had no plan at all. The good thing about that is, I had Nan. And she apparently made all the plans for me. Her voice softened. She could see the writing on the wall, even when I couldn't. For that, you should be grateful. I am, she said. I have learned more about love and family since leaving my husband than I ever did up until then. What about your mother? My mother had a string of men. She'll only go out with one if expensive gifts are involved. She's not a prostitute. She smiled. But when you're supposedly high class, gifts are important. She would say they're very important for women her age. She has a collection. She has them appraised every once in a while. When she needs money, she'll sell them off. She was never angrier than with one of the men she had thought was a great mark. He had given her gifts, but when she got them appraised, they were cut glass, not diamonds. Doreen chuckled at the memory. It's not fair that I laugh, but she was so outraged at the deception, and I thought she deserved it. It doesn't bear thinking about, he said. It's a whole different world, she said. But my mother was in a different kind of a class. She saw her old age coming and was grasping, trying to preserve her young looks for as long as she could. Whereas this friend of mine just jumped ship early on before her looks went, so she wasn't caught in that position. I almost want to say that was a good business tactic, he said, but as a man, I'm fairly outraged. Get over it, she said with a grin. I don't think the old guy particularly minded. He died in bed, having a jolly old time probably. She gave a bigger grin. Besides, I'm not like that. Obviously, he said. It's hard to imagine you walked away with nothing. It had to happen, I suppose, she said. No, not at all. You're more than entitled to some money. How much, though? My lawyer said I wouldn't even get 20 or 30,000, and was that worth fighting for when she would end up getting the bulk of that? He just stared at her. She looked up at him and sighed. I'm really an unsuspecting idiot, aren't I? Let me talk to my brother. If your husband has the kind of money he seems to, chances are you are entitled to quite a nice chunk. What does that mean? She asked, wrinkling her nose up at him. Does that mean 50,000, 100,000? How about a couple million? He asked, watching her astonished expression. You were married 14 years, and he built his business from the ground up with you at that time. He was an up-and-coming hotshot and had money from the beginning, she said, but nothing like now. Exactly. Mac pulled out his phone and sent his brother a text. Okay, I told him that you would give me the contact information he needs, and he is to go ahead and do what he can for free. He won't charge for any work without checking with us. She warmed at the sound of the us part. If he's willing to do something for free, she said quietly, he definitely has my deepest thanks. But I don't have any expectation of him successfully changing my situation. Mac tilted his head and grinned at her. If nothing else, you might want to consider that Nick will cost your ex some money, and your lawyer some aggravation. At that, she laughed. In that case, go for it. Good, he said. I hate hearing you're still willing for him to have everything his way. Sometimes you need to stand up and fight. I fight sometimes, she said with a smirk. When reporters approach me, I get quite feisty. Her phone rang just then. She glanced down and answered, Hi, Nan. Hi. How are you? She said. I'm fine. What's up? Nothing. I just wondered if you were doing anything today. There was something crafty in her grandmother's voice. Doreen narrowed her eyes and said, "What are you up to, Nan?" "Nothing." Doreen groaned, settled back into her chair, crossed her arms over her chest and said, "I'm not so sure about that. You sound like you're up to something." Nan gasped. "I just wondered if you've gotten any information from that nice detective." "You mean Mac?" Yes, that's who I mean, dear. It's so nice to know you're spending time with him." She got up and looked out the window, glancing over her shoulder at Mac. She mouthed, "Did you tell her?" Mac shook his head, his eyes wide. "Is he there now?" Nan asked. "Why would you ask me that?" Doreen asked, puzzled, walking back to the table, laying the phone down on the table so Mac could hear Nan's voice. "Have you got a betting pool going on?" "Well, of course we do, dear. Your love life is very important to us." At that, Mac howled with laughter. Nan's delighted voice perked up. "Oh my, he is there. I do love to be right." "Nan, stop," Doreen cried out in embarrassment. "He just got here." "Did he now?" she said slyly. "It is a Monday morning. For all I know, you two had a lovely Sunday night together." Doreen tossed up both hands, her face blood-red. "Stop." Nan chuckled. "I can see it wasn't that good a night. I'll talk to you later." She hung up. Doreen tossed the phone onto the counter, mortified. "I'm so sorry. My grandmother." Mac still howled with laughter. She glared at him. "You're just lucky she hasn't gotten her claws in you yet." "She's not going to either," he said cheerfully. "She will if I tell her that you're interested in me," she said. "Then she'll start digging into your life, placing bets on everything you do." He glared at her. "You know what?" "As a threat," he said with a nod, "that's not bad." She gave him a fat smile. "I thought so too." Chapter 20. Monday mid-morning. Mac soon left, leaving behind the money for the gardening she'd completed the day before. She cleaned up the kitchen, bundled up the reusable grocery bags she needed, and headed to the grocery store. First on the list was dog food, cat food, and birdseed. With that picked out and the cost carefully calculated, she realized she only had $20 left. She groaned and walked around to see what she could possibly get for $20. She'd forgotten to get some of the money out of the bowl. That was foolish of her. She had her debit card but was really trying to avoid using that. At least that way she'd keep track of it. As she wandered around, she picked up bread, more peanut butter, realizing she should branch out with more choices soon. Cheese would be good. Mac had left the rest of the ingredients for tomorrow's omelets, but she didn't dare get into that later today. Emboldened by what she had learned, she grabbed a dozen eggs, thinking she could at least make something for herself with them, even if a plain cheese omelet. With her purchases paid for and packed up, she headed to the parking lot, placing her bags in the passenger side. As she straightened, she turned to look at a flatbed truck parked right beside her car. The driver glared at her. She glared right back until she realized who it was, and then she gasped. He rolled down his window. "What's the matter? Surprised to see me?" "If you harass me," she said, "I'll get a court order to keep you away from me." "You've caused enough trouble, bitch. You're a thief. You broke into my house, so you're an intruder. You're also the one calling me. What were you doing? Trying to scare me into leaving? For all I know, you're also a peeping Tom. I think you're probably to blame for all the thefts at Nan's retirement home, too." The shock on his face was something to see. "You can't prove I made those calls." "Leave me alone," he snarled. "And I'll leave you alone. You're nothing but trouble, not even I want to go down that road." He turned on the engine, shut the window, and took off, spitting out gravel from under his tires. Like a bat out of hell. Good riddance. She chuckled at the phrase. How many times would anybody ever use that line? It really dates you, Doreen. I think that came from a Meatloaf song. You're not supposed to like any rock songs, remember? She changed her voice to imitate her husband's voice. It has to be classical because that's the only real music. With that idiot intruder loose, regardless of what he had said, she knew she would have nightmares about him returning to her place. But she remembered the security Mac had put in, and grinned. Yeah, let's see what he does when he comes around the next time. She had been sleeping with a fireplace poker, just in case. It wasn't the best weapon, but it had worked well the time before. She drove home, let herself into the house, then put away the groceries before sitting down at the kitchen table, realizing how bored she was. She needed more puzzle pieces to start putting some of this mystery together. She hadn't heard back from Nathan yet. As if on cue, her phone rang. It was Nathan Truswell. Hi, she said with excitement. Did you learn anything? A couple buddies are going down and taking a look on Tuesday, he said. Just wondered if you wanted to come enjoy the fun. Oh my goodness, I would so love to, she said. What time? The guys can all make it that afternoon, so about 2 o'clock or so. They'll go down for a bit, then take a break, change tanks, go back down again. It'll be kind of off and on throughout the day. Will they start from your place? They'll take my boat out a little way, to where we figured the best chances of finding the truck would be. I explained what we think might have happened, and they were definitely on board to check it out. One of them has some experience with search and rescue, and has pulled a vehicle out of the river before, so he has a good idea of what to look for. She was brimming with excitement. By the time she got off the phone, she was dancing around. She just couldn't believe how well this had worked out. Tuesday, she cried out to Muggs. Tomorrow afternoon. Now all she had to do was get through the rest of today and tomorrow morning. Wouldn't it be wonderful to settle that problem? She felt bad because once a negative suspicion, like being a pedophile or a murderer, was raised, it never went away. Unfortunately for Henry and his family. Chapter 21. Monday late morning. Doreen settled down at her laptop to do more research on Josh Huberts and both Cecily and Celeste Bingham. She didn't know how far along Mac was getting with his particular investigations, but if Doreen could solve something, it just added fuel to her fire to solve something else. She checked her research notes and realized something had to be going on with the sisters. She picked up the phone, and as soon as Nan answered, Doreen asked, Hey, you know the dead woman I found outside the family planning center? Yes. Celeste, Nan said. Cecily is the one who runs the center. Did you ever hear rumors of anything going on with Celeste and Josh? Or maybe Cecily and Josh, she added hesitantly. Nan took a moment to figure out what Doreen was talking about. Nothing at all about Cecily and Josh. As for Celeste and Josh, if you mean they're fighting, that's just the type of relationship they had. Those two have been fighting since forever. About what? Celeste didn't want a family. And her sister, Cecily, was totally on board with her. They were all about women's rights. I happen to agree with them, Doreen said dryly. At least to the point that women have the right to a choice. But what's that got to do with this now? If the cops ever come here, they should talk to those of us in the know, Nan said. They'd find out that Josh probably did kill himself. He loved her. He loved her dearly. On that note, she hung up. Doreen sat at the kitchen table and stared at her phone. But love can turn to hate. And to shoot somebody twice usually means there's a lot of anger, up close and personal too. So what would make him turn on her like that? And then she got it. Doreen picked up the phone and called Mac. Did you ever get the autopsy results on Celeste Bingham, the woman who was murdered? No autopsy has been done, he said. Or will be done, as it's been declared a murder-suicide. Don't you care about the whys behind a murder? In this case, it's a murder-suicide, he repeated. Really, there's no mystery behind it. I still think the reason why he might have done something like that matters. A falling out among lovers, he said. It's very common. It might be, she said, but that's why I was asking about an autopsy. No autopsy. In exasperation, he asked, why? Have you talked to Cecily? No, he said. She wasn't around at the time. No, of course not, she said. You said the center was closed, right? Yes. Josh Huberts was actively working to shut it down. And that's understandable. I guess one could consider that great passion can turn to great rage. And great rage causes actions that are hard to reverse. So it would make sense why he went home and was unable to live with himself, and he killed himself. But only if you found more bullets. I did hear 4 shots. Yes, Max said with patience. But why are you still questioning the case? I think she was pregnant, and she aborted it. Without telling him. There was silence on the phone. And then Max said, his voice sad and gentle, yes, that would probably cause it. But we can't just guess here, you know. I know, she said in a low voice. You might ask the coroner if she'd had an abortion recently, or maybe you can ask her sister. She might tell you. You think she knew about it? He asked curiously. Who else would, she asked. And it would make sense if he'd been so desperate to have his own child, and then she turned around and aborted it, well? Yes, that could send a man over the edge, he said, particularly if he really wanted the baby. Exactly, she said. So unfortunately, there are no answers on this mystery for me in this case. But I do have a line on another one. And then, laughing, she hung up the phone. When it rang again, she ignored it, snatched her cup of tea and walked out into the backyard. Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough for her. She would love to solve that missing child case. As far as the dead couple, she worried about Josh's motivation. It was none of her business again, but would Cecily talk to Doreen about her dead sister? Then why would she? Not to mention, this had to be a painful time for her. Dredging up her sister's death wouldn't be a popular idea. Doreen frowned, thinking about it, wondering if Mac would follow through on their recent conversation and ask more questions. Yet he probably couldn't proceed further, his hands tied by the murder-suicide decision made by some clueless higher-up. She guessed he had to live with those nonsensical decisions that probably happened all too often in his job. She was the one who couldn't let it go. Still, she could hardly broach the topic with a dead woman's sister. Could she? Finally, unable to help herself, she loaded mugs in her car and drove back to where she had found the body. Everything was cleaned up, more or less. The carnations were flattened, which just reminded her how she'd missed the government application deadline. She'd been so caught up in all the day-to-day stuff that she'd forgotten all about it. She wandered around the garden, studying the area, when a woman called out from behind her. Hey, what are you doing here? Doreen turned and smiled at the approaching woman. She looked vaguely familiar, and then she realized this had to be Cecily, the dead woman's sister. She reached out a hand and said, Hi, I'm Doreen. The woman frowned at her and didn't shake her hand. Doreen's hand fell to her waist. I'm sorry. I'm the one who found the woman's body. She rushed forward. I just wondered if there was anything I could do to help memorialize the location where she died. It's a huge garden, for Christ's sake. Isn't that enough? Doreen's back stiffened. This was not the kind of reception she'd expected, nor the tone of voice she'd have predicted. She nodded slowly and said, Often we see on the media how wreaths, cards, teddy bears, things like that are left for those who were lost. She wouldn't have wanted anything childish, she said, her tone cold, bordering on waspish. She didn't like children, never intended on being a mother. She waved a hand at the garden. And obviously enough damage has been done to the garden already. I'm so sorry. Apparently you have strong feelings about the issue. Cecily looked at her and snorted. Ya think? I heard her boyfriend who shot her then committed suicide, she offered. I don't know if that'll help your family find closure or not. Not likely, the woman said. She was my sister. She was headstrong and willful. I told her to leave Josh a long time ago. He wasn't like us. Doreen studied the woman in front of her. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask what that meant, but was afraid she wouldn't like the answer. Cecily's anger simmered under the surface. Fine lines spread outward from the corner of her eyes, and her mouth was pinched too tight. Something was going on here that Doreen couldn't quite pinpoint. And now she wanted to assess everything. Another puzzle had reared its head, and she was desperate to sort it out. I'm sorry for your loss. It's hard to lose a sister. The woman crossed her arms over her chest. I think it's time you left. Crestfallen, Doreen backed up. I wanted to find closure myself. It's not often you come across a dead woman, she whispered. She was probably putting the act on a little too heavily, but she was being honest. Finding Celeste had been rough. That young woman was in her prime, not old buried bones. The feelings were very different, but both required time to process. The woman made a brushing motion, as if to wave her away. Doreen hesitated, not sure how to crack through that tough facade. Well, I guess I'll go then, she looked at the building behind her. Is the center really closed? The woman glared at her. A friend of mine may be in a position to need its services. At that, the other woman hesitated. It's closed for the moment, she said. Our funding has been cut, partly due to my sister's boyfriend, the bastard. Ouch. That hurts, particularly when he was almost part of the family. Yes, she said with a sniff. He knew what we were trying to do, and yet, he went behind her back telling everybody how wrong it was. It's a fairly difficult decision for a lot of people, she said. It's a subject that causes strife all over the world. A woman's body is a woman's body, Cecily said. It's her right to do what she wants. Doreen had no intention of getting into an argument about that one. She didn't think anybody would win it. Besides, to a certain extent, she agreed. Why was he so against it? Who knows, she said. I think an old girlfriend was pregnant with his child and aborted it. Apparently, he was really traumatized by that. So when my sister got pregnant, he just about lost it. In joy or in anger, she asked, almost gratified to hear she'd been right about Celeste. At that, the woman laughed. Isn't that a dilemma? Child support or raising a baby? Well, for many, it would be the baby, Doreen said sympathetically. That's what he wanted. He was desperate to have his own child. Particularly after losing the other one. I can kind of see that, Doreen said. My sister got what she wanted. And in this case, she didn't want him or the baby, Cecily said with a sneer. And he got her for it too. Oh my, so they broke up and he turned around and killed her? She winced at that, thinking about how angry and heartbroken he must have felt. But could Doreen trust Cecily? Or was she spouting off lies that suited her? He must have really cared for her then. That's the theory, Cecily said, turning to walk back up the steps. Most likely he was just concerned about losing something he wasn't ready to lose. Men need to be in control at all times, and they want to be the ones who do the breaking up, she said. Doreen wasn't sure that was always true either. Something was so adamant and defiant about Cecily, as if she was right and the world was wrong, with no room for a middle ground. The woman sneered at Doreen. I guess you didn't get along with him. Cecily shook her head. Nothing to get along with. He was an asshole. Ouch. Most people don't say such strong things about the dead. Most people won't tell the truth. Why shouldn't I tell the world how I feel? It sounds like you hated him so much that you're happy he's dead. Absolutely I am, she said with a laugh. And the way she was acting at the end, the same goes for my sister. What do you mean by that? She took his side, she said. That would never go down well with me. She glared at Doreen from the top step. I've already said too much. Take a hike. And she walked in and closed the door. As Doreen stood with her hands on her hips, almost open-mouthed, she could see the curtains closing Cecily off from the outside. Now that is one angry woman, she muttered to Muggs. Muggs strained at the leash. She walked him to the side of the building, so he could take a bathroom break. She figured the woman would be even more pissed if Doreen let Muggs poop in the garden. But she did have doggy bags to clean up the mess if he had done that. She always cleaned up after him. It was just the polite thing to do. Not everybody was like that, but she was. She waited until he'd done his business, then scooped it up and looked for a garbage can. But there wasn't a public one. There were, however, the garbage cans from the center. She walked over and put the bag in. Inside she saw a whole pile of bloody notes and crumpled cloths below. She glanced up at the center, but the curtains were firmly closed. On instinct alone, she gloved her hands with the doggy bags before she snatched the notes, bagging them up, then took the dog back to the car and drove away. She didn't know what was going on, but she'd seen one thing: bloodstains. And a lot of them. As if someone had used the papers, possibly the cloths, to clean up. But to clean up what? Had Cecily seen her sister in the garden and came out to try to save her, then gone inside when she couldn't? Because maybe Doreen had come? That didn't make any sense. Back home again, she pulled on a pair of gloves, covered her kitchen table with a big plastic garbage bag, and carefully looked at the papers. Crumpled up, they were heavily blood-stained. But whose blood and why? She frowned. Should she contact Mac or not bother him? It was always hard to know what to do with him. If there were fingerprints or the blood belonged to Celeste, how did it get onto the papers and into the garbage? She knew Mac would probably either get angry or frustrated, but she had to do something about this. She called him. I know it's your Monday, and you really don't want to hear from me again, she said hurriedly. What is it? I went back to where the dead woman was found, she said. I know you don't want me interfering, and I didn't want to, but I felt compelled to return to the spot and maybe find a way to memorialize the poor woman's death. She sighed. But then the sister came out of the center. She was not friendly. She's a bit abrasive. She's a very strong-willed, stiff-necked feminist. And she's not shy about letting you know where she stands on issues, he said. Exactly. We were talking, but at the very end, she said that, she was quite delighted her sister's boyfriend was dead, and she was also happy her sister was dead because her sister was converting more toward her boyfriend's beliefs. What? So now you think her sister might have murdered her, he scoffed. No. That's not what I'm saying, exactly. She stopped and frowned. Look. I don't know what I'm saying, but Muggs went to the bathroom. So I cleaned it up, and I took the bag to the garbage. When I put it inside, I saw a bunch of crumpled papers and rags. They were soaked in blood. Cecily had gone into the center and closed the curtains, so I snatched some of the papers out of the garbage and brought them home. She ended in such a big rush, it took him a moment to respond. You did what? She groaned out loud. I don't know why I did that, she said, but there was a lot of blood, and I mean a lot of blood, as if somebody had cleaned up after murdering Celeste. He sighed quietly. And I suppose you have those bloodied papers with you now? Yeah, she said sadly. They're sitting on my table. And you want me to come and get them to see if they have anything to do with the case, right? She winced because he didn't sound very happy with her. And with good reason. It was his day off and he worked enough long hours, and she kept sending him on these wild goose chases. "If you wouldn't mind," she said in a small voice. "If you figure out they have nothing to do with Celeste's death, then I apologize. In the meantime, there is a lot of blood." Oh, for crying out loud. He went quiet and then said, "Look. I'm not even at home. I'll swing by in about 20 minutes on my way to Mom's. I'll pick it up then. Or at least I'll take a look." She jumped to her feet. "Thank you very much." She hung up the phone. As she stared at the papers, she found a weird list of random scribbled thoughts. It would be nice to have a child. It would be a pain in the ass to have a child. I would love to know what motherhood feels like. I would hate motherhood. She shook her head. Obviously, somebody had a very confused mindset when it came to parenthood. She wanted to read through the rest of the pages, but also knew that whenever Mac arrived, she'd lose all of them, so she grabbed her phone and took pictures of each page. She didn't figure there would be any real mystery to the notes themselves. If these were Celeste's, that would make sense. She was obviously confused as to what was happening with her body, and what she really wanted. Maybe she'd had an abortion, then regretted it terribly. But no answers were to be had on that subject, since the woman was no longer available to ask any questions of her. And neither was an autopsy done to get further details. But Mac could at least confirm whose blood this was. When Doreen finished taking her pictures, she put the notes on top of each other again, stuffing them once more into the doggy bag, and moved her phone off to the side so Mac wouldn't get suspicious. She heard his vehicle pulling into her driveway. He came up the porch steps and pounded on her door. Muggs barked like a crazy dog at the front door. She opened it up and glared at Mac. If you knocked like a normal human being, Muggs wouldn't have a heart attack. He knows who you are by now. But when you're angry like this, he's not real happy. Mac stood with his arms crossed over his massive chest. And to make matters worse, Thaddeus looked at him and said, "Damn thing. Damn thing." Mac shoved his face toward Thaddeus and said, "You're a damn thing, Thaddeus. Damn bird." "Mac. Don't speak to Thaddeus like that. You'll scare him too." Thaddeus leaned forward, touching Mac's nose with his beak, and said, "You're a damn thing." Astonished, Mac just looked at the bird, giving him the gimlet beady eye, and then he laughed. Tears ran down his cheeks before he finally stopped. He collapsed onto the mega-expensive couch and stared at the menagerie around him. Goliath, not to be outdone, jumped on his lap, making himself at home on his knees. He looked at Doreen helplessly. "What on earth am I going to do with you guys?" "Patience, tolerance, and goodwill would be helpful," she said with a tentative smile. "I know I'm a challenge, and I know you don't want anything to do with me when I get my head into these things, but they're really hard for me to get out of. Let me see what you've got." He scooped up Goliath and held him in his arms as he walked into the kitchen. When he saw the papers, he froze. "You're right. That is a lot of blood." She looked at him. Right, and even more was inside the garbage can. He shook his head. "Did you see anything else?" "Rags," she said, "either cleaning rags or maybe clothing. I don't know what they were." He sighed. She nodded and handed the bagged-up, bloodied notes to him. "I'll go over there to go through the garbage," he said. "But stop doing this, please." "I will." But she held back from promising. She watched as he turned around and left without saying another word. Chapter 22. Monday noonish. Doreen hoped the garbage hadn't been picked up yet, so Mac could retrieve the rest of the items she'd seen. Considering it was a weekend, chances were good it hadn't been. But if Cecily had seen Doreen taking the notes out of the trash can, then she was pretty sure someone would empty it, and fast. When Mac phoned her 20 minutes later, he confirmed her fears. "The can is empty," he said, swearing softly. Of course it is, she said. She probably saw me and decided to empty it herself. We still don't know that it has anything to do with the case, he said. No. But like you said, it was a lot of blood. So short of somebody cutting an artery, taking off a leg or something, the chances are it's related to her dead sister. A sister she was no longer happy with, who had a boyfriend, who is also dead. You could be right, he grumbled. But without a warrant, I can't go in and check the premises. Would she take the contents inside? I mean, if you think about it, wouldn't she expect a warrant next? The only other thing she'd likely have done is put it in her car to dispose of elsewhere, he said. I didn't see a car when I was there, she said. Maybe the parking is around back. There is a parking lot, he said. But I haven't checked to see if any vehicles are back there. Why don't you make a casual drive-by, she urged. See what vehicles there are, take the license plates down, confirm that one is hers, and then maybe I'll take a look to see where she goes. And do what? He scoffed. You're back to playing amateur sleuth again. Remember how this is supposed to be left for the professionals? Yeah, well, the professionals didn't check the garbage can that was there when you found the body. I'm not sure the can was out here, he said thoughtfully. I won't know until I go back and scan the crime scene photos. Oh, now that's an interesting twist too. What if somebody else put the cans out for pickup? And why then? It's hard to say. Maybe she put it out earlier, thinking it was safe. But if it's empty now, somebody emptied it. True. I'm seeing movement inside, he said. Bye. And he hung up. She chewed on her fingernails, worrying about it. And then she couldn't stand it anymore. She looked over at the animals. Who wants to go for a car ride? Thaddeus squawked, me, me, me. Muggs barked, and even Goliath jumped into her lap. She sighed. I didn't really mean all of you. But she'd mentioned it, had even offered, so now she felt obliged to follow through. She didn't know when the animals became as important to her as people, or when her promises to animals became as important as her promises to people, but somehow they had. She walked out to the vehicle with her cell phone in her hand in case Mac called back and loaded up her critters. As always, Goliath took the front passenger seat, almost daring Muggs to fight him for it, and with Thaddeus on her shoulder, Doreen drove past where she had found the body at the family planning center. Interestingly enough, she couldn't see any sign of Mac's car. The garbage can was still where she'd seen it before. She drove around the building and headed into the back parking lot. It was empty also. But a small red car had just pulled out through the opposite exit, with a female driver. Doreen hadn't noticed the car until then, but as she watched, it drove to the end of the block. On a hunch, she took a right turn and followed it. She had no way to know who was behind the wheel, and of course, once again, her hunches were just blind guesses. Except that Thaddeus urged her on from her shoulder. Thaddeus, we don't know that it's Cecily. He gave Doreen a look and tried to hop up on her steering wheel. She brushed him back off. No, no, no. Even Goliath sat up and put his front paws on the dash. She glanced at him. What's gotten into you two? She looked in the rearview mirror to see Muggs looking out the side window behind her. At least you're being normal, she joked. But then he turned to look out the front windshield and jumped onto the armrest between the two front seats and barked. Oh boy. That's enough of that. I can't think, let alone drive safely and deal with all of you, she muttered. She tried to get Muggs to calm down, but he wasn't having any of it. She pulled off to the side of the road. If you guys don't stop, I'm not driving. The ruckus became 3 times louder. She hit the gas and followed the car again. It still trundled along at the normal speed limit, suspiciously so. Doreen was always 5 miles over the allowed speed limit. She couldn't imagine anybody driving spot on. But this red car seemed to be maintaining the perfect driving speed. If Doreen were driving a car filled with bloody evidence and she didn't want to get pulled over by the cops, then that's what she'd do too. As she thought about this, a vehicle pulled up behind her, too closely behind her. Thaddeus turned, squawked once, and then faced forward again. She looked in the rearview mirror. Oh shit. Now I'm in trouble, you guys. Then she giggled. Because if Mac should have expected one thing, it was that Doreen would be in trouble, if not now, soon. She continued following the red vehicle, but she did lift a hand and give him a 3-finger wave through the rear window. She knew that would just piss him off a little more, but that was okay too. It appeared to be one of the regular things she did, without even having to think about it. Besides, it made her smile, so it couldn't be all bad. Then Mac honked a few times. The driver of the red car realized she was being followed. Whether she recognized Doreen's vehicle or Mac's, the driver put the gas pedal to the floor and whipped to the right at the next corner. Startled, Doreen almost missed the corner but caught it on a wide turn. Mac was right on her tail. But now it looked like the woman in front was desperate to get away. She drove hell-bent, taking multiple corners in succession as if trying to shake her tail, and it was all Doreen could do to keep up with her, wondering what this woman was up to exactly. For sure the woman was acting more than slightly suspicious. Finally she pulled into a massive parking lot, dashed out of the car and ran into the mall. And Doreen caught a glimpse of her. Cecily. Doreen had been right. She pulled up beside Cecily's car and parked. Only then did Doreen realize her hands were trembling. She knew Mac would rip into her for this. But at the same time, she needed to know what the hell the woman was hiding. Or maybe she was just terrified. Doreen hadn't even considered that. Maybe just the look of a crazy Doreen driving with a parrot on her shoulder was enough to scare Cecily into fleeing into the most public place she could find. And sure enough, a hard pounding came on her window. She rolled it down and went to speak, but Muggs and Thaddeus and even Goliath hollered at Mac as he glared down at her. The force of the din set him back in surprise. But not for long. He leaned forward again and asked, "Can you keep the menagerie quiet?" She snorted. Not likely. But they calmed in spite of her words. Besides, shouldn't you be chasing after her instead of talking to me? Other cops are on that. I wanted to make sure I had a talk with you first. He bit the words off as if he were seriously pissed. If we weren't in a public place, I could choke you for what you just did. What did I do? She asked innocently. You spooked her, he said. I was trying to keep back and see where she went. Oh. Well, I was too, she said. But then I figured Thaddeus must have spooked her. But more likely it was you honking at me. Hardly being subtle, were you? Mac shot her a hard look. Thaddeus. She shrugged. He looks kind of freaky when he's leaning forward like that. Every time I tried to pull over or to stop following her, the animals went crazy. This time, his expression looked like she was pulling his leg. Honest. You saw me pull off on the side of the road once, right? He nodded. The animals went crazy, absolutely ape-shit crazy, she snapped. It's not my fault that right now they look like sweet and innocent critters. And they did. They were all just sitting, watching the exchange between the two of them. And then Thaddeus hopped onto the open driver's side window, looked up at Mac and said, "Hi, Mac." Mac stared down at him. Wow. Hi, Thaddeus. Since when did you learn to say hi? Hi. 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 Doreen groaned. Don't encourage him, please. But Mac wasn't looking at her. So Thaddeus, if? And then Thaddeus walked up Mac's arm to his shoulder. Just when she thought he would stop there, he hopped over to the roof of the woman's car and slid down to the trunk. Doreen opened her car door. Thaddeus, get off of there. She was petrified his talons would scratch the paint job, and she'd be sued for damages. But Thaddeus just walked around in a circle, on top of the trunk. And then he chanted, "Body in the trunk. Body in the trunk." Mac groaned. Doreen gasped. Several people en route to their vehicles stopped and stared. She held her hands palms up. He's just a crazy bird. But a crowd had collected. Mac, I don't know what to do. Well, you started this, he groaned. He reached over toward the bird. Come on, Thaddeus. Let's get back in the car, buddy. Let's get you home. But Thaddeus evaded his grasp. Open trunk. Open trunk. Open trunk, he cried out. And when she wasn't looking, Goliath jumped out of the window and landed on the roof of the red car, right beside Thaddeus. Now 2 of her animals were loose that she had to contend with. But Goliath stood on the trunk, his tail twitching hard. Muggs, not to be left out, pushed open the door she hadn't quite clicked shut, and raced around the vehicle, barking like crazy. Suddenly 2 more cop cars pulled up beside them. Doreen covered her face with her hands. One of the officers got out and said, "Ma'am, are these your animals?" She nodded. Yes. I'm so sorry. They're very much out of control right now. And then Mac stepped up. Hey, Stanley. Mac? With a long sigh, Mac said, Yep, that's me. They looked at the animals, looked over at her, and a big grin cracked Stanley's face as he asked Doreen, So what did you do? Catch another dead body? Again, Thaddeus chanted, Body in the trunk. Body in the trunk. Body in the trunk. Silence settled over the crowd. Stanley said, Is that what we're thinking is going on here? Mac shook his head. Honestly, I have no clue. There's just something about this bird. Actually, the cat and the dog too. Obviously something's attracting them. Maybe a scent. Well now, do we know who owns the vehicle? Cecily does, somebody in the crowd said. She runs the family planning center. From the background were all kinds of suggestions on what could be in the trunk. Maybe she's in there dead. Maybe there's a dead child in there. Somebody else said, Hey, maybe it's a cat. Maybe it's just something else that's been left close to the vehicle, and that's what they're smelling. Just because the bird talks doesn't mean he makes sense. She snorted at that. You've got that right, she said. Chapter 23. Monday, early afternoon. The cops helped Mac disperse the crowd. One of the guys headed into the mall to join the search for Cecily. They announced her name over the PA system, asking her to return to her vehicle, but after an hour there was still no sign of her. Mac looked at Doreen. Doreen looked at Mac and they both shrugged. What's really going on here? Stanley asked Mac. In a low voice, Mac told them as much as he could. The 2 officers looked at Doreen. She shrugged. I called Mac when I found it, she said. You should have called him while you were there, Stanley admonished. Now evidence has likely been lost. Which is why I followed the car, she said. To see if she tried to dispose of the rest of the garbage. Stanley's partner Robert said, I'll phone the chief. See if we can get some idea what to do about this. You do that, Mac said with a heavy sigh. Nothing is ever easy about Doreen. The case was already closed as a murder-suicide until she got involved. Stanley nodded with a half grin. And what's this I hear, he said, turning to look at Doreen. You've got some scuba diving enthusiasts going out on Tuesday? Her gaze went to Mac, then down at her feet and the aging sandals she wore. Mac turned slowly to face her. Doreen? His voice turned ominous. She wrinkled her nose at him. They just wanted to go scuba diving. I don't know about that, Stanley said, a grin widening on his face. They were pretty fired up about it. Looking for something in particular, from what I heard. With a groan, she let her shoulders slump. Somehow, she figured she'd get to Tuesday without having to explain it all to Mac. She should have known better. You know Mac will never let me leave the house again, don't you? She told Stanley. From what I hear, Stanley said, you can get into a heck of a lot of trouble without ever leaving that house of yours. Isn't that the truth? She said, but she then confessed to Mac. He hadn't been pleased, but when she had explained her theory, he had been quietly stunned. That's very good thinking, he said. I doubt they'll find anything, but I appreciate what you've done for the family's sake. Nobody even considered that all the times we discussed the cold case. There was absolutely no reason for Henry Huberts, a man with no criminal past, to take the little boy for nefarious purposes. I know there are secret pedophiles, but something about this didn't feel right. When I realized his grandson, Josh Huberts, had been accused of Celeste's murder, then believed to have committed suicide, I felt like that was another whammy for the family. If I could help solve one of those problems, then maybe it would be easier on them. Mac nodded. Roberts turned to look at her. By the way, aren't you the one we put in the security for? She smiled. Yes, and thank you for that because honestly I can at least sleep at night now. Nothing has triggered it? No, although I don't hold any hopes that'll continue after seeing the intruder at the grocery store earlier today. I can't believe he's free to run around and break into my house again, she snapped. I'm surprised you left the place long enough to follow this woman. But if she had anything to do with those 2 deaths. So are you working for the police now? Stanley said with a big grin. You know, like part of the new volunteer amateur sleuths society? Oh God. Don't even get her started on something like that, Max said instantly. Roberts, did you get a hold of the chief? He's talking to the prosecutor to see what we can get. Great, Max said, turning to glare at Doreen. You know that I'll never live this down. You know what else? I'll never live this down either, she mimicked, shooting him a matching glare. You didn't have to follow me, you know? That's about the only right thing I did do, he cried out. At that, Stanley howled with laughter. You two are great together, he said with amusement. You sound like an old married couple. Both Doreen and Mac turned to glare at him. Stanley raised both hands in mock surrender and, still chuckling, moved to where Roberts was once again on the phone. She turned to Mac. I don't know what marriages he's familiar with, but this is nothing like what my marriage was like. You weren't married, Mac snapped back. You were in bondage. She looked at him and after a long moment said, I really was, wasn't I? Her tone was very low and sad. All his aggression fell away. Hey, I didn't mean that. No, she said. But you should have meant it, because it is the truth. Sad but true. Don't take it too bad, he said. You're free now. She nodded and turned, leaning against the car. Thaddeus, realizing she wouldn't take him away, hopped onto her shoulder and gently brushed his beak against hers. Bondage, he said just once and in a low tone. She stroked his head. That's why you don't live in a cage. That's why, like Nan, I can't have you confined in any way. I spent 14 years in a gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. She gently brushed and hugged the bird. Goliath was on her other side. He rubbed his head against that side of her face too. She stroked both of them, loving that at this moment, when she was feeling the pain of all she'd gone through, they were here for her. She looked up at the sound of a camera snap, expecting to see paparazzi. Instead, it was Mac. She looked at him in surprise. He turned the camera around so she could see the picture, and she stared in delight as both Thaddeus and Goliath had their heads turned against her. She had closed her eyes, and a gentle smile was on her face. Wow, she said. That's a very special picture. I'll send it to you. He nodded and paused. So you might have been in a gilded cage, he said, but you've given special lives to these two." Then he looked down at Muggs, who, in his typical fashion, was lying on her feet. He smiled. "You may have turned this town upside down, but the animals sure appreciate their new lives." Roberts came back over and said, "We're to try one more time to find her. If there's no sign of her in an hour, we're to open the trunk." Mac nodded. "You guys head in and help find her." "She's already gone," somebody said from among the officers a couple rows over. "I saw her running out the back of the mall. She didn't look to be coming back anytime soon." On that note, Roberts nodded. Mac walked to his car, picked up a pry bar, and came back over. Before he opened the trunk, Doreen looked at him and said, "You don't want to just unlock it from the inside?" The three closest cops looked at her, looked at each other, walked over to the front door, and sure enough, the damn driver's door was unlocked. Swearing, Roberts hit the trunk button, and the trunk popped open. "We'd really appreciate it," Stanley said, "if you don't mention that to anybody." She gave him a breezy smile and a wave of her hand. "I won't mention it. Believe me. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about a few things either." He chuckled, and then his gaze fell to what was inside the trunk. He stopped laughing. "That is a hell of a lot of blood." Not only were the bloody cloths here that Doreen had seen in the garbage can, but the carpet inside the trunk was completely soaked with blood too. She sighed. "That's why I was following her." Mac nodded. "And that's why I was following her too. The difference between us is I'm the cop and you're not." She stuck out her tongue at him. "In that case, I get to go home now, don't I? And you get to stay and work." She gave them all a big wave, bundled up her animals, and headed home. Later that evening, Doreen got through another 10 hangers full of Nan's clothes, but her heart wasn't in it. She still burned with a sense of satisfaction from her day's adventures. But she hadn't had any follow-up from Mac. Now she half expected to never hear from him again. But with any luck, they would trace that blood back to Celeste. And then they would take a serious look at the case again. Doreen grabbed a book, sat on her bed, then felt just too tired for that. She went back downstairs, did another walk through the rooms checking that everything was still fine, made sure the alarms were set, then went back upstairs and crashed. Chapter 24. Tuesday morning. She awoke the next morning, Tuesday, her day to make an omelet. If Mac was coming over, she better shower and get dressed. It was already 8 o'clock. He might be here very soon. But then again, if he'd been working on that case yesterday into all hours of the night, he might have gone to bed very, very late. Still, she wouldn't take a chance, and after a quick shower, she dressed and walked downstairs. Once in the kitchen, she frowned, wondering whether she was supposed to call him about getting breakfast started or not. She really didn't want to. She brought out the video she'd made of Mac making the omelet and watched it again. Carefully. It hadn't taken him long, and he'd certainly done it nice and smoothly. She wondered if she could get on the prep work. She needed to learn to do this. Did that include having him here while she did it? There really wasn't a right or wrong decision here, but it felt like she was cheating without having him here for her to show off. Besides, she wasn't in too much of a hurry. She just didn't want to mess it up. She didn't understand her relationship with Mac, but considering the comments from the other cops, she figured there was already a lot of talk about them. It was hard not to wonder if that bothered Mac. For herself, she didn't care. He was a friend, and one she was proud to call a friend. Especially considering the craziness in her life. She disarmed the security on the front and back doors, snagged a cup of coffee, and called to the animals. "Come on. Let's go outside for a little bit, you guys. Get some fresh air and all that." With the back door propped open this beautiful morning, all the animals barreled out of the house with her. She chuckled at their antics because it was just too sweet. It was also chaotic, but hey, she'd take that. She walked down the steps to the backyard and wandered through the garden, looking to see what would come up. This was a mystery garden. Nan remembered a lot of the plants and where she had planted them. Doreen herself recognized a lot of the plants already coming up. But a lot of the annuals themselves were still just flowering and leafing out. The black-eyed Susans had yet to come up. There was echinacea as far as she could tell from the foliage, but until the purple flowers bloomed, she wasn't too sure. She hadn't seen very much of it before, but it looked to be something she would thoroughly enjoy. She walked back into the house almost an hour later. She checked her watch again as she walked over to the coffee pot and poured herself a second cup. "I can finish this pot myself," she said, "then put on another one when he comes, or I can leave him something from this pot. But if he doesn't come until 10 o'clock, then it'll be pretty nasty." "Do you always talk to yourself?" came a strange voice from behind her. A strange voice, and yet a not too strange voice. She turned ever so slowly to see Cecily, holding a snub-nosed revolver in her hand. Doreen took a deep breath. "Is that the gun you used to kill your sister and her boyfriend?" "You mean my boyfriend," she said. "At least some of the time." Doreen sagged against the counter. Oh crap. So she had been right. Wow. Poor Celeste. "Ha, see you don't know jack shit," Cecily said. "And I don't understand that phrase. Why does anybody care about Jack's shit? That makes no sense. Is he some kind of monster pooper or something?" she asked in a droll tone. Her gaze was on the gun as her mind tried to spin a way out of this nightmare. "What the hell are you talking about?" Cecily asked. "Are you seriously mental?" "What does that mean?" "Seriously mental versus not being seriously mental?" she asked. "I'm confused. I really don't understand the question." The woman's face turned from being congenial to confused to pissed. "That's enough messing around. I don't need that kind of crap from you." "What do you need?" Doreen asked. "You break into my house, point a weapon at me. I don't have anything to do with you or your life. Why are you after me?" "Because you're the idiot screwing up my life. You and those animals of yours," she said. "You ruined me." Why is it, whenever somebody is in the wrong, and they get found out, they turn around and blame everybody else? "I didn't do anything to you," she said. "None of this is my fault, and you're not dumping the blame on me." "It is your fault," she said, "and I will dump it on you because you had no business at the center. So it is your fault. If you weren't sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Considering I found your sister's body there, I would say I did have some business there," Doreen snapped. "At least someone cared about what happened to your poor sister. What were you going to do? Just let her rot out there?" "I planned to call it in. But I didn't get a chance. I cared about her. But you didn't. You never even met her. Do I have to meet every woman who's been murdered to feel like she mattered?" Doreen asked in astonishment. "That makes no sense to me. But I guess for somebody who murdered her own sister, maybe that makes a twisted kind of sense to you? She wasn't your problem, and you didn't need to get involved." "She wasn't a problem," Doreen snapped. "She was a young woman with her whole life ahead of her. And she was obviously very vibrant, very passionate. You took all that away from her." "Oh, she was passionate, all right. Always about the goddamn wrong things. Somebody had to have a calm, collected, organized head," she snarled. "I'm confused," Doreen said. "What could you possibly have against your sister that was worth killing her for? How about the fact she was helping her boyfriend shut down my center?" "So Josh was her boyfriend after all, not your boyfriend?" Doreen asked in confusion. She needed to keep Cecily talking, but it was kind of hard because Doreen was still figuring out how to get this woman to put down the gun. He was playing both of us, Cecily said with a sneer. I figured if my sister could see him for what he really was, she'd ditch him. So you seduced him to ruin their relationship? What kind of woman, much less a sister, are you? She couldn't imagine such a thing. Cecily said, What kind of woman are you? You don't even have to work. You just laze around, get in everybody's face, cause trouble and chaos everywhere you go. And this is what happens. You get into other people's business because you're bored. You need a man of your own, she sneered. If you would know what to do with one. I was married for 14 years, Doreen said coolly. So you'd think I'd know. Yeah, but you see the operative word there, Cecily said. Was. So if you knew how to do your job, you would still be married. Oh, okay. That's interesting, Doreen said, because for you, marriage is a job. I never considered it that way. So when you quit a job, that's what a divorce is to you then? She chuckled. That's an interesting take on marriage. I'm not sure it's all that complimentary to men, unless a divorce is them quitting their jobs too. Although I don't think you're really too bothered about the male point of view, are you? This is a stupid conversation, Cecily said. I came here to tie up loose ends and you're one of them. You don't have to tie up anything with me, Doreen said softly. You messed up and the law is all over you. There's no statute of limitations on murder. They'll find you whether you believe it or not, even if you leave town right now. They'll come after you and they'll get you. It might take 10 years, might take 20. You might even have 50 years on the run, if you're really lucky. But the fact of the matter is, you will spend all that time looking over your shoulder, and they'll still get you. So then it doesn't matter, she said. You've already killed 2 people, Doreen said with certainty. It's not like your sister's boyfriend killed her. You did. You killed her. Then you killed Josh and made it look like it was a murder-suicide. The woman just stared at her. How is it that you even figured that out? It's not like anybody was around as a witness. Nope, she said. But somebody heard. What are you talking about? You see. I heard 4 shots. 2, a little break, and then 2 more. And with that fact in mind, Doreen said, it's unlikely to be a murder-suicide. And that decrepit house. Why were they there? It hardly fit them. What are you talking about? Of course, it was a murder-suicide. 2 shots and 2 shots. As for the location, Josh had just bought the dump. He would flip it, he said. Likely story. And so not my sister's style. She never belonged in that place, not even for a minute, she said. 2 bullets apiece. What's wrong about that? He didn't have to kill himself at the time. He probably fired 2 warning shots, then fired 2 more that killed her. Who knows what was going through his mind at the time? Except forensics didn't find any other bullet holes. At least she hadn't heard from Mac that they had. She knew Cecily had killed them both, but getting her to admit it would be hard, or maybe not. Smoothly, Doreen slipped the conversation back to Cecily's actions. If you had left them where they had dropped, then no one would have been the wiser. But for whatever reason, after killing them both, you felt the need to move your sister's body. Cecily glared at Doreen for a long moment, then gave a nonchalant shrug. I had to bring her back to where it all started, she said slowly. It's also what Josh would have done if he'd killed her. To make a point. And to bring her home. 2 motives blended together. And I had to make it look like she'd died by his hand. Sure. Doreen nodded slowly, grateful Cecily had admitted her actions, but worried that she had, because she obviously didn't see Doreen as a threat. And planned to make sure she wasn't alive to tell any tales. She heard the front door open quietly. As long as Cecily didn't, it was all good. Doreen could hope it was Mac, but she didn't know if Cecily worked alone. That's why so much blood was on the papers and the material. The material was your clothes, right? I guess your sister wasn't easy to move. No, she wasn't. I've always been strong and way bigger than she was, so I figured I could do it a whole lot easier than I did. I almost dropped her and ended up grabbing her by the neck at the garden, she said. Afterward, I didn't even think about it. I just changed and put the bloody clothes in the garbage. But you forgot there wasn't a weekend pickup, Doreen said. I missed Friday's pickup, she said. And therefore the bloody clothes were still in the garbage. Do you always go snooping in other people's garbage? Cecily asked in outrage. I was being a good citizen, Doreen said with a wave of her hand. The gun lifted again. Easy. I'm just explaining what I did. I went there to pay my respects to your sister, and Muggs had to take a poop. When Muggs takes a poop, Muggs takes a royal poop. I had doggy bags with me. I cleaned it up, but I didn't want to take the doggy bag to my car, so I took it to the garbage can. As soon as I opened the lid, all I could see were the bloody papers. And if you know anything about blood, she said quietly, you know that was a lot of blood. That was way more than a bloody nose could have made. It was way more than a small cut would produce. That was some serious blood. As in, that was blood likely from your sister who died in the derelict house. Did you even say goodbye to her? Or did you let your sister just lie in that house and bleed out while you laughed? I said goodbye, Cecily said. Do you think I wanted to do it? Of course I didn't want to. She's the only relative I had. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, Doreen said. The woman stared at her in surprise. What? That my sister is my only relative? Yes, because, if you still had a mother around, she'd already be suffering because of the loss of one of her daughters. And then she'd get another blow when she found out her second daughter had killed the first, and now she'll lose the second one as well. I'm the older one, Cecily snapped. I'm the first daughter. Doreen gave a slow nod. Okay, whatever works for you. And I'm not going to prison, she said. If you had just come in and shot me dead, then left, I would have more faith in that statement. Why, she said. I had to know how you figured it out. It wasn't all that hard. Think about it. You messed up on the garbage can. Doreen snorted, not sure why she was pricking the woman's temper. Besides, now that you do know, you still haven't pulled the trigger. I'm getting ready to, Cecily growled. But I need any cash you have. Cash? Doreen laughed. I don't have any. None at all. But you have to. You don't have a job. You live in this house all by yourself. And, according to the rumors, you have antiques. So stop with the games and give me all the cash you have. Doreen leaned forward. You heard about the antiques? Cecily waved the gun. What are you, an idiot? The minute you do anything in this town, of course everyone finds out. Doreen watched the gun. Time was running out. And Cecily would be even more pissed when Doreen didn't give up any cash. She thought she'd heard the door, thought she'd heard Mac enter, but saw no sign of him. Just then, Thaddeus, who'd been on the kitchen counter, hopped onto the table and preened. Cecily looked at the bird in disgust. How can you live with that thing? It just shits everywhere. He's pretty decently trained, Doreen said cheerfully. He has a couple places he uses for bathroom breaks, but, other than that, he just shits on selective people. He shits on people? She stepped back. He does have a bit of an attitude. And he likes to shit on people with shitty attitudes too, Doreen said, giggling. She didn't know how long she could keep this up. Her gaze was ever watchful, looking for her chance. But Cecily was just too far away. If Doreen tried to kick the gun out of her hand, she'd likely get shot in the process. But just then, Thaddeus hopped up onto Cecily's shoulder. She shrieked. "Get it off of me. Get it off of me." "I wouldn't worry about it," Doreen said. "He hasn't had a dump this morning. He's probably looking for the perfect spot." She shrieked all the louder and hit the bird hard with her hand. Thaddeus let out a cry as he tumbled off her shoulder onto the floor. Because he couldn't fly well, it was much harder for him to break his fall. But as soon as he hit the floor, Goliath climbed up Cecily's thigh, howling in outrage. Muggs barked, twisting between her legs. She was in high heels, which just completely blew Doreen away, because high heels were one of those torture instruments that she tolerated for a few hours in the evening. But during the day? Hell no. At least not now that her soon-to-be ex-husband wasn't here, forcing her to wear them. She watched in fascination as Muggs tripped up Cecily at feet level, and Goliath tried to claw up her legs to her waist, digging in his claws for gripping purposes, and he was no lightweight. Cecily shrieked as if under attack. When Mac snagged the gun from her hand, Cecily didn't even notice. She screeched and hit out at Goliath, kicking poor Muggs. But Goliath had a beautiful response. As a hand came toward him, he reached up and clamped down tight on her finger. Her shrieks turned to sobs of pain, and Muggs gave her one hard swat of his butt, then jumped up, placing both thick paws on the back of her knees. She went down, falling forward, collapsing hard on the floor, crying out in pain. With Mac holding the gun on Cecily, Doreen tried to calm down Goliath. "Hey, Goliath. It's okay, honey. Take it easy." She didn't hurt Thaddeus. She glanced over at Thaddeus, hoping that was true. Thaddeus ruffled his feathers, sitting on top of the table, looking down at the woman who had sent him flying, as if she deserved everything his friends had inflicted on her. Finally, with a lot of pressure on his jaw, Doreen forced Goliath to release his grip on Cecily's finger. Cecily held her hand against her chest, crying as if her heart was broken, or maybe her finger. Doreen figured probably both were possible. At some point it would hit Cecily that she'd killed her own sister. It was one thing to do that in a rage, but it was another thing to do it out of spite. Eventually, the reality had to set in that Cecily was now alone in the world. And her future was not looking too bright. Doreen reached up to high-five Mac. When their hands clapped and disengaged, he said, "You know what? My instincts told me not to knock. Figures you'd get into trouble, even early on a Tuesday. Apparently no day is safe with you." She beamed up at him. "See? That's all due to the animals. They were probably sending you ESP messages." He glared at her. She chuckled. "Just kidding. I figured you were hungry." He pointed down at Cecily. "I can't believe she killed them both." "Were you listening that long?" she asked. He held up his phone. "And I learned from you. I recorded the entire thing." At that, Cecily burst into more tears and curled up on the floor in a fetal position. "You better call a cruiser to come and get your prisoner," Doreen said. "I think we just cuffed a double murderer." He looked at her and smiled. "Thanks for that." "Thanks for coming to the rescue," she said. "I'm happy to solve your cases as long as you keep saving my poor sad ass in the process." At that, he burst out laughing. "It's a deal." Chapter 25. Tuesday late morning. Mac walked back into the kitchen at 11:30, took off his jacket, placed it around the back of the chair, and said, "Now I'm hungry. Where is the omelet?" She laughed. "I've replayed that video 3 different times. I'm still not sure I know how to do this." "Come on. Get up there," he said. "It's not hard." Under his watchful eye, she carefully sliced the bacon, taking 5 times longer than he had the day before. Every time she tried to apologize, he brushed it away. "Forget about it. Do it right the first time, and you won't have to endure the learning curve again." You'll get faster eventually. With onions and bacon simmering, and wasn't that something to turn on the burner and have it heat up, she thought this was the best thing since peanut butter. She added the mushrooms, then he showed her how to scramble the eggs, which she did. She removed all the ingredients from the pan when they were done, cracked in the eggs, stirring vigorously, and when that was ready, she laid the rest of the ingredients on top, along with some grated cheese, and looked at him. Now take the flipper and gently fold it in half. Knowing this was kind of an initial test of her cooking skills, she gently eased the flipper under one side, totally amazed when it lifted without a sticking problem, and carefully folded it over. And sure enough, it was beautifully golden on the surface. He picked up the lid, handing it to her. She plunked it down and grinned up at him. "I did it," she cried out. "Almost," he said. "It's easy to get cocky right now and burn it." Her gaze locked back down at the pan. "How long do I leave it like this?" She chewed on her bottom lip. "Because I sure don't want to mess it up now." "Not to worry," he said. "Maybe give it another 30 seconds. I'll get the plates." He took plates, knives, and forks to the table. When she reached her count to 30, she lifted the lid and sighed happily. "Somehow you got it onto the board without breaking it." "You could cut it in the pan too," he said, "if that's easier. Just take the spatula, find your middle and push down, separating it gently." Deciding that was probably easier, she followed his suggestion, and soon enough had 2 large pieces of omelet. It took a bit to get them out of the pan and onto the plates, but when she was done, she'd never been prouder. She turned, sighed, and handed him a plate. "Brunch is served." He laughed and gave her a kiss on her forehead. "I'll be very happy to eat it too." They sat down and enjoyed their meal. She couldn't believe it. "It tastes like an omelet." She almost got teary-eyed over this. Instead, she took a dozen pictures. "I'm sending these to Nan. She'll be absolutely thrilled for me." As soon as she did, Mac looked over and said, "You realize you sent pictures of both of our plates, right?" She looked up at him and said, "Yes, of course. I made them both." She looked confused. "Why? What does that mean?" His gaze lightened. "Nothing. Except for her penchant for betting on our love lives. Now she'll know I was here this morning too." She sagged in place. "Oh no. What did I do?" He just chuckled. "Don't worry about it. This was cooking lesson 1, and you did very, very well." She rubbed her hands together with a smile. "You did it much faster and had extras to go with yours. But I made something on the stove." She hopped up to double-check that the stove was off, patted it with her hand. "Well done, Doreen." Chapter 26. Tuesday mid-afternoon. It was now 2 o'clock. After Mac had taken away the gun-toting Cecily, the reporters had somehow found out she had been threatened at gunpoint in her home by the same person who had murdered the 2 recent victims in town. The media had arrived in an irritating avalanche. In defiance, Doreen had grabbed 4 lawn chairs, putting them on the sidewalk in front of her house. "If you'll wait here, you might as well be comfortable." When it came time to oversee the scuba diving, she snuck out the back. Reaching the site, she stared at the beach, realizing how many people were here. She walked over to Nathan. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Somehow word got out." He patted her hand. "Not to worry. I probably put the word out. I mean, it's a long shot that we'll find anything, but it's a darn good idea. We should have done this a long time ago. The fact that you're the one who thought of it has just cemented your reputation in town." She sighed. "I didn't try to get a reputation, you know." He chuckled. "And you realize that's what reputations are all about. It's not something you try to get. It's something you earn. I'm glad to see you're also not injured from today's attack. Honestly, I think Cecily was attacked more by my animals than I was attacked by her, she confessed. Goliath bit her hand. Muggs tripped her because she hit poor Thaddeus. Nathan reached out and touched Thaddeus's wings. Is he okay? He asked with concern. Thaddeus opened his beak. Thaddeus is fine. Thaddeus is fine. Nathan chuckled. How he must enrich your life, he said in envy. It's truly a remarkable relationship you have with them. It is, she said. And you're right. They have enriched my life. It seemed so lonely before, and the three of them now are just so much a part of what I do every day. Just then Muggs barked. They looked out across the water to see scuba divers coming up. You think they found anything? We'll get a signal. Green means they found something and blue means they didn't. They're far enough away, she said, that the green and blue are likely to look the same. Oh, I don't think so, he said. We should be able to see in a minute. And there it was, a huge green board held up from the boat. Around her the crowd cheered. Her hand went over her mouth and she gasped. Oh my, she said. I just never thought I could possibly be right. Well, my dear, it looks like not only were you right, but you have just saved 2 families more heartache. Thank you. Thank you for coming to Kelowna. I'd really love to be involved in any other mysteries you get your hands into, he said with a chuckle. How vastly entertaining you are to have as a friend. He tucked her hand into his, and they walked closer to the beach. The crowd surged around them, and sure enough on the beach were Cops and Mac himself. He turned to look at her, reached out a hand. She grasped his, and he tugged her ever so slightly toward him. She wondered if that had something to do with Nathan on the other side of her, but Nathan stepped up with her, so the 3 of them were abreast. You did a very good thing today, she said to Mac, tears in her eyes and a smile on her face. Mac said, for that we have to thank Nathan. My diving friends went down with a few additions Mac enlisted, Nathan said. They used my boat. But you, Doreen, are the one who found them. You figured out where they were. And why? She looked up at Mac. Can the divers bring them up? 2 of the divers out there are cops. They're search and rescue and retrieval specialists, he said. If there's any way to bring them up, they will. He turned to look out across the water. I don't know about the truck though. And sure enough, by the time the afternoon wore on and the boat finally came back in again, there were 2 body bags on board. She couldn't imagine what condition the bones were in now. Still, those small and thin bags carried the precious remains lost for decades. The cops hopped out and walked over to Mac. They shook hands. One said, we're not coroners but looks like a child and an adult male. Did you get any identification off the vehicle? Doreen asked anxiously. Better than that, he said. The license and insurance were in the glove box in a plastic bag. There's also a plastic backpack here with Paul's name on the inside. We brought that up too. You were right. It's Paul and Henry, missing for over 29 years. She stepped back, overcome with emotion. So maybe her reputation here had been solidified. But this time, she was proud enough to not care about the publicity. Somehow she'd cleared the names of 2 different generations of Huberts. Henry was now clear of kidnapping Paul, and Josh was cleared of Celeste's murder. More than that, she'd brought 2 people home. And home was where they belonged. She sniffled. Mac turned to look at her. She shrugged and smiled. I feel like I need to go home, just like I brought them home. I'm feeling a little lost myself. His gaze narrowed. Are you okay? I'm fine, she said with a smile. I'm really fine. In fact, I'm the best I've been in a very long time. With a wave to the crowd, she called the animals to her and headed home. Was there ever a sweeter word in the entire dictionary? Epilogue. In the Mission, Kelowna, BC. Wednesday, one day later. Doreen opened the front door, pulling the madly barking mugs away from it. She stared up at the stranger in surprise. "Yes, may I help you?" The man in a three-piece suit, looking extremely elegant and way too perfect for the small town of Kelowna, particularly her place, smiled and held out his hand. "I'm Scott Rawson, an appraiser from Christie's auction house." She shook his hand with a little too much enthusiasm. "Oh my. I wasn't expecting you until this afternoon." "My flight got in early," he said. "There didn't seem to be any reason to wait, so if I'm not putting you out, is it possible to come in and talk to you now?" "Absolutely. Please come in." She closed the door behind him. He stopped in the living room. "Wow." She gazed up at him anxiously. "Wow. Is that a good wow or a bad wow?" "It could be a very good wow." He went to the first little chair, picked it up, checking the maker's mark, his fingers moving lovingly over the edge of the carving. "You see these things in pictures, but they aren't quite the same as finding out in real life what they're like. Not to mention the fact there's just something about the feel of real wood in your hands," she replied. "If you're an antiques lover," he said, his fingers gently caressing as he stroked the carved feet, then the edges where the cushions met, "these are absolutely stupendous. Do you think they're real?" He looked at her in surprise. "Oh, they are definitely real." "Right. Okay. So I know they're real wood, and I know they're real furniture, but are they real antiques?" She scrunched up her face. "Doreen, get a hold of yourself. You're acting like a fool." "I'm not explaining myself very well," she said. He held up a hand. "You're doing just fine. What you're really asking is if they are the same rare pieces we were hoping they were. And I can tell you from this one that the answer is yes." "And there's that one," she said. He walked over to the matching chair, picked it up, studied it, placed it beside the first chair, then fell to his knees in front of the coffee table. "Wow. Just look at the work that went into this." It took the two of them to gently flip it, so he could see the maker's mark and the numbers on the underside. He nodded. "This is 3 of the same matched set. I was so hoping the photographs didn't lie. But until I came and checked it for myself." "And the couch?" she asked, her voice doubtful. "It's really big. That's what makes it part of that very unique set. Montague only did 2 like this. It was intended for a large bedroom sitting area. He wanted it to match the bed." Together they slowly flipped the couch, which was at least big enough to seat 6. He checked it for scratches, smiled when he saw a couple of them, crowed in delight when he looked at the maker's mark, and said, "This is all the same set. Does that mean you think you can auction them off for a decent price?" "Absolutely." He looked over at her. "Are you ready to let them go?" "Interesting that you should ask that. Before I realized it belonged to my great-grandmother, I had 0 attachment. Now that I know they've been in my family for a century, it's a little harder, but yes," she said. "I can't even sit on them anymore now that I'm so petrified of damaging them." "Of course they have been sat on by your family for generations," he said. "I know you say they were in your family, and your grandmother is still alive. It's on her word that it was in her grandmother's possession. Do you have any paperwork that shows provenance?" "That's a new word I've just learned," she said with a smile. "Fen Gunderson is the one who first introduced me to how important that is. My grandmother says there's a folder in the house somewhere, but I'm not exactly sure where it is. I was hoping we could move out some of these pieces, and then potentially, I could find it." "Right," he said. "I understand a bed goes with this set. Is that correct?" "A bed and 2 night tables," she said. He looked over the moon at that. She led him upstairs, apologizing every step, saying, "I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting you until this afternoon, so I didn't clean up yet." Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. When she walked into the master bedroom, he cried out in delight. It is the one we sent the pictures of, she said. I guess you've seen it already. And again, the pictures don't do it justice, he said with a smile. He reached out for one of the large posts. Absolutely beautiful. If you think so, she said. Honestly, it's my bed. I've been sleeping in it. There are always a couple small drawers that he put into the headboard, he said. May I look? Absolutely. Why would he do that? Because he wanted a place to put his glasses and for the pills he had to take at night. Montague built these little drawers to suit his needs. He built 2 sets. One for himself and one for sale. Mr. Rawson sat down on one side of the bed and gently checked out the headboard. And sure enough, it didn't take but a few minutes before she heard a light releasing sound, and a drawer popped out. He turned to look at her. It's here, he said. And now I know for sure this is his piece. She looked in the drawer, but it was empty. She hated the sense of letdown she felt when she hadn't even realized a drawer was here to begin with. He got up, walked around to the other side, and said, Do you want to see how they open? She nodded and leaned over his shoulder as he pressed a tiny little button. Sure enough, the second little secret drawer popped open. Nan said her grandmother used to hide treats for her in a lot of the furniture, and she ran around and searched for stuff all the time. Well, he lifted a gold-foiled chocolate. Maybe that's what this is then. Maybe you should deliver it to Nan. Although it's likely decades late. Doreen held out her hand, completely enchanted at the thought of her grandmother as a little girl, running around the house searching for chocolates. This is a very special moment, she whispered. Would you mind if we placed it back in the drawer? I want to take a picture. Then I'll take it to her this afternoon. If you're still willing to sell, he said, I do have to arrange for proper shipping. And that'll take a couple days. Every piece has to be wrapped properly. Understood, she said. He looked at her. But that means you don't have a bed. She smiled up at him. I'm also starving, she said. I don't have a job, and I'm trying to keep the roof over my head. I can find another bed to sleep in. He nodded in understanding. That's good. He looked at the night tables. To find both the seating room set and the bedroom set is absolutely wonderful. The second set is no longer complete. Are there other pieces that go with the set, other than what we've found so far? He nodded. 3 dressers, a tall boy, a short boy, and a vanity. He looked around the room, his eyes lighting on the vanity. She'd never seen a grown man cry. But he stood trembling in front of it, as if it was the best thing he'd ever seen in his life. She got up and asked, Is this the vanity piece? He just nodded. Completely unable to talk. I guess that's one of the pieces then. She opened the drawers. I haven't had a chance to go through them yet. Maybe we should do that now, he said, because I really need to check the label underneath, confirming it's part of the same set. And that mirror looks like it's very delicate. She was afraid to move it, but they dragged it forward, so he could slip behind and check for the marks he was looking for. When he stood, there was such a sense of peace on his face. He kept stroking the edge of the mirror. It's definitely one of the pieces. There should also be 2 hidden drawers on this piece. She looked at him in surprise. Where? He chuckled. How about I give you a few minutes to see if you can figure them out yourself? She didn't see any drawers like the headboard had. Her fingers slid over the top and then the side. She shrugged and looked at him. I haven't a clue. That's one of the reasons we need to empty the drawers. Because one of the secret drawers is behind one of them. She grabbed empty boxes and an empty laundry hamper and then opened the drawers, gently sliding the contents into the boxes. There was everything from papers, notebooks, perfume, and some jewelry. It was just part of Nan's personal collection. I haven't had a chance to go through any of this, she said. There were 6 little drawers, 3 on each side, and a big drawer across the center. With all the drawers out, sitting on the bed, he pushed a small button on the front, and a drawer on the inside popped out at the back. Inside was a little padded velvet envelope. He picked it up and handed it to her. She released the catch and poured into her hand what appeared to be a locket. She opened it, and her breath caught in the back of her throat. Oh my! It was an image of a woman who was maybe 50, and on the other side was a baby. Do you know those people? This is my Nan, she said, tapping the woman's face. And I'll say that's me. Well, there you go. Family is family. Is it your mother or your father who is Nan's child? My father, she said, and he died after a wild and reckless lifestyle, a drug overdose many years ago. My mom stayed friends with Nan for my sake and because Nan helped us a lot when I was growing up. She carefully closed the locket and put it back in the velvet pouch. Not wanting to lose it, she slipped it into her pocket. I'll ask Nan about it for sure. You do that. Now let's find the other drawer. He popped open the other drawer, and there was yet again another gold-foiled chocolate in it. She laughed in delight and took another photograph, picked up the chocolate, and put it down beside the first one she had set on the windowsill. He looked at the piece of furniture. You are truly blessed. And I didn't even know what I had, Doreen said with a smile. He motioned to the rest of the room. You don't appear to have the 3 dressers. There is a dresser in the back of the closet, she said. I haven't been able to get at that one. He looked at her, looked at the closet, and said, it would be really good if we could find out. She pulled open the closet door so he could see what a nightmare it was. He gasped. Nan obviously liked clothing. Obviously. She pushed back some of the clothes so he could see in the back of the closet, which was about 4 feet deep. There's the dresser. It's short though. He burrowed in with her. We need to pull this out, he said in excitement. It was very hard to do, and inch by inch they cleared a path and moved it forward. When it was finally standing free of the clutter of the closet, she realized it really was part of the same set. And that tells you how these pieces have been treated, she said with a shake of her head. Instead of being prized possessions, this one was shoved in the closet for who knows what purpose. It's definitely one of the dressers, he said. Have you seen the other 2 dressers? Not yet. The only other missing pieces are a short boy and a tall boy. He looked inside the closet hopefully. What's a tall boy? She asked when he straightened again. He pointed to his chest. It's a narrow, tall chest, usually for the man. So this would be the woman's dresser? She pointed at the dresser that had been pulled from the back of the closet. He nodded. Yes. And it would make sense that it would be with the vanity and the bed. But I don't see any sign of the tall boy. Although, if you did have it, it would be a huge asset to have the complete set. Do we know for sure this dresser is part of the set? She asked. He busily examined it. She waited with bated breath to hear the answer. He gave her an exclamation and said, "Come look for yourself." She bent down behind him to see him gently stroking his fingers over the marks. So it is, isn't it? It is, indeed. He smiled. This has been one of the best days of my life. Now, are you sure you're ready to let all these pieces go? Absolutely. Can we take another look around and see if you have the other pieces of this set? And if you are ready to sell these, I will arrange for shipment. You'll give me receipts for them all, right? She asked hesitantly. He chuckled. Absolutely. There'll be lots of paperwork to document this. Feeling relieved, she grabbed a couple boxes from the spare room, brought them back in, and emptied the drawers of the dresser from the closet. "You don't even want to check what's in there?" he asked from behind her. "I want to go through it all," she said, "but obviously we don't have time right now." The whole top drawer looked to be scarves and accessories. The second drawer appeared to be stockings. She held up a pair. "Those are silk," the appraiser said, "a beautiful silk." She shook her head. "My grandmother had a lot of very high-quality stuff, apparently." She picked up several more items, placed them all in a box, and by the time she got to the bottom, out came a huge accordion file full of paperwork. At that, she got excited. "Maybe this is it," she cried out. He was at her side. "Maybe it's what?" "The folder with the provenance," she said. "It'll take a lot to go through it. It's bursting at its seams." She motioned to the dresser. "Can you take a look and make sure there's absolutely nothing else in there?" "Let's take out every drawer," he said, "because yes, there should be 2 more secret drawers in the dresser as well." With all 4 drawers out, they could see several items had been caught in the back. With those collected, he pressed the same buttons that matched the vanity, and there were 2 more drawers. One had a pair of cufflinks. She looked at them in amazement. "They look like they're valuable," he said. "It gives me hope that maybe the tall boy is still around because those are men's wear." She admired the red stones. "Garnets or rubies?" "Definitely rubies," he said with a smile. She shook her head and put them inside the same little velvet bag the locket was in. In the other drawer was a picture. She chuckled. "Now this is Nan as a little girl." She looked at it and smiled, holding it out to him. On the back it had Nan's real name, Willa Montgomery. "I am loving these little secret drawers," she said. He looked around the bedroom and said, "Is there any chance you can sleep somewhere else tonight? We've made a hell of a mess of your room." "I can sleep in the spare room," she said, "for tonight at least." He looked at the big closet. "I'm sorry, but do you mind if I dig around to make sure more isn't there?" "Be my guest," she said. "I do know shelves are in back there. I don't know why Nan would put the hangers in the front. I think you'll find, when you get this cleared out, a space in between the 2 sets of hangers to walk through. It's an adaptation of a walk-in closet." "It's chaos," she said, chuckling. His grin flashed. "It is at that." Just then, she heard the mailman open the mail slot. Muggs barked like a madman. She sighed. "I have to go downstairs and salvage the mail. My dog has decided it's something he should tear into." "Oh dear," he said. "Go, go, go." She dashed to the front door, and there was Muggs with a letter in his mouth. As he went past Goliath, Goliath swatted him on the face. Muggs growled and dropped the letter. Thaddeus raced between the two and snagged the letter and ran into the kitchen. She raised both hands in frustration. "What's gotten into you guys? Stop it." She cornered Thaddeus, who was still dragging the letter, way too big for him, up onto the kitchen table. She took it out of his beak and held it up high. "Stop. It's my letter, not yours." At the commotion, the appraiser had come down to see if she was okay. He stopped and smiled. "It is truly amazing that you live in this chaotic household." "Just not so good for the antiques," she said with an eye roll. He chuckled. She opened the envelope. "Interesting. There's no return address and there's no stamp." "Somebody dropped it into your mail slot for you then," he said. She nodded and opened it. There was a single sheet of paper. "Dear Bone Lady." "Oh," she whispered. "I see that you're very interested in cold cases, and you have such great talent in solving them. I wondered if you could help me with mine. My brother-in-law disappeared 25 years ago, and has never been heard from since. I know I don't have any right to ask, but if you're interested in a mystery, please call me. I do have some evidence, a dagger of Johnny's that I found buried at the spot where he disappeared. I found it when I went to plant a new bed of dahlias, but I don't know if it's enough to even start investigating. I'm hopeful. Please call me." After that plea, there was a phone number, and the letter was signed by Penny. She stared at it in surprise. "Well, look at that. It sounds like we have our next mystery. Dagger in the Dahlias." That sounded perfect. This concludes Book 3 of Lovely Lethal Gardens, Corpse in the Carnations. Read about daggers in the dahlias. Lovely Lethal Gardens, Book 4. Lovely Lethal Gardens, Daggers in the Dahlias, Book 4. A new cozy mystery series from USA Today best-selling author, Dale Mayer. Follow gardener and amateur sleuth Doreen Montgomery, and her amusing and mostly lovable cat, dog and parrot, as they catch murderers and solve crimes in lovely Kelowna, British Columbia. Riches to rags. Chaos quiets. Crime is circling. And cold cases never cease. After almost a month in picturesque Kelowna, Doreen Montgomery still can't keep her notoriety to a minimum or her nose out of other people's business. Now those suffering from the loss of a loved one seek her out, wanting her help. While the last thing Doreen wants is to have the media discover she's involved in another cold case, she is already hooked on the details. But even more is going on. News has gotten out that Nan's old house is brimming over with valuable antiques Nan collected and left for Doreen, and the seedier elements of their lovely town are circling like vultures. With her animals in full assistant mode, Doreen must investigate the cold case, right the wrongs of the past, and keep her home safe, all while evading the media and Corporal Mac Moreau. Book 4 is available now. To find out more, visit Dale Mayer's website.